On a peaceful morning, under a clear blue sky, a silent, desperate prayer hangs in the air. Meet Jiang Yihan. Her hands tremble as she begs the heavens to let her pass. Because today is the day her entire future is decided. The Korea University admissions results are out. The sheer anxiety is making her sick. If she fails, how could she face her aunt and uncle? And there are others she can't bear to disappoint. Her gaze falls upon a cherished photo of her mother and brother, both long gone. 11 years ago, a sudden snowfall, a skidding bus, and a tragic accident took them from her. At just 9 years old, she was left completely alone in an empty house. The only reason she survived, the only reason she made it this far, was because of the family next door. Shaking off the dark memories, she takes a deep breath and with a decisive click, faces her fate. She can barely bring herself to look, her heart pounding in her chest. But the words on the screen are unmistakable. Accepted. In an instant, she's out the door, sprinting down the street to find her aunt and uncle. She bursts in, a radiant, tearful smile spreading across her face as she shouts the good news. Her aunt and uncle are completely floored, their breakfast forgotten. What? Are you serious? The uncle is already a mess, weeping with pride while his wife grins, telling him to pull it together on such a happy day. They tell her how proud they are, how hard she worked, and Yihan is overwhelmed by their genuine happiness. But amidst the celebration, she realizes someone's missing, Where's Chio? A voice purrs from right behind her as a party hat is gently placed on her head. Looking for me? He leans in close, tilting her chin up with his fingers, and coolly informs her that she's his junior now. He grins, that smug look never leaving his face, as he finally congratulates Jiang Yihan. She's completely flustered, stammering out a thank you as her aunt pulls her into a tearful hug. But this moment was built on a foundation laid down 11 years ago, on a dark and stormy night. Back then, a younger Chio found a traumatized Yihan, wrapping her in a blanket and promising it was okay now. She looked up with empty eyes, her voice barely a whisper as she said she had no one left. With tears streaming down his own face, Chio fiercely told her that was wrong, that he would be with her from now on. He made a solemn vow to love her even more than her parents did, pleading with her not to worry. The little girl could only stare back, stunned into silence by his powerful promise. And from that day on, Chio, who was 2 years her senior, treated her like his very own little sister. After his parents took her in, he gently told her to call his mother Mom, making her truly part of their family. And thanks to Chio and his family, her broken world found its balance once more. Now, years later, they're celebrating her passing the exam, having prepared all her favorite foods. Chio quickly ushers her inside, telling her to warm up before they head over to her place next door. Seeing his father so emotional, Yihan feels a bit guilty that they've gone to all this trouble for her. But then she notices something in the other room, a pile of mysterious bags. Before she can ask, she's stunned by the sight of a massive, celebratory feast laid out on the table. The whole family gathers, with his father teasing Chio that he only got a card when he passed. Yihan is overwhelmed by their kindness, insisting she should be the one thanking them. But Chio cuts in with a smug grin, claiming she passed because of him, so she should be thanking him instead. And she can't even argue. He was the top student at Korea University, though he bizarrely enlisted right after getting in. She recalls his cocky words from his military days, telling her to study hard so they could go to school together. Snapping back to the present, she's pulled from her thoughts as her uncle calls her name. He gently tells her not to speak like a stranger, that they're family, and this isn't too much, it's just thoughtfulness. Overwhelmed, Yihan can barely get out a thank you as her aunt reminds her she's always been their daughter. Feeling a little foolish for her awkwardness, she finally decides to just enjoy their overwhelming kindness. And enjoy it she does, absolutely demolishing the feast while vowing to repay them tenfold once she gets a job. Her aunt watches warmly, cautioning her not to eat so fast as Yihan finally spots those blue boxes again. Setting her chopsticks down, she asks if they're remodeling, since they just did that not too long ago. But the mood suddenly shifts as her aunt's smile fades, and she calls out Yihan's name with a heavy tone. Yihan looks up, confused, wondering why everyone's expression has suddenly turned so grim. Her aunt takes her hand, gently reminding her that even if they're apart, they will always be family. Chio watches the scene unfold, his expression calm as his mother affirms that Yihan has always been like a daughter. Beaming, Yihan says she's always felt the same way just as her aunt's tone shifts to one of apology. The sudden change wipes the smile from her face. An apology? For what? The truth comes out. They're moving tomorrow. With Grandma sick, they have no choice but to go. Later, Yihan finds herself at Chio's door, and he, lounging on his bed, casually tells her to come in. Her heart sinks as she sees his bags already packed and waiting by the door. It's real. She sits awkwardly on his chair, the silence stretching as she wonders how to even start this conversation. Being with his parents is so easy, but being alone with Chio, it always feels a little strange. Finally breaking the quiet, she asks if this move means he won't be coming to school for a while. Chio just shrugs off her question, barely looking up from his phone. All this time he talked about them going to school together, and now he's just playing a game? The bitter realization sinks in. Was she the only one who took any of that seriously? Maybe wanting to stay together was just her own selfish hope. But before she can sink further into her thoughts, a hand suddenly grips her chair. He whips her around to face him, demanding she say whatever is on her mind. Startled, Yihan can only look away and stammer that it's nothing. He sighs, asking her what she's so afraid of, as if he's going to bite. Cutting straight to the point, he asks if she's just upset that he's leaving. And then he drops a bombshell, mockingly asking if she wants to live with him instead. With his arms crossed, Chio leans back, a smirk on his face as he tells her to just be honest. But Yihan can only swallow hard, the words getting caught in her throat. His eyes narrow. He knows exactly why she can't say it. He's always known that Jung Yihan is incapable of being selfish, even for her own happiness. She looks away, sadly admitting they aren't a real family, that what is done is more than enough. His hand tightens on his arm as he quietly agrees with her. Then, he reaches out, placing a hand on her head, calling her statement dumb precisely because they aren't family. Startled by his touch and his words, she scrambles to apologize, insisting that's not what she meant. But he's already turning away, leaving her to scream in her mind that of course she wants to go with him. The old fear creeps back in after today. Will she be all alone again, just like before? Her mind flashes back to her lonely childhood, always the outcast. She imagines him returning to that same cold, empty life he had before. To her, being apart felt like a confirmation they were never a real family. Being left alone just meant being alone again, a fate she knew all too well. Finally, finding her courage, she reaches out and grabs his shirt. He turns, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he listens. She explains she was just upset, that it felt pointless to say anything when the decision was already made. But if she could, she'd want them to live together. Just saying the words out loud feels like a weight has been lifted from her heart. Bracing for rejection, she's stunned when he gently pats her head, praising her for finally being honest. He holds her gently, telling her this is exactly how she should ask for what she wants. He continues, saying she shouldn't be afraid to be selfish sometimes. Her outbursts are nothing to him. Yihan is completely moved by his understanding, thinking how mature he's become, only for him to ruin the mood by playfully telling her not to stress people out, making her instantly take it all back. With a thoughtful expression, Chio declares that if she wants it this much, then he supposes he has no choice. But then he just turns to leave, prompting a confused Yihan to ask what on earth he means. He offers a cryptic reply she'll find out tomorrow, leaving her totally bewildered. The next day arrives, and a voice calls out, revealing Chio's mother knows everything. Yihan looks outside to see a moving truck, hearing cheerful voices say they're all packed and ready to go. His mother then drops the bomb. She's so grateful Yihan is taking that rascal off their hands. And Yihan realizes with horror that he's moving in with her. Her uncle sobs uncontrollably in the car, telling her to eat well and visit often. Waving goodbye, her aunt cheerfully tells her to say hi to Grandma, and Yihan freezes Grandma. She whirls around to face Chio, the horrifying realization dawning on her. He just looks at her, feigning ignorance, asking why she's so shocked when she's the one who wanted this. A tiny, infuriating smirk plays on his lips. He then looks down at her with a confident smile, saying he's counting on her, Jung Yihan. She can only stammer, completely lost, asking what he could possibly mean by that. He reminds her of her own words that she wanted to live together if it was possible. Yihan frantically tries to explain she meant with her parents, but he just says it sounded like she didn't want to be separated from him. He then turns, his expression hardening as he asks her the million-dollar question. So, is she kicking him out? She frantically insists this isn't about kicking him out or not. He's twisting everything. Chio just lets out a tired sigh, as if dealing with a difficult child. He gently touches her shoulder, suggesting they go inside to talk, causing her to flinch away. But at her door, she stands firm, telling him he absolutely cannot come in. A look of sheer, cold annoyance flashes across his face. He corners her against the door, his voice dropping as he commands her to open it, but she refuses. His eyes narrow, questioning if she's hiding something dangerous or perhaps another man. Yihan denies it, thinking to herself that if anyone saw them now, he's the one who looks dangerous. He leans in closer, reminding her how she once let him into her house back in middle school. He says he waited for her to call him like she promised, but that call never came. He leans over her, his voice dripping with false sympathy, saying her behavior makes him sad. Yihan's hands clench, her silence a wall against his pressure. Finally, the gate swings open as she relents, explaining it wasn't that she didn't call, but that she couldn't. Chio's smug demeanor cracks. genuinely confused by her strange choice of words. For a moment, he just stares, trying to piece together what she could possibly mean. He steps inside, and is immediately met with a stark, empty hallway. The entire apartment is practically barren, a space that feels hollow and suppressed. It's a home where the absence of things is more noticeable than anything else. He looks around, unimpressed, thinking this vacant space is a perfect reflection of her. But Yihan forces a smile, trying to pass it off as neat and simple for someone living alone. Chio presses her, coldly asking if he's the one with the problem, because she definitely wasn't like this before. Yihan flinches, weakly asking if he remembers what their home used to be like. She recalls a time when she was just a child, overwhelmed by the suffocating mess. With a hollow smile, she explains that she just threw it all away, and that's the end of the story. She even remembers her parents helping her clean, a little secret kept from Chio. But the mention of her parents only darkens his expression. He's not a fan of being kept in the dark. Shaking it off, he suddenly grabs her, pulling her deeper into the apartment as she yelps in surprise. He smirks, his intentions clear, saying an empty house is just a canvas for him to fill. As he moves closer, the tiny space feels suffocating, and Yihan suddenly remembers why he came. She recoils, desperately asking why he's trying to live here when he should be at school. Kyo just laughs, telling her he never said he was kicked out. She's the one who jumped to that conclusion. In fact, he's already spoken to her parents, who apparently loved the idea of him moving in to keep her safe. He cuts off her protests with cold logic about the impossible rental market near campus for freshmen. Spotting a closed door, he casually asks if this was her brother Legion's room, already deciding it's his. He opens it to reveal a bedroom that's been perfectly preserved, almost like a shrine. The desk is neat, the shelves organized. It's clear this space has been left completely untouched. Chio wanders in, impressed by the lack of dust, and picks up a shiny gold medal from a shelf. Yihan just watches, completely frozen, as this intruder makes himself at home among her family's memories. He smirks, bringing the medal to his teeth as if to test if it's actually real gold. The sight triggers a sudden, vivid memory of her brother, Legion, doing the exact same thing. Her brother's voice echoes in her mind, complaining that his real gold medal felt completely fake. She's pulled back to the present by Kyo's voice, who smirks as he calls out her name. Yihan blinks, startled out of her reverie, as he asks what she was spacing out about. He hands the medal back, teasingly telling her not to put it in her mouth like a kid. Without a second thought, he sits down in her brother's desk chair, remarking how perfectly it fits. A sad, knowing smile plays on her lips as she sighs. Her brother was always a big kid too. But the moment passes, and her expression hardens. She has one last thing to say to him. Standing before him, she states firmly that they absolutely cannot live together. Chio just leans back, completely unbothered, assuring her there's no reason for any misunderstanding. She can't accept that. They're adults, in the same department at the same school, the rumors would be endless. She insists that no matter how close they were growing up, those days are long gone. The situation would be uncomfortable for him, and she knows it would be for her, too. But Chio just smirks, utterly unconcerned, saying he won't be uncomfortable in the slightest. She's completely flustered by his casual attitude, begging him to please take this seriously. He calmly interlaces his fingers, dismissing her worries as something she doesn't need to think about. After all, the chances of anyone seeing them as a man and a woman are, in his words, absolutely zero. A cold, heavy silence falls over the room after that statement. But Yihan clenches her fist, unwilling to back down, posing the question, what if there is a what if? He meets her determined gaze, asking what she proposes they do if that scenario ever happens. Chio thinks for a moment, then drops his final, devastating condition. If that happens, they should just never see each other again. Yihan is reeling from his cold ultimatum. Legion is her sister too, and there are lines they must keep. It's a stark and painful reminder that he isn't her real family, who would never cast her aside so easily. Suddenly, a hand grasps hers, pulling her from her thoughts. Chio leans in, his gaze intense as he demands her answer to his condition. She stands frozen for a moment, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. With a heavy heart, she apologizes, admitting that she just can't do it, not even for him. He listens to her refusal, a thoughtful expression on his face as he processes her words. So she offers a compromise. Just let her stay until she can find her own place. A slow, knowing smile spreads across his face as he agrees, saying that much should be fine between them. With the new terms set, he gestures to her luggage, and she confirms the rest of her things are still next door. Chio tells her he'll step out to give her some space, and she quietly agrees. With that, he leaves the room, the click of the door echoing behind him. The moment she's alone, the full weight of her decision crashes down on her. She collapses against the door, wondering how she agreed to this so easily. Her mind drifts back to a colder time, when he told her they should never meet again. But she forces the memory down, trying to rationalize the situation. Hess just her brother's old friend, so she'll just have to act normal. In fact, she'll frame this as her chance to finally repay his family for their kindness. Pumping herself up, she decides she should at least offer to help with his luggage. She opens the door, putting on her best welcoming smile to face her new housemate. But the confident smile immediately vanishes from her face. She's walked in on him in the middle of changing. Her brain completely short-circuits as she stares at Chio's muscular back. He slowly turns around, a hint of a smirk on his lips, and locks eyes with her, his sculpted physique now on full display. Jung Yihan is absolutely frozen, just staring at the man she was trying so hard to be normal around. Realizing she should have knocked, she stumbles backward in a flustered panic. He watches her clumsy retreat, a calm and knowing look in his eyes. But as she trips, he moves in an instant, catching her and pulling her flush against his chest. Held tight in his arms, he coolly asks what she wanted, leaving her a blushing, speechless mess. She stammers that she just wanted to see if he needed help, her mind screaming about where to even look. He just chuckles, flipping the question back on her. "Who's the one who barged in without knocking?" "The house was just a bit chilly," he explains, as he was grabbing a long-sleeved shirt. Chio finds her reaction hilarious, reminding her it's not like she hasn't seen him shirtless since they were kids. And she remembers those innocent summer days at the beach, but a single thought cuts through the nostalgia. As he pulls the dark shirt over his head, the playful atmosphere vanishes, and he agrees it's different now. A quiet, heavy tension settles between them as he finishes getting dressed. Desperate for an escape, Yihan apologizes and kneels to grab some laundry, just wanting to get out of there. But as she looks up, her escape plan comes to a sudden, confusing halt. He stands over her, his gaze intense, confirming her fear. They are very different now. She quickly tries to backtrack, clutching a t-shirt, insisting that wasn't what she meant at all. Flustered, she clarifies she wasn't talking about them, but herself. Chio just smirks, finding her sudden panic amusing as he asks what she meant then. Her face burns red as she struggles to find the right words, stammering about their bodies. Finally, she blurts it out. Their bodies are different now, admitting she's never really seen a guy's body before. He just stares, his expression going completely blank as he processes her unbelievable confession. Yihan looks up, her own words catching up to her, her face a mask of pure mortification. Scrambling for an escape, she pivots, grabbing the blanket and announcing she'll get him a clean one. She rushes off, babbling about laundry and promising to bring the new blanket back later. But behind her, Chio can't hold it in any longer, a quiet, amused scoff escaping his lips. She slams the door behind her, burying her face in the blanket, consumed by regret. From the other room, she can hear Chio finally bursting into unrestrained laughter. He can't help it. This is just driving him crazy. Yep, she's always been like this. Clumsy, awkward, and endearing. He pulls on his shirt, a fond smile on his face for his little sister. Meanwhile, Yihan tries to busy herself with the laundry, hoping the chore will calm her nerves. But a strange sound from the living room cuts through the hum of the washing machine. Peeking around the corner, she calls out to Chio, wondering what on earth he's doing. He just casually replies that he's moving some stuff while hoisting a whole sofa over his head. Yihan's brain completely short-circuits. A sofa? Where did a sofa suddenly come from? She recognizes it from their parents' house, and he just confirms that his mom said he could take whatever he needed. But Yihan is still reeling, asking why Head brings so much when he's not even staying long. Before she can argue, he's already hefting a massive TV, asking where it should go. He lifts it effortlessly, telling her not to even think about helping. She'd just be a hassle. Setting it down, he offhandedly mentions needing to work up a sweat to sleep well tonight. Yihan's mind immediately short-circuits, her face flushing as she tries to stammer out a denial. He just ignores her panic, satisfied that the house is finally starting to fill up. But for her, this is a nightmare. Her mind races, thinking of dust piling up on the new sofa. Then her eyes land on a plant, another thing she'll have to take care of so it doesn't wither. Her heart thumps in her chest as a dark, unsettling memory seems to wash over her. She resolves to keep her distance. If there's nothing to have, there's nothing to lose. Back in his room, Chio's sharp ears pick up on a subtle noise from the hallway. The door creaks open just a sliver, before quickly clicking shut again. He turns, a questioning look on his face, wondering what that was all about. Meanwhile, as the clock on the wall ticks by, Yihan lies awake in her own room. She tries to rationalize everything, telling herself its only natural head want to be comfortable. But her frustration boils over. She calls herself an idiot for letting mere furniture upset her. The real reason finally surfaces. She hates the idea of him seeing her in this vulnerable state. A memory floods her mind, a younger version of herself, sick and feverish, begging her mother to stay. But her mother had to leave. explaining that her brother had a big competition he couldn't miss. With a pained expression, little Yihan accused her mother of loving her brother more. But her mom quickly soothed her, promising that both of her children were equally precious. She gently checked her daughter's fever, offering to get her anything she wanted to eat. Thinking for a moment, a brilliant, slightly bratty idea came to Yihan's mind. Cake. It was a small act of defiance, a way to make her mother think of her on the way back. She reasoned that today was a special day, because her brother would win and she would get better. Her mother's heart seemed to melt at the sweet, innocent declaration. And so, the two of them sealed it with a pinky promise. Back in the present, the memory fades as Yihan groans, tossing and turning in her feverish sleep. She slowly sits up in bed, exhausted, realizing she's had that same dream all over again. Hunched over, she's crushed by the weight of that memory. It was supposed to be a good day. Her brother won his gold medal, and she recovered from her cold. But that perfect day was shattered by the twisted metal of a car crash. And the cake her mother promised was ruined, a tragic symbol of what was lost. A terrible thought worms its way into her mind. If she hadn't asked for that cake, would they still be alive? She glances at an old family photo, feeling like a ghost in her own home. It's only when Chio is here that she feels she can measure happiness again. Her eyes drift to the clock, and a jolt of surprise runs through her. How long had she been asleep? The laundry must have finished hours ago. She gets up, worried that Chio must be exhausted from cleaning all by himself while she was out. But as her eyes flutter open, she's met with a baffling sight. The entire apartment is immaculate. She wonders when he could have possibly done all this. He even washed and hung out her bedding while she was sleeping. A blush creeps onto her cheeks. He's taken care of everything. She peeks around and figures Chio must have stepped out for a moment. Needing to clear her head, she decides to get some fresh air on the rooftop. The biting cold is a welcome shock, snapping her fully awake. Her thoughts turn heavy, realizing the memorial for her mom and Legion is coming soon. But as she stares into the night, a flicker of movement down below catches her eye. In the alley, a familiar silhouette makes her heart stop. No, did she just see that? That person down there, her mind struggles to process what she's seeing. He looked exactly like her brother, an impossible, painful resemblance. Her thoughts drift, remembering how she'd often wonder about him. What would Legion be like if he were still alive? All grown up. Would he have become a judo athlete? Or chosen a completely different life? But this wasn't a daydream. The man from her imagination was standing right there. She scolds herself, trying to get a grip on her emotions. It must be because his anniversary is coming up, her mind is just playing tricks. She closes her eyes, hoping he'll vanish. But when she opens them, he raises a hand. The wind whips her hair across her face, obscuring her vision for a crucial second. The wind clears, and she's already gone, her hair and scarf trailing behind her as she sprints. Even as she runs, a part of her knows this is just a meaningless delusion, a trick of the mind. But she can't stop. She just has to check, one last time, to see with her own eyes. Elsewhere, Chio shivers as he walks, grumbling to himself about how Yihan always finds ways to make him worry. He clutches a warm bag of snacks he bought, hoping this small gesture might lift her spirits. A small smirk appears on his face. He knows she'll pretend she doesn't want it, then eat every last bite. He recalls her flustered expression, feeling a pang of guilt for being so thoughtless with her brother's anniversary near. He resolves to comfort her properly when he gets home, but suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. Up ahead, he spots a familiar figure and blinks in confusion. What is she doing out here? A fond smile spreads across his face, assuming she came looking for him, and he calls out her name. But she doesn't turn around, doesn't even seem to hear him. She just keeps walking, completely lost in her own world, a dazed expression on her face. He reaches out and grabs her arm, finally snapping her out of her trance as he calls her name. Chio pulls her around to face him, his smile vanishing as he demands to know what's wrong. His hands fly to her face, frantically checking for any sign of injury, his concern mounting. But as he looks into her unfocused eyes, he realizes something else is at play, and asks if she saw someone pass by. He runs a hand through his hair in confusion. A man? What is she talking about? His gaze hardens with resolve. Just tell him who it was, and he'll take her straight to him. And then she says it, the one name that stops his heart. Li Jun, she saw her brother. Chio is frozen in disbelief as she quickly adds that it must have just been a look-alike, but the words hang in the air between them. She finally breaks, confessing she just wanted to see her brother one last time. Under a lonely street lamp, she admits she knows she should stop searching but doesn't know how. Chio holds her, realizing that while she's clinging to him, her heart is grasping at a memory. He wonders just how close he's truly allowed to get to her wounded heart. Suddenly, he drops to his knees, and she looks down in stunned silence. Tying her shoelace, he tells her it's okay to not be able to forget someone. But he looks up, his gaze firm, warning her not to get lost in the past, because Jiang Lijun isn't someone she needs to find, but someone she needs to let go. His eyes are filled with a quiet intensity, cutting through her confusion. He tells her there's no need to wonder how far she has to keep searching. He remains kneeling under the street lamp, his words finally reaching her. Her mind drifts to a memory of her brother's familiar, oversized shoes. She remembers how wearing them, despite how awkward they felt, made her feel less shaken. But now, reaching down, she takes Chio's hand, ready to go home. As they walk together, she wonders why he's holding on so tightly, as if afraid she'll run away. Finally breaking the quiet, she asks him where he disappeared to earlier. In response, he sheepishly pulls out a completely squashed fish-shaped pastry. He explains that he remembered how she used to wait all year for one as a child. Embarrassed by its state, he tells her to just throw it away. He'll buy a fresh one tomorrow. But to his surprise, she takes a bite, saying it's been a while and it still tastes good. It's a small thing, but the fact that the pastry is still warm feels incredibly comforting. Looking over at Chio, she's overwhelmed with emotion, telling him she's so glad they're like family, but she can't stop there. And with a deep blush, she confesses she likes him so much. He just offers a small, knowing smile, gently telling her not to be silly. And just like that, their new daily life began, though she quickly learned living together wasn't so simple. For instance, she proudly presents her first contribution to their new home, asking what he thinks. The camera pans to her masterpiece, a completely barren refrigerator. It hits her that she never had to worry about groceries before, remembering how her parents always handled it. But she has a solution, a cupboard stocked to the brim with every kind of instant noodle. A solution Chio immediately reports to his mom, as Yihan panics, vowing to go grocery shopping right now. Chio waves off her panic, deciding to just order delivery for now. Moments later, a scooter screeches to a halt outside their gate. The delivery driver smirks, recognizing the address immediately. He remembers his first time delivering here, checking his reflection in the mirror. He can't forget the beautiful girl who thanked him so sweetly at the door. Ever since that day, he's been counting the minutes until he got another order from her. He's pieced it all together. She always orders for one, so she must be alone. A beautiful woman living by herself in such a big house? He puffs out his chest, feeling protective. He frets over the danger, worrying what might happen if some weirdo latched onto her. And just then, the door opens to reveal Chio, greeting him with a simple hello. The driver's confident smirk dissolves into pure confusion, finding not a helpless woman, but Chio. Flustered, he stammers that he thought a woman lived here alone, his whole fantasy crumbling. Chio just smirks, a chilling glint in his eyes, wondering aloud if the man was mistaken. Just then, a voice calls out from inside, and a woman with long dark hair appears. It's Zhang Yihan, wondering why he's just standing there with a stranger at the door. The driver's face lights up, so she does live here. But Kaios' hand slams against the doorframe, blocking his view. He denies it flatly, his voice low and cold, as the driver's hope dies on his face. This isn't a house where she lives alone anymore, he clarifies, his gaze promising trouble. After all, the order in his hand is clearly for one Zhang Yihan. Later, Chio casually teases her about ordering so much takeout lately, the tension at the door already forgotten. He presses her, asking if she's really sure she orders takeout that infrequently. Yihan is confused. Why is he suddenly asking this? Did something happen at the door? The scene cuts back to the confrontation. Chio's voice low as he asks how the driver knew this was a single-occupant home. The driver flails for an excuse, insisting he meant nothing by it, just making small talk with a regular. But Chio's hand clenches, his tone darkening as he remarks how dangerous it can be for a woman alone. He leans in, a predator's gaze fixed on the terrified man, saying, "You never know who's just pretending to be friendly." With a chillingly polite smile, he thanks the driver for his concern. The door slams shut, leaving the driver utterly bewildered in the empty hallway. Through the peephole, his terrified face is the last thing seen before he scurries away. Back in the present, Chio's eyes narrow on the receipt. The order notes clearly say, "Leave it at the door." With the receipt still crumpled in his hand, Chio turns to Yihan with a sudden declaration. She's completely caught off guard, wondering why he's been making such a serious face. Her mind scrambles for an explanation. Is he just really, really hungry? But his gaze is intense as he gives her a new rule. Don't order delivery when you're home alone anymore. Before she can even argue, he abruptly turns away, muttering that he needs the bathroom. Yihan watches him go, deciding his strange mood must be from hunger since it's already lunchtime. She turns to finally open their food, but a sudden thought stops her in her tracks. A wave of heat rushes to her face as she realizes she isn't wearing a bra. She quickly pulls at her collar, trying to convince herself the thick pajamas were enough. He probably didn't notice. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Chio grips the edge of the tub, cold water splashing, as he tries to calm himself down. Oh, he noticed. He decides he needs to be more careful, shaking off the lingering tension from that morning. Back outside, he bluntly tells Yihan to go to her room when she offers to clean up. He quickly invents an excuse, claiming he feels bloated and needs to wash the dishes himself. Yihan watches him, a knot of unease forming as she realizes he hasn't made eye contact once. Was the food that bad? Feeling awkward, she decides to at least clear the table. But her eyes widen when she glances at the receipt, almost 50,000 won for a simple lunch. It's a stark reminder that living together means all your expenses double, too. Retreating to her room, she sighs, the weight of her financial situation settling in. Her phone shows her university tuition has been paid, but she knows more costs are coming. Staring at her own reflection, she worries that the money she has won't be enough for long. Just as she's spiraling, her phone buzzes, pulling her back to reality. It's her aunt, her warm voice, a welcome sound, with her uncle right there beside her. Yihan happily chats with them, mentioning she just ate with Chio, and her family is just thrilled to hear her voice. But the pleasant call takes a sharp turn when her aunt casually asks if anything happened with Chio last night. Yihan stammers, immediately flustered, insisting that absolutely nothing happened, a little too quickly, a little too loudly. Her aunt and uncle exchange a knowing look. They can tell something's up but decide not to press the issue. After promising a visit soon, her aunt says just hearing Yihan's voice makes her miss her more. Then she gets to the real point of the call, asking if Yihan saw the money she sent over. Yihan's eyes widen as she checks her phone, seeing a deposit alert for a staggering 1.5 million won. Before she can protest, her aunt insists it's for her expenses now that she's with Chio, and hangs up, leaving Yihan to sigh, overwhelmed by it all. Overwhelmed by her aunt's generosity, Yihan decides she can't just sit idly by. She carefully logs the 1.5 million won, vowing to repay this kindness and not let it pile up. Her mind is made up. It's time to find a part-time job and stand on her own feet. Meanwhile, Chio steps out after a shower, feeling a bit more refreshed, but he can't stop thinking about how Yihan was living with barely any supplies in the house. Just as he plans to ask her to go grocery shopping, he spots her rushing toward the exit. He calls out her name, confused, asking where she's off to in such a hurry. With a confident smile, Yihan ties up her hair and announces she's going to a job interview. Chio watches her, a faint smile on his face, momentarily stunned by her initiative. A memory flashes in his mind, a tiny Yihan hiding behind his legs, so different from the woman now. Chio lets out a weary sigh. A part-time job? She just can't sit still for a second. He presses her, asking if she's short on cash, certain his mom had sent her an allowance. But Yihan can't admit the truth, that she feels pathetic accepting money she hasn't earned, so she just smiles brightly and says it's time to be independent. He sees her resolve, a faint, understanding smile touching his lips. Then, without a word, he places a hand on her head, softly telling her to turn around. Yihan flinches, her cheeks flushing as he gently guides her. Standing behind her, he gathers her hair, telling her to hold still as she stammers, asking what he's doing. A distant memory surfaces. It was always Chio who tied her hair as a kid, never her aunt. But his hands feel different now, so much bigger and colder than she remembers. As he finishes the ponytail, she wonders if he's doing this for the woman she is now, or for the little girl he used to know. He finishes, noting they use the same shampoo, and wonders if she has any idea that it's not just her hair he desperately wants to hold on to. Yihan looks up at him, her heart pounding as she asks if he's all done. Chio's gaze is heavy as he tells her he should probably get going now. But as he moves, his hand brushes against her collar, stopping her cold. The words tumble out before she can stop them, a quiet plea for him to stay. She realizes something is different about him today, from his voice to his expression, and looking into his eyes, she knows her own feelings have changed as well. He pulls her close, whispering into her hair, asking her why he shouldn't leave. She looks up, her voice trembling as she asks if he'll stay if she tells him why. His serious gaze felt so distant, a stranger wearing a familiar face. She couldn't read him. The silence was heavy, with a question he wouldn't ask. The touch of his hand on her collar made her mind go completely blank. Grasping for anything, she stammers that she even bought new clothes today. Her clumsy, flustered reason seems to catch him completely off guard. Defeated, she asks if this means he's going to leave now anyway. But he just laughs, leaning into her and telling her to go on then, as far as she can. He admits he was expecting some big confession, not this. Suddenly, the tension breaks as his ears pop out, and he plays the lonely upperclassman card. He smirks, teasing that her desperate expression almost made him reconsider for a second. Steeling herself, she puts on her coat, promising to call him when she's done. With a quick goodbye, she turns and walks out the door, leaving him behind. He's left momentarily speechless by her cheerful thank you for helping with her hair. A slow, intrigued smile spreads across his face. She actually left with a smile. Yihan, however, is a bundle of nerves, trying to psych herself up for her first ever interview. She takes a deep breath, tells herself she's got this, and walks in to announce her appointment. But a few days later, the reality of her situation sinks in with a heavy sigh. Every attempt was a dead end, with employers dismissing her for one flimsy reason or another. Just as she's about to give up hope, her phone suddenly starts to ring. It's Chio, and from her gloomy expression alone, he already knows she didn't get the job. He lounges back, teasing her to just come home since she won't get the job anyway. But she insists this time is different, sighing as she explains it's for a new board game cafe. Her confidence is clearly shaken, and he tries to tell her not to stress over part-time work. She quietly thinks to herself that this is his strange way of cheering her up, a way only he has. He just wanted her to start university without any worries, especially since she missed out on high school. With a faint, distant smile, she thanks him but says she needs to go. He's caught off guard as she quickly ends the call, thanking him for his concern. Staring at the blank screen, Chio is left stunned. Something about that felt final. It was like she drew a line, and the wall she keeps around herself suddenly grew 10 feet taller. He realizes with a sinking feeling that he only knows the Zhang Yihan she allows him to see. Yihan walks alone, lost in thought, admitting to herself that she's terrified. If she lets her guard down for even a moment, everything she's endured might just crumble away. The memory surfaces of her high school classmates, always trying to invite her out, and she remembers her polite smile as she turned them down with the same excuse every time. They'd always gossip afterwards, some annoyed she was so distant, others asking for a little compassion, but she never wanted their pity. She stood on her own 2 feet, resolute in her path. After all, her one true purpose, the one she chose, was to ensure Chio never had to worry. With a clenched fist, she steels her resolve, pushing forward. She pulls out her phone, almost calling him, but then a notification pops up. Her interview location has been changed. Arriving at the new, unfamiliar address, she takes a breath and announces her arrival. She's greeted by a bald, intimidating man, and her heart sinks. Is this the owner? But then, a different man approaches, correctly identifying her as Zhang Yihan for the interview. He introduces himself as the manager with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. She follows him inside, feeling a small wave of relief that he seems gentle enough. Unseen by her, the bald man watches them go with a cold, unreadable expression. But as they walk down a narrow, run-down hallway, her initial relief begins to curdle into suspicion. The manager opens a door, and her face pales at what she sees inside. The interview room is nothing more than a tiny, shabby bedroom. He offers a flimsy excuse about the main office and casually gestures for her to sit as he settles into his chair, telling her not to be nervous. Her internal alarms are screaming. His casual tone manages to calm her nerves, and she tries to believe this is just a simple chat. The questions are normal, the conversation flows smoothly, and for a moment, it feels like a real interview. He compliments her respectful nature, and with a smile that still feels off, he offers her the job. A wave of pure joy washes over her. She was so desperate, and she eagerly accepts his offer. She admits just how badly she needed this, and his eyes glint with a cold, predatory understanding. The manager then pivots, prying into her life at a prestigious university and how she pays for it without parents. With a heavy heart, she explains they've passed away, and this job is her first step toward independence. He puts on a flimsy show of apology for being insensitive, which she quickly waves off. But his expression shifts as he says everyone has their story, then suggests she's suited for something different. Her relief evaporates into a chilling confusion. What could he possibly mean by that? He leans in with a conspiratorial smile, saying he doesn't offer this to just anyone. It's her quiet, innocent, and calm demeanor, he explains, that customers find so appealing. The true nature of the job finally clicks, and a cold dread washes over Zhang Yihan. He quickly tries to downplay it. It's nothing serious, just being a companion, chatting over a few drinks. His face twists into a predatory smile as he asks why she'd struggle for minimum wage. Disgusted and horrified, she stands to leave, telling him she'll pretend this conversation never happened. But he calls after her, his voice dripping with a smug certainty that she's just putting on an act. As she walks away, she realizes it's not just fear gripping her heart. It was the sickening way he saw right through her desperation, her complete helplessness. A chillingly familiar feeling, reminding her of a past where being seen as just a pretty, helpless thing ended badly. But just as the manager puts his hands on her, a familiar silhouette appears behind them. A memory flashes through her mind of Chio, his eyes burning with a protective fury. She remembers how simple things used to be back then. He was just her older brother's friend who lived next door, nothing more. Their lives were separate, only crossing paths by pure chance. But that all changed the day he first called her his little sister. It's a moment burned into her memory the day he declared she was under his protection. For the first time, She felt like someone had drawn a line in the sand just for her. Snapping back to the present, she watches him approach, wondering how he even knew she was here. He meets her gaze with a calm, unwavering confidence, ready to step in once again. And then Yihan sees that the manager is holding her hair tie. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, fixing that same tie for her, wondering what pain she endures when he's not around. That simmering worry from the past now fuels a cold, silent rage. Peeking from behind Chio, Yihan feels the strange tension, noting how this feels less like a cafe and more like an interrogation. But Chio is already putting the pieces together, a basement office with no signs and no cameras. He looks the manager dead in the eye, stating the obvious. This isn't an interview, it's a setup. Chio then gestures to the hair tie, demanding to know what that has to do with anything. The manager just laughs, trying to play it off like Chio is overreacting to their shabby office, though he knows he's poked a hornet's nest. But Chio isn't listening to the excuses anymore. His voice drops, a chilling warning not to address Yihan so casually, finding the sound of her name from this man's lips utterly grating. The manager just smirks, calling Chio a nosy boyfriend who's getting in the way. He then turns his oily charm on Yihan, explaining how vulnerable kids without families are. He paints a pathetic picture of girls being used and tossed aside by men who only pretend to care. But Chio cuts through the garbage, telling Yihan to wake up and see where she truly belongs. Seeing the rage building in him, Yihan quickly steps in, telling Chio not to let the man's words get to him. She then plays her own card, holding up her phone and announcing she's recorded everything. But it's a desperate bluff. She admits to herself that she didn't actually record a thing. Before she can second-guess herself, Chio's hand gently covers hers, stopping her. He looks down at her with a quiet, approving smile, telling her she's doing great. Yihan looks up, surprised and touched by his sudden, gentle reassurance. The manager sneers, telling Yihan she should come to her senses and worry about her own situation. He scoffs at her for trying to lecture him when she clearly doesn't understand anything. But Yihan stands her ground, calmly explaining that giving your heart away isn't something just anyone can do. The truly ugly thing here, she says, isn't the office, it's his twisted way of seeing people. Backed by Chio, she gives him one final warning. Say another word, and she's calling the police. She gives him a final, challenging look over her shoulder, daring him to see what happens next. Finally outside, the adrenaline wears off, and Yihan feels like she can barely stand. Chio checks on her, even offering to carry her, but she quickly brushes it off. He smiles, genuinely impressed, telling her she was different back there in a really good way. A little flustered, Yihan looks away, admitting that she could only do it because he was there. He looks down at her, his voice soft, reassuring her that she did a great job. The unexpected praise makes her heart flutter, but a question pops into her mind. How did he even know to find her in the basement of all places? Chio explains that when he couldn't reach her, he got worried and came to the address she gave. But there was no board game room, and a cold feeling started to creep in. It was just a hunch, a gut instinct telling him something was wrong downstairs. Then he remembered the suspicious-looking thug he'd seen sitting in the office lobby. That was the moment everything clicked, and he realized she was in serious trouble. He pulls her into a hug, a wave of relief and frustration washing over him as he scolds her for making him worry. But his anger feels like care, and she clutches his jacket, admitting he's the only one she truly has. Chio pulls back, his expression hardening as he asks what she's talking about. The question hangs in the air. Why would Jeong Yihan say she has no family? With a bitter smile, he reminds her they've been together for over a decade. Was it all for nothing? He wonders aloud how their parents would feel if they heard her say something so cold. Her eyes widen in disbelief. This isn't just concern anymore. He's genuinely hurt. But as he confronts her, a dark memory begins to surface in his mind. A flashback to a cold voice, flatly denying any familial bond. And the memory of a young girl, hands clasped over her mouth, overhearing someone say they never once thought of Yihan as family. The painful memory cuts off, leaving a heavy, unspoken tension between them in the present. The scene then shifts to a quiet house at night, the very home at the center of this complicated past. She collapses onto her bed, utterly spent, berating herself for being unable to say anything back then. In the days that followed, a heavy silence fell over the house, the two of them eating separately. She knows he must have been hurt, and Chio himself can only think of escaping home. She agonizes over how to apologize, but her thoughts are cut short by her phone buzzing beside her. It's an invitation to the university's freshman group chat, a welcome distraction from her guilt. Someone suggests they all get together for drinks that Saturday to get acquainted. But as the plans are finalized, a sudden, somber realization washes over her. This Sunday is the memorial day for her mother and her brother. She tells herself she can't go, but the scene shifts to the loud, cheerful party already in full swing. And somehow, she's there, sitting awkwardly amongst strangers, wondering how she even ended up coming. She tells herself she only came to avoid making things awkward for Chiyo. But being here isn't helping, as haunting memories of the accident flash through her mind. A concerned voice pulls her back to reality, as a guy asks if she's okay. He pours her a drink, introducing himself as Jung Yi-han, and she hesitantly gives her name. Staring at her reflection in the cup, she realizes this is her very first time drinking. Still, what's the harm in just one drink? She clinks her glass against his. The world blurs, and the next thing she knows, she's fumbling in the dark, trying to find her room. How did she even get here? She was just at the party a moment ago. Suddenly, a hand gently touches her cheek, and a familiar voice calls out his name, Jung Yi-han. He leans over her, his expression unreadable, claiming she was the one who let him in. The story flashes back 2 hours, to the lively bar where this whole mess started. Da-yoon, already flushed and past her limit, shyly refuses another drink from a friend. She thought alcohol was supposed to be fun, like in the movies, but it's just making her feel worse. Her thoughts darken as she remembers the real reason for her mood. Tomorrow is the anniversary of his death. Feeling completely out of place, she sits awkwardly beside Jung Yi-han, unable to join any conversation. Noticing her distress, he leans in to ask if she wants some fresh air, but the music is just too loud. The simple gesture is immediately spotted by a friend, who gasps at what she thinks she's seeing. Whispers spread like wildfire. Is this the start of a new campus couple? Da-yoon panics, trying to explain it's a misunderstanding, but her flustered state only fuels the teasing. Just then, her friend claps her hands, suddenly changing the subject to a handsome senior in their department. Her friend continues the gossip, laughing about some handsome guy, and Da-yoon is just grateful for the distraction. But then the details come out. Top of their department, went to the army, and is now a freshman. A horrible feeling of familiarity creeps in. The table buzzes with excitement, everyone curious about this legendary figure who's handsome enough to go viral. Her friend struggles to recall the name, thinking it sounds so familiar, before a sudden jolt of recognition hits her. She blurts out the name Han Chiyo, and at that exact moment, he walks through the door as if summoned. His friends greet him, casually asking why he's so late as they pull him further into the party. The girls at a nearby table immediately notice, whispering about how he's gorgeous but has a scary aura. Da-yoon, however, is frozen in absolute panic. Why, of all places, is Chiyo here? Her mind spirals. She left without saying anything. He's definitely going to be furious when he sees her. Deciding she has to intercept, she gets up, planning to call him outside before he can spot her in the crowd. But her friends immediately notice her trying to slip away, asking where she's going. Flustered, Da-yoon stammers out a weak excuse about getting some water, praying he didn't hear his name just now. Too late. From across the room, Chiyo slowly turns his head, a knowing look in his eyes. Hes looking right at her. A wave of dread washes over Da-yoon. She's been caught. Her mind races. She left the house for his sake. Surely he couldn't be mad about that, right? Steeling herself, she decides to just greet him, but her brain short-circuits trying to find the right words. But just as she's about to speak, he deliberately turns his back, completely ignoring her existence. Her friend returns, handing her a glass of water and asking if she's all right after seeing her frozen in place. Another friend leans in, worried she looks pale, but Da-yoon internally rationalizes Chiyo's behavior. Maybe it's just awkward in public. She forces a smile, insisting she's fine, but can't hide the truth from herself. That silent rejection really hurt. Meanwhile, Chiyo's friends are just happy to see him, teasing him for being so hard to track down. But one of them quickly notices that Chiyo hasn't said a single word. Chiyo just deflects the question, his mind completely elsewhere. He slams back a drink, his anger simmering. So she's just going to pretend she doesn't know him? He was trying to be considerate, but she just turned and left without even a hello. Leaning his head on his hand, he can't believe it. Jung Yi-han, you're so heartless. His eyes drift across the room, landing on Da-yoon laughing with her friends, completely misreading the situation. His buddies snap him out of it, complaining about how he ghosted them after being discharged. But then one friend spills the beans. The real reason Chiyo's been a hermit is his little sister. The table buzzes with curiosity. But when someone asks if his sister is pretty, Chiyo's gaze turns sharp and cold. Across the room, his eyes land on Da-yoon, a soft, warm blush gracing her cheeks. A slow, confident smirk spreads across Chiyo's face as he confirms it for his friends. Yeah, she's gorgeous. The table immediately gets rowdy, demanding he show them a picture of this so-called sister. But Chiyo just laughs, brushing them off. From her table, Da-yoon watches him, noting how happy he looks. Her mind flashes back to a painful memory, an apology she had to make. She always knew he never truly saw her as family, but as a burden he had to carry. That's why she kept her distance, trying not to trouble him any further, even if it hurt. And seeing him smile so freely with others, she realizes it stings more than she'd admit. She silently scolds herself for being so petty, a foolish little sibling asking for forgiveness. Later, through a drunken haze, she feels herself being lifted as Kyo's voice calls out her real name, "They're here." She weakly protests, trying to pull away, but he's already decided they're going. The next thing she knows, a gentle hand is brushing hair from her face, stirring her from her drunken sleep. Her eyes flutter open to see Chio looking down at her, softly asking if she's awake now. Sitting up in a daze, Dayoon has no idea what happened until he explains she suddenly passed out at the party. Her memory is a complete blank, but when he confirms he carried her home, a vague recollection sparks in her mind. A sudden, soft laugh escapes his lips, and she looks up, confused by his amusement. She's flustered, unsure how to react to this sudden shift in his demeanor. He tells her to rest, that they can talk tomorrow, but she impulsively reaches out and grabs his hand, refusing to let him go. Chio freezes, completely caught off guard by her sudden, desperate gesture. The playful air vanishes instantly, replaced by a tense shock as he processes what's just happened. Instead of letting him go, she pulls him down onto the bed, wrapping her arms around him. With a blush, she murmurs that she has something she needs to tell him. Something important. Chio, however, just closes his eyes, thinking she must be drunk and he'll have to keep a better eye on her. But she calls his name again, her touch firm, pulling him out of his thoughts. She asks if he remembers that day, the very first day he ever called her his sister. The scene shifts, her memory taking them back to a week of endless rain during her second year of elementary school. She recalls being neglected for days, alone and scared, until a young Chio found her and saved her. With tears in his eyes, he'd made a desperate, fierce promise to love her more than her own parents did. To a broken little girl, it was a miracle, the exact words she needed to hear to feel safe again. She remembers how all her tension finally snapped, and she collapsed, unconscious, in his arms. The only things she remembers from that moment are his ragged, breathless panting, and the cold rain on her face before waking up to the sterile, medicinal scent of a hospital. From her bed, she could hear a nurse trying to get family contact info from Chio, but he just cried, his voice breaking as he insisted she was his sister and begged them to save her. Seeing him so fiercely protective, so desperate for her sake, that image was burned into her mind forever. The official story was simple, almost comical in comparison. She just fainted from hunger. Back in the present, she snuggles closer, fondly recalling how his parents took her in after that. She hesitates, unsure if he even remembers that distant day with the same weight she does. But as she starts to apologize, his hand covers hers, his voice cutting through the quiet. He remembers it perfectly, pulling her into a tight embrace, calling it the day she became his sister. Morning light filters in as Hong Da-yoon slowly begins to stir. Her eyes open, and a wave of confusion hits her. When did she even pass out? The answer becomes immediately clear as she finds herself still wrapped in Chio's arms. She vaguely recalls their emotional conversation from last night, but the details after that are a complete blur. Then, a soft memory surfaces, his hand gently stroking her hair. She remembers the immense comfort and warmth that lulled her to sleep. But now, back in the present, the bed feels uncomfortably hot. Deciding to avoid any morning awkwardness, she carefully plans her escape. Just as she starts to move, however, his arms tighten around her, pulling her back. Suddenly she can't breathe, trapped in his sleepy death grip and wondering how to get out. He was awake the whole time, teasingly asking where she thought she was going. After a sleepless night, he muses that it's her turn to suffer. But just as he thinks that, he feels something unexpected. He looks down to see her hand planted firmly on his chest, and her leg is wrapped tightly around his waist, putting them in a very compromising position. The awkwardness jolts Da-yoon awake, and she springs up, flustered and apologizing for clinging to him. Chio sits up, brushing it off as nothing, though internally he's thinking that was a very close call. To clear the air, he suggests they get ready to visit the memorial park, his eyes lingering on a photo of her late mother and brother. Once outside, he asks if she's ready, gesturing toward a sleek, expensive-looking car. Da-yoon is completely stunned, but Chio casually explains his father left it for him, a fact he'd simply never mentioned before. Da-yoon starts to worry about how her uncle will manage, but Chio cuts her off with a smirk, telling her not to worry and just get in. Inside the car, he leans over to buckle her seatbelt as she admits she feels bad making him drive. A memory of his father's warning echoes in his mind before he tells her, with surprising sincerity, that she's the only one he'll ever drive around. With that settled, he gets ready to pull out, mentioning it'll be about an hour's drive. And just like that, they smoothly merge into the city traffic, on their way to the memorial. As they drive, his words keep replaying in her mind. You're the only one making her heart flutter just a little. He notices her staring into space and snaps her out of it, asking if she slept well last night. She quickly says she did, but he gives her a skeptical glance, clearly not believing her for a second. He gently reminds her that she usually calls him drunk and sad the night before this day. But as they stop at a light, she realizes he's right to be suspicious. She actually slept soundly, wondering if his presence was more comforting than she ever imagined. Chio senses her heavy mood and decides to match her silence for the rest of the drive. She's lost in thought, a familiar ache spreading through her chest as they draw near. Before long, the car stops. They've arrived at the memorial. Jae-yoon steps out into the quiet air, a gentle breeze rustling through her hair. They walk side by side down the familiar path, a place she notes never changes. She looks up at him, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes for his steady presence. Finally, they stand before the grave of her mother, Seo Suyeon. Chio suddenly remembers the flowers and says he needs to run back to the car. He waves off her offer to join, insisting she stay, knowing she needs this moment alone. Left by herself, Dayoon crouches down, whispering an apology for her long absence. Her mind flashes back to when she was just a little girl, telling her mother how much she'd missed her. Just as she's about to update her on everything that's happened, the sound of footsteps interrupts the quiet moment. She turns, thinking Chio has returned already, a small smile forming on her lips. But the smile vanishes instantly. It's not him. It's her aunt, a person she can barely stand to be near. The woman remarks on how long it's been, how Dayoon is already 20 now. A painful memory surfaces, reminding Dayoon that this woman despises her more than anyone in the world. She remembers her aunt's grief-stricken face, screaming that her sister's death was all Dayoon's fault. Back in the present, her aunt's tone is cold as she asks if finding a job is proving difficult. Dayoon quietly answers that she was just accepted into Hanguk University. The aunt's face darkens, her mind immediately jumping to one thing: money. It brings back a painful memory of her aunt's constant warnings about the family that took her in. Dayoon tries to argue, to defend the man who raised her, but the words catch in her throat. Her aunt stops, confused by her sudden intensity. With trembling anger, Dayoon finally snaps, telling her to never call him father. The old woman backs down, but not before promising to be in touch about the insurance money. Her parting words are a condescending warning, leaving Dayoon standing alone and shaken. Deciding it's time to head back, she pulls out her phone to check the time. But then, footsteps echo on the stairs. It's Chio, flowers in hand, walking right into the tense aftermath. She looks at him, and a strange feeling surfaces, a sense of familiarity she just can't place. The feeling pulls her back into a memory, to a voice calling her name as she waited alone. A young man had rushed up, apologizing for his lateness, as he pressed a warm pack into her cold hands. She remembers the wave of relief, her worry that something bad had happened to him vanishing instantly. And that young man was Chio, who saw her distress back then and chose to say nothing, a quiet act of kindness. Even now, his refusal to pry is a small comfort, a reason she can keep holding on. But that same thoughtfulness triggers another memory, a painful flash of her smiling brother waving goodbye. The scene shifts to her brother, Jong Lee-jun, standing confused before a locked gate, wondering where everyone is. Just then, a neighbor approaches, casually informing him that the handsome son of that house left early with the girl next door. The memory continues, with her brother confirming that yes, they had somewhere important to go. A hint of resolve crosses his face. It was something they absolutely had to do that day. The scene dissolves back to the present, to a house under a bright blue sky, and a much simpler problem. Hong Dae-yoon stands before her open closet, letting out a frustrated sigh. She's definitely going to be late. Time flies. She's a college student now, but she's paralyzed by the choice of what to wear. She drifts into another memory, of two parental figures who were always there on important days like this. A soft, bittersweet smile graces her lips as she thinks to herself she really misses them. But she shakes it off. This is no time for nostalgia. Her brother is waiting. She has to hurry. Just then, a voice cuts in from behind, Chio playfully asking how she can spend all day just picking clothes. She jumps, asking when he even got here, but he just says he got worried when she took so long. With a sigh, he reaches into her closet, telling her not to complain about what he picks. He suddenly leans in close from behind, draping a shirt over her shoulders. Her heart pounds. He's way too close, and she can hear him muttering about how all her clothes look the same. He pulls back slightly, a smug look on his face as he notices her sudden silence. Dayoon is completely flustered, her face flushing as the room suddenly feels way too hot. Chio just watches her reaction, his expression unreadable but intensely focused. And after all that, this is what he picked? A plain hoodie and cap. She's horrified. As they walk to campus, he shamelessly teases her, saying she looks like she's going on a school trip. He lectures her that comfortable clothes are best for students, which might even help her grades. She scoffs, asking why he's dressed so nicely then, but he just smirks, claiming he looks good even in rags. Trying to move on, She suggests they get lunch, but he suddenly stops walking. He turns to her with a serious expression, saying there's something he needs to tell her. They finally arrive at the gates of Korea University. Da-yoon is in awe, thinking the campus looks just like something she's only seen in dramas. But her excitement quickly turns to dread, realizing she's supposed to attend this huge place all alone. Because that's what he wanted to tell her. They have to pretend they're strangers at school. He coldly reminds her he didn't even acknowledge her before, so acting friendly now would just be weird. He lays out his logic. If people find out they live together, it'll be nothing but trouble, which is exactly what she was worried about. And she can't deny it. She's an adult now, but the thought of everyone knowing their situation is terrifying. Defeated, she pulls her cap down, admitting to herself that he's right, but his hand gently stops her, pushing the cap back as he tells her not to worry so much. He leans in, suggesting they just think of it as a fresh start, a senior and a junior in the same department. Simple as that. Now on her own, she walks through the campus halls with a new resolve. She can't rely on him forever. Finally, she finds her classroom. Visual Design Department, a 301. She steps inside, looking for a place to sit, when a hand shoots up and a familiar voice calls out. Da-yoon's face lights up, relieved to find an old friend there on her very first day. Elsewhere, a phone call connects two strangers, Chio on one end and a young man, Jung Yi-han, on the other, inquiring about a rooftop apartment. Chio listens for a moment before confirming that now is a good time to talk. A sly smile plays on his lips. Something about the caller's deep voice has caught his interest. Yi-han listens patiently as Chio cuts to the chase, asking when he'd like to see the place. Eager to move, Yi-han asks if this evening would work, but Chio hesitates, mentioning the apartment is probably a mess. He seems to be testing the kid, wondering about his rush, and even warning him about how uncomfortable rooftop apartments can be. But Yi-han isn't deterred in the slightest, brushing off the warning as if it's no big deal. Seeing his resolve, Chio relents, offering to tidy up after his classes so Yi-han can stop by tonight. But his offer to help triggers a painful memory for Yi-han, a cruel voice calling kids without parents a nuisance who shouldn't bother others. Suddenly withdrawn, Yi-han quickly backtracks, apologizing for being a potential trouble. On the other end, Chio just smirks, finding this kid's sudden apology fascinating. But Yi-han's at judo practice and is being called away by one of his seniors. He quickly ends the call, promising to check the place out in 3 days, leaving Chio hanging. Judo, huh? Chio thinks, a sly, predatory smile spreading across his face. This is getting interesting. But Yi-han's mind is already somewhere else, replaying the memory of Da-yoon's kind, handwritten note. Da-yoon herself is in class, completely unable to focus on the lecture. Yi-han can't stop replaying her words, trying to decipher what she could have possibly meant. He spirals, wondering if she pitied him, if he's the weird one for taking it the wrong way. At the same time, Dae-yoon's friend whispers to her, noting that she doesn't seem like the type to have bad intentions. The lecture finally ends, but for Yi-han, the class on overthinking has just begun. Just as class wraps, his friend suggests lunch, but Yi-han quickly shuts it down, claiming he's already eaten. That's when she introduces him to Ju-young, the girl from that drinking party a while back. Ju-young flashes a bright smile, extending the invitation to everyone, saying she's been dying to try the cafeteria food. Yi-han tries to bail again, but his friend insists, worried it would be too awkward to leave him after a fresh introduction. But for Da-yoon, this forced kindness triggers something dark and familiar. She's been here before, people pretending to care out of pity, only to drift away when the obligation fades. Just as she quietly agrees to go, Ju-young gives her a knowing look, musing that she was going to come along anyway. Afterwards, the awkwardness hangs heavy in the air. Yi-han found the food bland and the conversation worse. He stops in his tracks, mentally kicking himself for being so frustratingly passive. Da-eun glances back, noticing he's fallen behind, and asks what's wrong, but he just brushes it off. As they walk, Yi-han's attention is snagged by a banner for the university's famous judo club. His friend playfully asks if he's suddenly got an interest in martial arts. Yi-han dismisses it, explaining that his older brother used to do judo, a faint, smiling memory flashing in his mind. Ju-young, ever curious, immediately asks about his brother, wondering about their age gap. The innocent question makes Da-yoon's blood run cold. She knows she has to change the subject, and fast. But just as she's about to intervene, her eyes catch sight of a familiar figure walking past. Without even thinking, she calls out to Chio, who stops in his tracks, recognizing the voice instantly. The moment his name leaves her lips, Da-yoon is flooded with pure, undiluted panic. As her friends look on in shock, she stammers, trying to explain her informal outburst to the intimidating upperclassman. But just as she begins to apologize, Chio simply reaches out and taps her on the forehead, silencing her. With a sly grin, he He remarks that he remembers her now, amused by how hard she was trying. He playfully asks for her name again, and as she introduces herself as Jang Yihan, she breathes a silent sigh of relief. Her friends, completely missing the tension, cheerfully invite the senior to join them for coffee. Da-yoon panics and immediately tries to shut it down, insisting that Chio must be busy. But he smoothly waves it off, thinking this is a perfect chance to get to know his juniors. He declares he'll treat them, leaving a mortified Da-yoon wondering how things spiraled so quickly. Ju-young senses the mood and feels guilty, thinking she's the one who awkwardly held up a busy upperclassman. Her other friend just pats her shoulder, telling her to forget about it and not overthink things. After getting their drinks, he hands a non-caffeinated one to Da-yoon, who thanks him quietly. Ju-young is surprised she didn't get coffee, but Chio casually explains she can't handle caffeine well. Da-yoon herself is shocked, asking her senior how he could possibly know that about her. Chio just flashes a smooth smile, but internally, he's already finding this whole act annoying. He leans in closer, invading her personal space to deliver his fabricated story. He reminds her of that day, whispering that he thought they got pretty close walking together. As he speaks, his hand deliberately brushes against hers in a subtle, possessive gesture. Da-yoon flinches, her hand tensing up at the sudden, unwelcome contact. Her mind is racing. This is getting dangerous, and she worries her friends will notice. Chio then feigns disappointment, asking if he was the only one who felt a connection. He can feel his polite mask slipping, forcing himself to get his expression under control. Her friends can only watch from a distance, completely baffled by this weirdly intense display. Chio turns to her friends with a disarming smile, putting on an act and claiming he was just helping Da-yoon out. She quickly pulls her cap down to hide her face, seething internally at how annoying he is. His calculated moves are working perfectly, making her feel like she's the only one flustered by the situation. Finally escaping, Da-yoon walks to her next class, feeling a wave of relief at being alone. But his nonchalant expression replays in her mind. How can he be so calm and collected? It's as if he's completely used to this. Her thoughts are suddenly broken by shouts from across the campus lawn. Students from the guitar club are passionately trying to recruit new members with promises of romance. Right next to them, the English club makes a more serious pitch about building a resume. Watching the various clubs bicker and compete, Da-yoon finds herself genuinely intrigued. She walks through the crowd, wondering what to choose, something fun or something practical for her future. Her lingering gaze catches the attention of a recruiter from one of the martial arts clubs. Da-yoon politely tries to wave him off, not wanting to get pulled into another conversation, but as she turns to walk away, she bumps right into someone else, quickly apologizing. Instead of a reply, a hand extends, offering her a flyer for the judo club. Then a voice cuts through her surprise, and it's a really, really deep one. She looks up to see a towering figure in a blue judo uniform, his face hidden by a mascot head. She stammers that she's not interested, but her mind is already fixated on just how tall he is. Looking at his physique, she can't help but think she's never seen a judo uniform look so good. An image flashes in her mind. If Legion were still alive, he would have looked just like this. She shakes her head, feeling a sudden wave of guilt for letting her thoughts drift to someone else. The mascot head comes off, revealing a man with a chillingly familiar face who asks if she's all right. He leans closer, his voice laced with concern, but she can only stare, completely transfixed. Her mind begins to spiral. It's just a uniform, this isn't right, and the dark memories begin to claw their way back. An accusatory glare from a face she can never forget flashes in her mind. The memory sharpens to the voices of her family, blaming her for their deaths, haunting her with their words. The scene pulls back, showing her sweating bullets while looking up at him, the mascot head still on. Then she relives the moment, his hand reaching up to remove the mask. Her eyes fly wide open in a sudden jolt of pure, unadulterated panic. It triggers another flash of memory, her own hand desperately grabbing at her brother, begging him to stop. She's ripped back to reality, horrified and losing her grip, wondering what in the world she is doing. Her sudden panic attack immediately draws the attention of the two recruiters. She quickly pulls her hand away, stammering an apology and saying she was just lost in thought. The man in the mascot suit says he's fine, but he can tell she's the one who's clearly not okay. Flustered, Da-yoon just clutches the flyer he gave her, promising to look at it later before making her escape. His friend watches her go, turning to him to ask what on earth that was all about. The man in the suit doesn't answer, instead reaching up to finally remove the heavy mascot head. His face is revealed as he admits that he must have made her uncomfortable somehow. But Da-yoon is already gone, practically running to put distance between herself and the trigger. She desperately tries to convince herself that what happened that day was just an accident, something she couldn't control. But the memories flood back anyway, a younger version of herself, being screamed at, blamed for her sister's fate. She walks away from the campus, trying to leave the memory behind. But a single glance back shows the truth. The encounter has completely shattered her composure. The lie, she told herself, falls apart, replaced by a torrent of guilt. If only she hadn't been so stubborn that day. Her mother and her brother might still be here. The terrible thought solidifies. She killed them. It was all her fault. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone's phone is blowing up with increasingly impatient texts, demanding to know where a girl named Jang Yihan is. The sender is Chio, lounging on his couch and getting more irritated by the minute. He tries to rationalize it, guessing she's just out with friends, being a normal college student. But as he waits, another thought cuts through the annoyance. A sudden, vivid memory. He remembers Dayun's face from earlier, how even the cap he gave her couldn't hide her flustered, pained expression. He glances at the clock, scoffing at himself for getting so worked up waiting for one person while thinking of another. His foot taps against the floor, the last of his patience finally snapping. Fine. Hes done waiting around. He'll just go out and find her himself. But just then, the door swings open, and there she is, Jang Yihan. She puts on a bright, apologetic smile, claiming she was just having a late dinner with classmates. He sighs, just telling her to call next time, and she promises she'll be more careful. But as she turns to leave, Chio feels a sudden, sharp sense that something is off. His eyes narrow, his instincts screaming that he missed something. His gaze drifts down to the entryway, settling on her discarded shoes. They're just kicked off, left messy and out of place. He remembers her once telling him that a tidy entrance brings good fortune, and this carelessness is not like her at all. He stops her just before she reaches her room, asking directly if something happened. She turns, flashing a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, and denies that anything is wrong. Chio just watches her, a silent understanding passing over his face. He decides to let it go, figuring she's just tired. He'll tidy up her shoes for her this time. But as he moves, the lights flicker and die, plunging the hallway into darkness. A power outage? His immediate concern is for Yihan. She must be surprised. He turns to go to her, but a sudden, chilling premonition stops him in his tracks. He stares at her door, listening for any sound at all. But there's nothing. An unnatural, heavy silence fills the house. And that eerie quiet triggers a memory, pulling him back to another day just like this one. His hand closes around the doorknob, turning it with a soft click. But then he pauses. Something feels wrong. He needs to think for a second. Inside, Yihan leans against the door, pleading to be left alone. This is why she hesitated to live with him. She can handle her pain by herself, but when he's here, she can't hide a thing. Chio understands this silence is her shield, her way of coping with the darkness. And he knows she needs her space, but he also knows what she truly fears. So he pushes the door open, telling her he's coming in regardless. He gently cups her face, seeing the terror in her eyes. Her real fear was that no one would open this door for her. He asks her to tell him what happened, but she flinches, certain he won't believe a word she says. Wiping a tear from her cheek, he asks softly if he truly needs a reason to trust her. She confesses she saw a vision of someone who looked just like Legion, her deceased brother. In this nightmare, he leaned in and accused her of being the one who killed them both. She tells Chio that no matter how hard she tries to pretend she's okay, it's all useless. Breaking down in his arms, she sobs that she doesn't deserve happiness, because her mother and brother died because of her. She whispers that she should have been in that car with them, that she should have died that day. As she begins to hyperventilate, Chio grabs her hand, demanding that she look at him and breathe. But her mind is spiraling, terrified that even he is starting to look like her brother. His gaze is intense, watching her drown in a trauma he can't fully understand. A single tear falls as she looks at him, lost in the memories of that day. And then, to silence the ghosts and bring her back to reality, he leans in to kiss her. Pulling back slightly, Chio's gaze is intense as he asks if he still looks like her dead brother. Yihan's eyes widen, her mind reeling from the unexpected sensation. She's just now processing it. Something touched her lips, and then it was gone. He watches her, asking quietly if she's finally come back to her senses. But her thoughts are a mess. She can't think straight, overwhelmed by his closeness. Her heart pounds so loudly she's terrified he'll hear it, her breath catching in her throat. He calls her name, his voice low, telling her to think of what comes next as resuscitation. She can only stare, completely stunned by his strange declaration as he steps closer. Holding her face in his hands, he warns her not to blame him for this later. And then he pulls her in, silencing any protest with a deep, deliberate kiss. Her mind scrambles to catch up, a frantic wait a second lost in the moment. Pulling away, she covers her mouth, face burning as she asks what he thinks he's doing. He just calmly wipes his lips, completely unfazed by her shock. Just then, the lights flicker back on, and he notes with satisfaction that she's finally breathing. She's still reeling, trying to process what just happened as he coolly points out the powers back. Stuttering his name, she tries to ask if they really just, but he just plays dumb. She can't even bring herself to say the word, the embarrassment is just too much. But Chio has no problem saying it for her, bluntly asking if she's trying to confirm they kissed. He steps closer, his tone shifting, telling her that before that, she has a question to answer. His eyes lock onto hers, demanding to know who she sees when she looks at him right now. Da-yoon is completely frozen, her mind a blank slate after what just happened. Barely able to meet his gaze, a blush creeping up her neck, she stammers that he looks like her brother. Her thoughts race. Of course she can't look at him, not when he just stole her very first kiss. But as she's lost in her own embarrassment, she notices the look in his eyes, something knowing and intense. He just smirks, telling her not to make a big deal out of it. It was just simple mouth to mouth. She can't believe the nonsense has spouting, but he just presses on, asking what else it could have been. His tone darkens as he reminds her of the state he found her in, completely breaking down at the sight of her brother. He asks what he was supposed to do, watching her fall apart right in front of him. That, he explains quietly, is why he did it. Softly apologizing if he surprised her. And in that moment, she understands she wasn't the only one who was falling apart. He whispers another soft apology, and she can only stare, completely lost for words. Burying her face in his chest, she insists she wasn't trying to make him feel sorry for her, but he just holds her tighter, his voice low as he asks her to promise never to say those things again. With a small voice, she agrees, and for him, that simple promise is all he needed to hear. He finally lets go, turning to leave her to rest after the emotionally draining day. But as she watches him go, she can't help but feel pathetic, always relying on Chio to pick up her pieces. Just as he reaches the door, he stops and calls her name, catching her completely off guard. She turns back, confused, as he starts to give her one last piece of advice. He tells her that if this ever happens again, instead of her brother, she should try thinking of him instead. And with that stunningly bold suggestion, he leaves her a blushing, stammering mess. She meekly asks if she can really do that, and he just smirks, casually declaring himself her Oppa now. And with that devastatingly smooth line, he exits the room, the click of the door sealing her fate. Da-yoon is left completely alone, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm in the sudden silence. Flashes of their time together flood her mind, leading to a single, terrifying thought. Does she actually like Chio? The next morning, a voice from outside calls for Yihan, announcing it's time to head out. Chio, whose real name is Yihan, finally drags himself out of bed, grumbling that Da-yoon is going to be late. But a quick scan of his apartment reveals an empty space where she should be. He then spots a little note she left behind on his desk. A small, amused smile plays on his lips as he reads it. She ran away. Later, he arrives at the university campus, a bit earlier than usual, without his flustered housemate to wait for. Her friends immediately notice something is off, one of them leaning in with a sly, knowing smile. They ask if something happened yesterday, and Da-yoon can only offer a flustered, unconvincing denial. In class, she tries to focus, but her mind is racing. She didn't get a wink of sleep last night. Just then, her phone buzzes, and a notification from Chio pops up, asking if she made it to school. A deep blush colors her cheeks as she stares at the screen, realizing she has to finally admit it to herself. Meanwhile, Chio smirks at his own phone, seeing she's read his message but hasn't replied. He seems to be enjoying this, wondering how long her little silent treatment will last. But Da-yoon clenches her fist, deciding this momentary waver of her heart doesn't mean anything. She has to stop now. Her mind flashes back. He's always been the only guy in her orbit, so these feelings must be an illusion. She touches her lip, trying to convince herself that's all it is, just a simple mistake of the heart. She tries to downplay it, telling herself that moment with Chio wasn't even a real kiss. Best to just put it out of her mind and never think about it again. After all, even Yihan once told her the chance of them being romantic was absolutely zero. And Chio himself had warned her that if she ever had any ideas, they should just stop seeing each other for good. Lost in these rejections, she's jolted back to reality as a voice calls her name. Her friends laugh, pointing out that she's been completely zoned out. Ju-young then mentions she knows a senior in the PE department and asks if Da-yoon wants to go on a group date. Da-yoon starts to decline, but then a thought hits her. Maybe this is exactly what she needs. One of her friends is already busy checking Yihan's schedule, but Da-yoon's mind is elsewhere. Meanwhile, Chio arrives at a doorway, confirming he's in the right place, looking like he's got business to attend to. He peeks into the lecture hall, telling himself hell, just check if she's safe and then leave. And there she is, sitting in the back, looking small from his vantage point. But just as he's about to turn away, he hears her voice ring out with a sudden decision. She's going on the group date, and a shadow crosses Kaio's face as he realizes she's running away again. While her friends cheer her on, Chio can only watch as she dives headfirst into this new distraction. The topic, of course, immediately shifts to her ideal type, a question meant to help with the matchmaking. Daeun is caught completely off guard, admitting she's never really thought about it. Her friends laugh, teasing her for being so vague and playing coy. But the simple question hits her harder than she expected, making her genuinely wonder, has she ever, in her life of constant struggle, actually stopped to think about who she likes? She tells them no one comes to mind, but a memory of Chio's voice cuts through her thoughts. Suddenly her face is burning red, and she frantically insists she's not interested in dating at all. But one of her classmates isn't buying it. Seeing right through the flustered act with a smirk, she watches Daeun's erratic behavior, finding her attempt at playing innocent incredibly annoying. And she decides then and there that she and Daeun just don't click. Meanwhile, at a 2-4-hour sauna, someone is being called out for overstaying their welcome. It's Chio, and the manager scolds him for practically living there, sleeping on the floor like a vagrant. She brings up her own nephew, an athlete, and how much money his parents had to pour into his career. Chio can only agree, as the manager urges him to be grateful and stop making his own parents worry. Her words about kids running away from home over nothing seem to strike a painful chord with him. Chio walks on, thinking about the money he secretly earned. It should be enough for a deposit on a new rooftop apartment. He pulls out his phone, confirming the viewing. It's the only place he can afford, so there's really no choice. Suddenly, a little boy runs by, his mom chasing after him, but the kid stops dead, pointing at Chio and calling him a tiger. That word jolts a memory from yesterday, the man in the tiger mask, and the girl's utterly shocked face. What did she see? Before he can dwell on it, the boy runs right into his leg with a thud. The mother rushes over, forcing her terrified son to apologize to the intimidating stranger. Chio tries to brush it off, but his hardened expression only makes the child burst into tears. As they hurry away, he sighs. He's used to this. Maybe he really is the problem. But as he thinks back to that girl's face, it felt oddly familiar, not like a stranger's at all. He searches his memory, and a faint image appears, a small girl, waving happily and calling out Oppa. Elsewhere, Seo Yujin picks up his phone to the sound of his friend desperately begging to be saved. Hess about to hang up, assuming it's another complaint about their coach, but his friend's strange request stops him cold. The scene shifts to a university class, where the professor makes a last-minute announcement that sends a chill through the room. The midterm exam is cancelled, replaced by a dreaded group project, and Hong Da-yoon immediately feels her stomach drop. While some students are already pairing up and planning, Da-yoon is stuck in a state of quiet panic. She hates group projects, but she knows she has to pull her weight. Her group has 3, they just need one more person. Nearby, another classmate scoffs internally, thinking that clumsy Yehan girl would be a terrible choice for any team. Just then, 2 guys walk up to that very classmate, asking if their 2-person team can join hers. She eagerly agrees, forming a full group, which leaves Da-yoon and her friends watching in confusion. Da-yoon turns to her friend Yu-yong to point out the professor's rule, but Yu-yong just smiles, replying that she already knows. The other girl, however, just scoffs at the rules, saying it's no big deal, but Yehan is panicking internally. If she doesn't find a group now, it might be too late. Ju-young then turns to her, mockingly suggesting that if Yehan is so worried, she should go ask the professor herself. She immediately dismisses the idea with a sly grin, saying it's too much of a hassle. And in that moment, Yehan realizes to Ju-young, she's just a burden. But before she can spiral, a calm voice tells her there's no need to worry. A girl she's never met before is standing there, offering Yehan a spot in her group. Right behind her, a guy walks up, casually mentioning he already confirmed with the professor that a 3-person group is fine. He turns to the stunned Yehan, asking for her name, leaving her completely bewildered by these strangers. Introducing themselves as Hyunye and Mirai, they welcome her to the team and walk away, leaving Yehan speechless. As she walks alone across campus, Yehan finds a strange comfort in her solitude. It's a sad realization she's just become so used to being by herself. She thinks back to Ju-young, remembering how it's always been easier to be alone than to make others feel awkward. But some people, she muses, seem to have a talent for spotting the scars you try to hide. She's convinced Hyunjae and Mirai only helped because they overheard everything and felt sorry for her. It wasn't genuine warmth, she decides, but a careful, considerate form of pity. And it leaves her feeling small, trapped in a kindness she can't refuse, but that hurts to accept. Her mind drifts to other times friends tried to include her, their good intentions feeling just as heavy. At the bus stop, she lets out a heavy sigh, wishing everyone would just stop being so considerate, but she steels herself, resolving to push down her anxiety and just try not to make things weird for them. As she waits, she stares at her phone, steeling her resolve. Today, she'll know for sure if her heart truly belongs to Chio. Her screen shows a memory of him leaning in close, a playful question hanging in the air. And speak of the devil, a familiar voice cuts through the quiet, asking if she's going somewhere nice without him. Yihan flinches, completely startled to find Chio standing right there, looming over her. He doesn't wait for an answer, instead sliding onto the bench beside her, far too close for comfort. His hand comes to rest behind her, trapping her as he murmurs that he understands now. He leans in, voice dripping with venom, asking if she really thinks she can breathe on her own just because he saved her once. But right at that moment, the screech of tires announces the arrival of her bus. Seeing her chance, she jumps up, stammering that her ride is here and she has to leave. Chio just watches her scurry away with a chilling smile, thinking to himself she calls that an escape? But her escape is cut short as Chio appears right behind her on the bus, asking where she's off to. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper, reminding her of all the secrets they share. His words and proximity force a memory to the surface, the very reason she's been so desperate to avoid him. The next stop is announced, and Yihan frantically presses the button, praying he won't follow. She tries to blend in with the exiting crowd, hoping to slip away unnoticed. With a surge of hope, she takes a step towards the door, thinking she's finally free. But just as she's about to disembark, a firm hand wraps around her waist, pulling her back. It's Chio, calmly telling her she's not getting off because he's not letting her go. The bus doors slide shut with a hiss, sealing her inside with him. He takes her hand, smiling as if nothing's wrong, and tells her not to worry. They're going on a date. He glances around the bus, casually remarking that no one is paying them any mind before asking where she wants to get off. Then, leaning in close, he drops a bombshell, asking what time her group blind date starts. Yihan freezes, her mind reeling. How could he possibly know about that? He just smiles, claiming he happened to overhear it while keeping a firm grip on her hand. But his expression turns serious as he questions why someone who's never shown interest in guys would suddenly agree to a blind date. A deep blush spreads across her face as she stammers that it's none of his business. She tries to explain, saying there's just something she needs to figure out by going there. Her hand trembles as she grips a nearby pole for support. Chio's gaze sharpens, a cold understanding dawning in his eyes. If she needs a complete stranger to find her answer, he muses, then it seems the answer has already been decided. His voice drops, a chilling question hanging in the air. Is she truly prepared for the answer she's seeking? He leans in closer, his gaze intense, offering her a way out. Just say she's not going, and hell help. Yihan's face flushes, her mind a complete blank from his sudden proximity. It's not just his words. It's the familiar, overwhelming scent of his shampoo filling her senses. A crushing realization hits her. Even if she went, even if she met 100 strangers, every single breath she took would still just remind her of him. Finally giving in, she looks up and challenges him. Fine then. How are you going to help me? And with that, a message is sent to the restaurant where her blind date was waiting. Her friends react with casual relief, one admitting it was getting awkward with the uneven numbers anyway. But Juyong just sighs, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. She knew this was going to happen. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, one of the guys wonders what's happened to Yihan. Suddenly, a new face appears at their table, interrupting Juyong mid-sentence. It's Seo Yujin, and he's here to ask if they're the design students he's supposed to meet. As Juyong confirms, Mireille is already ecstatically texting Yihan, telling her she has to come see who just arrived. But Juyong quickly shuts it down, telling her friend to stop trying to pressure Yihan. She puts on a polite smile, explaining that Yihan must have her reasons, though she can't help but feel his face is familiar. Then it clicks. It's the famous athlete, Seo Yujin, who looks like he'd rather be anywhere else in the world. And a quick flashback shows us why. He was begged by a friend to fill in for a blind date he wanted no part of. He tried every excuse: apartment hunting, a part-time job, but his friend desperately countered each one, even offering to pay him. The final blow? He'd already been added to the group chat. There was no escape. Seeing the group chat, Yujin tried to bail, telling his friend to find someone else. But his friend played the ultimate guilt trip, showing him a photo of Yihan and begging him, just this once forcing a reluctant sigh of agreement. So back in the present, he arrives at the cafe, immediately asking if Zhang Yihan is there yet. Deep down, however, his goal wasn't the date. He simply wanted to apologize for what happened that day. Unaware of any of this, Yihan is busy crafting an excuse, texting her friends that she's sick and relieved they bought it. But she's not sick at all. She's sitting in a fancy restaurant, looking completely bewildered. Across the table, Chio stares her down, cutting straight to the point. Why does she think he brought her here? Yihan can only take in the opulent surroundings, the quiet music, and a meal that looks more expensive than her rent. Chio smirks, asking if the high-class atmosphere isn't to her liking. But she's not intimidated. She's confused. She came because he said he needed help, not for a date. He then drops the real reason, coolly suggesting this is just practice for her blind date, and Yihan is left utterly speechless. She stammers, trying to process his words. So the help he needed was this? He just confirms it with a simple, infuriating yep. Chio leans forward, his gaze intense, and makes his proposal crystal clear. She's going to do that blind date with him, as practice. With a cocky smirk, he adds that she'll never find a better guy to practice with anyway. Yihan feels like she's been completely cornered, and yet, as absurd as it all is, she finds herself agreeing, nervously fidgeting with her dress. She tries to calm her racing heart, thinking she's a lost cause if she actually starts developing feelings for him during this lesson. Seeing her turmoil, Chio smoothly pivots, telling her they should eat while they talk before the expensive meal gets cold. Yihan takes a hesitant bite of the steak he already cut for her, and her eyes widen in surprise. It's incredible. She's so used to simple, home-cooked meals that she never imagined food like this. Chio just watches her reaction, looking pleased. But even after the delicious food, she can't shake her confusion, pointing out that people their age don't usually go on dates to places this fancy. Chio explains coolly that the choice of venue always depends on who you're with. He details how a place like this is perfect for breaking the ice without the pressure of a noisy, crowded restaurant. Yihan is surprised by how specific and thoughtful his reasoning is. Asking if he's been on many blind dates, she can't help but assume a guy like him must get set up all the time. He doesn't exactly deny it, giving a vague, "It's not like I haven't." But then he leans in, his gaze fixed on her, saying that today, he's with her, so he can't mess it up. Flustered, Yihan quickly reminds him and herself that this is only supposed to be practice. He just smiles, agreeing, but adds that she's still his partner for this practice. Her heart skips a beat. It feels so unfair for him to say things that blur the line like that. Then, he smoothly moves on, asking if she knows the most important part of a blind date as his foot inches closer to hers. He explains that if someone compliments your name, it's a clear sign of interest, and now has curious about her. Hess always wanted to see how she'd react to someone other than him, so he puts her on the spot, asking how she'd respond. Chio smirks, telling her to just say whatever she wants. He's clearly testing her resolve. After a brief hesitation, Yihan seems to find her footing. With a small, genuine smile, she looks him in the eye and says he's handsome too. She immediately falters, wondering if that was the right thing to say for their little practice session. But the compliment lands, and hard. Chio lifts a hand to cover his face, barely managing a response. Oh, he was not expecting that. He thinks to himself that he's just dug his own grave. Yihan is completely taken aback when he finally lowers his hand and says that he likes it. She's blushing, thinking she made him happy. But Chio knows she has no idea what he's really thinking. But wait a minute, Chio's mind starts racing. Is it really okay for him to say he likes this? If all he's doing is helping her practice a compliment shell use on some other random guy, he runs a hand through his hair, the pleasant mood suddenly vanishing. On second thought, he tells her, he doesn't think it's a good idea, leaving Yihan completely baffled. He claims most guys don't like that sort of thing, a flimsy excuse that sobers him up instantly. Yihan just stares, the emotional whiplash leaving her speechless. She stammers out an agreement, wondering if maybe he really didn't like it after all. But she remembers how he reacted just moments ago, so what kind of response does he actually want? As she blushes, she debates whether she should just keep asking him about it. But before she can say a word, he calls over a waiter, smoothly ordering wine to change the subject. Not wanting to be left out, Yihan shyly asks if she can have some wine too, admitting she's curious. Her mind is already hazy with the romantic atmosphere, a soft smile on her face. Chio looks over at her, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he simply agrees. But when the drinks arrive, the waiter pours a glass of wine and sets down a virgin mojito. Yihan stares at the fruity drink, completely baffled, but he just tells her to give it a try. She takes a sip, and while it's good, she realizes she's been had. It's non-alcoholic. He just laughs, teasing her for already whining for a drink, and she pouts about being treated like a kid. Taking a slow sip from his own glass, he asks if this atmosphere isn't enough to set the mood. His playful demeanor vanishes as he lowers the glass, his eyes fixed intently on her. The sudden shift in his gaze makes her heart skip a beat, wondering why he's staring at her so intensely. He takes a slow, deliberate sip, his eyes never leaving hers. And as Yihan watches him, a sudden, wild thought crosses her mind. She feels a strange thirst, a familiar heat that reminds her of a past encounter. The memory is so vivid she can almost taste it again. As if reading her thoughts, a sly smirk spreads across his face as he offers her a sip. Yihan is completely caught off guard, her mind going blank. Her face flushes a deep crimson, mortified at what she was just thinking. She quickly covers her face, stammering that her drink is fine, but he can see right through her. She takes a desperate sip of her mojito, wondering if it's actually making her drunk. His gaze intensifies, his voice low as he simply calls out her name. Her heart pounds as she works up the courage to ask him something she's curious about. The question throws us back in time, to a group date where Ju-young asked him the exact same thing. What's his ideal type? Seo Yujin, stone-faced as ever, claimed he'd never thought about it. Ju-young mentions that's funny, because his answer is almost identical to Yihan's. She then tries a different approach, pointing out he's only been drinking water all night. But he shuts her down coolly, explaining he has a match coming up and needs to manage his weight. Finally, she mentions that the other person, Yihan, doesn't seem to be coming. That name is the first thing that seems to get his attention, his fingers tapping his glass. Ju-young is absolutely livid, realizing he was silent the entire time because he was only waiting for Yihan. And with the person he came to see being a no-show, he simply grabs his bag and leaves without a second thought. His friends are baffled as he leaves, but he just brushes them off, saying he has to go look at a house. As he walks away, Seo Yujin thinks to himself what a complete waste of time this was. Meanwhile, on a very different date, Chio bluntly asks Yihan what her ideal type is. She's taken aback, not just by the question but by his intense, unblinking stare. Is he not going to tell her his first? Her heart pounds in her chest. She's been far too conscious of him for a while now, and this directness is killing her. She remembers Ju-young asking her a similar question, and how Chio's face was the first thing that came to mind. But her deepest fear materializes, imagining him coldly telling her they should never see each other again. Back in reality, he calls her lack of an answer boring, before she turns the question back on him. He just smirks, asking if she's really asking him, and she quickly tries to play it off as simple curiosity. Chio mulls it over, thinking to himself that she's really putting him on the spot today. He finally begins, admitting he's a bit possessive and likes someone who can lean on him. His finger gently hooks around hers as he adds that he wants her to look only at him. With an intense gaze, he continues, and his final condition, she has to be a pretty woman. His eyes lock directly onto Yihan. The words hit her, and she instinctively pulls her hand away, clenching it into a fist. Her hope deflates. There's just no way she could be the person he's describing. Later, as they walk down the street, she thanks him for the meal, trying to sound cheerful. He simply notes that it's cold outside, reaching into his pocket. Then he stops, holding out a pack of heat packs, and asks if she figured out what she needed to. She looks up, her cheeks flushed, and finally admits that yes, she understands now. In that moment of disappointment, she realized she had truly fallen for him. So when he asks where to go next, she clenches the heat pack in her hand, and boldly tells him she wants to go to their home. The word "our" catches his attention, and a slow, knowing smirk spreads across his face. He leans in close, playfully telling her that's a bit too suggestive for a second date, so her request is denied. But then he pulls back with a wicked grin, adding that as her Oppa, he approves. He was just kidding, of course, and takes her hand, agreeing to go to their home. As they start walking, their fingers intertwined, she turns to him with a question. She asks if he's had any luck finding a new house for himself yet. The question seems to hang in the air, and Chio's playful demeanor vanishes. A chilling realization washes over Yihan as she clutches the now cold heat pack. Despite her efforts, they're still trapped, standing on the frozen ground of their shared past. He tells her not to worry, that he has no intention of being a nuisance to her any longer. The light turns green, and he urges them forward, leaving her to stammer in agreement. But as they walk, she can only think that she never once saw him as a burden. He, on the other hand, believes this is the only way to protect what they have, because to remain a family, they can never take that one step closer to each other. As his words sink in, her hand goes slack, and the small warmth she offered falls away. The light turns red, signaling an end to their crossing and maybe something more. Suddenly, she stumbles forward, but a hand instantly reaches out to steady her. It's Chio, yanking her out of the path of a speeding car with a sharp warning to be careful. He holds her close, asking if she's all right, but all she feels is a rising panic, a fear that she'll be pulled back in. Pushing herself away, she insists that she's fine and that they should just go. But as she walks ahead, he quietly calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. He thinks to himself that she should keep pushing him away, if that's how things are meant to be. She shouldn't give him her heart so easily, and she definitely shouldn't make it so easy for him to approach her. In that tense silence, their thoughts seem to mirror each other, both stuck on the other's name. Arriving at her building, he tells her to head inside first, leaving her to wonder where he's going. He casually explains that someone is coming to see the rooftop house, so he's just going to clean up. Yihan's heart sinks. She supposes it makes sense that Head eventually passed the place on. He gently tells her to get some rest and hurry inside before she gets cold. She looks at her own empty family home, realizing that if Chio leaves too, she'll be truly alone. With a heavy heart, she starts to head inside, but he calls out to her, stopping her in her tracks. He clarifies with a knowing look he might have confused her, but he's not selling the place, just leasing it. He teases her not to have such pointless thoughts, and as she gets flustered, he playfully tells her to never mind. Promising he'll be back soon, he leaves her blushing at how he still treats her like a kid. But she clutches her coat. A small, relieved smile on her face, she's just glad he's not going away. Alone in the rooftop apartment, Chio rolls up his sleeves, finding the place clean enough. His mind drifts back to the past, when he used this very room to hide from Jung Yi-han. He was just a high school kid then, unable to process his feelings, or her simple, earth-shattering confession. The memory of her saying "I like you" still echoes in his mind, causing a fresh wave of pain. He clenches his fist in frustration, cursing the boy he used to be. The memories keep coming, this time of a girl he used to date back then. She had been clingy and sweet, wondering what fun they should have since they hadn't been on dates. But even as she tried to pull him close, he was a million miles away. So he just dropped the bomb on her, coldly suggesting they break up. To his surprise, she just smiled, revealing she always knew he was only dating her to get closer to someone else. He lied straight to her face, claiming he didn't like her either, that they should stop wasting each other's time. But she wasn't having it, marching right back to him, refusing to let him get the last word. As he walked away, she screamed the one question that would stop him in his tracks. Was it about Jung Yi-han? She pushed harder, accusing him, yelling that walking away now was the same as admitting he liked his non-blood-related sister. And just like that, he stopped, his voice dropping to a low growl, warning her to watch her mouth. How could I possibly like her? He spat back. He repeated the words to himself, trying to believe them, that there was no way he could ever have those feelings. In the present, Chio reflects on that moment, the day his rebellion finally died. He stares at an old photo of him and Jiang Li-jun, a painful reminder he sees as a punishment. No matter how much time passes, his anxiety always leads him right back to this place. It's an old, familiar fear that the spot he desires will inevitably become someone else's. Back in his apartment, Chio cringes, wondering if he sounded pathetic on the phone earlier. He tries to shake it off, impatiently waiting for the person who's supposed to view the place. And just then, the doorbell rings. A man stands in his doorway, greeting him simply. Chio instantly recognizes that low voice from their call. But as his eyes focus, that same old anxiety comes rushing back. The fear that the one thing he wants will be taken from him. The man he fears is standing right there. He introduces himself as Seo Yujin, but Chio feels like he can't breathe. The dark hair, the pitch-black eyes, he's a perfect image of the man from his past. But as Chio stares, his racing mind catches a detail: the voice and aura are definitely different. It makes no sense. How can a person be both the same and a complete stranger? Before he can process it, Seo Yujin brushes past him, announcing he's coming in. The sudden movement knocks a picture frame off a shelf, and it shatters on the floor. It's a photo of him and the man from his past, Young Yi-jun, a ghost he thought was long gone. Eugene stops, his eyes landing on the broken image of two bruised but smiling boys. He looks up from the photo, a faint, unnerving smirk playing on his lips. Chio's voice is barely a whisper as he finally asks the question burning in his mind. Staring into those familiar dark eyes, he demands to know who this man really is. The confrontation triggers a memory of a young boy, a prodigy, praised for his chilling precision. A boy already being called the next national representative. He had the perfect, proud smile of someone who knew they were the best. And from the darkness, another boy watched, his eyes filled with a sad, desperate wish. If only he could be like that, maybe then his parents would finally come for him. The memory fades, and all that's left is the shattered frame on the floor. Seo Yujin's smirk widens, drinking in the turmoil he's caused. Chio's voice is barely a whisper as he calls out to him. The man's gaze is sharp, unwavering, as if he's been waiting for this. Face to face, Chio finally asks the impossible question burning inside him. He knew it couldn't be true, but he had to hear it from the ghost standing in his apartment. He'd pictured this face, this exact gaze, countless times in his head, but seeing it for real shatters every bit of reason he has left. A wave of indescribable longing rising up. And tangled behind that longing is an even stronger emotion, pure, unadulterated fear. His hand clenches at his side, trembling with a terror that has nothing to do with seeing a ghost. It's the chilling intuition that this man's very existence threatens to destroy everything he's protected. Seo Yujin's expression is unreadable as he softly asks what Chio even wants him to be. In that moment, something inside Chio snaps, and he bows deeply, completely broken. He changes his question entirely, now desperately asking if Seo Yujin knew Zhang Legion. In response, the man pulls out an old photograph of himself and the real Legion, musing that he wasn't the type to just disappear. Then, holding out the photo, he offers his condolences, a final, cruel nail in the coffin of Chio's hope. Seo Yujin hands over the photo, apologizing for his reaction, but Chio just numbly replies he's used to it. But alone with the picture, a hollow feeling grows. He knows it's not him, yet this truth feels so wrong. Staring at the photo of the real Lee Jun with a younger, bruised version of himself, he feels no sense of closure. His thoughts are cut short as Seo Yujin leans in, getting uncomfortably close. He asks if the resemblance will be a problem for their contract, a veiled threat hanging in the air. A bitter smirk crosses Kyo's face. He knows he's cornered, and any answer he gives is meaningless. Meanwhile, Hong Da-yoon is meticulously logging every penny Chio has spent on her. She stares at the growing list, feeling crushed by a debt she fears she can never repay. Tired of always being the one receiving help, she desperately wishes she could be useful to him for once. Closing her notebook, she notices the time her brother is late, and a seed of worry begins to sprout. A sound from the doorway pulls her attention, and she turns with a bright, relieved smile. He's finally back. She admits she was starting to worry, then asks if he found a new place. Chio confirms he's moving out tomorrow, and her happy expression becomes a little more complicated. But he can't shake the dark mood from his earlier encounter, asking if she's sure nothing happened. He's torn. How can he tell her what he saw? The lie feels heavy, but the truth feels heavier. She notices his weary expression, her own worry returning. Inside, Chio is just plain terrified. He knows if he confessed, she would immediately rush out to find that person, and the thought of her leaving, maybe for good, is a suffocating fear he can't bear. He knows this possessive feeling is childish, but he can't seem to control it. So he leans in close, and instead of the truth, he tells a clever lie that he saw a ghost on the roof. He continues the lie, telling her the ghost looked like someone who used to resent him, and it was terrifying. Her expression softens with concern as she gently touches his face, asking if he was really that scared. Leaning into her hand, Chio sells the performance, admitting that he was truly afraid. Later that night, the house is still, but Hong Da-yoon lies awake, unable to forget the look on his face earlier. She thinks back to her own horrifying encounter, now convinced she understands what he must be feeling. A wave of pure empathy washes over her. He must have been so scared. In his own room, Chio is also wide awake, cursing himself for acting like such a possessive child. A soft knock breaks the silence. It's her, asking if he's asleep. He tells her to come in. She finds him awake, just as she suspected, admitting she couldn't sleep either. He notices she's come prepared, asking why she brought her pillow with her. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes what she's planning, even as she insists she was just worried. Standing firm, Hong Da-yoon announces that she's going to stay with him. She reasons that seeing a ghost is scary, so she'll just keep him company until he falls asleep. Chio is amused, thinking she's the one who needs protecting, and tries to tell her it's really okay. But her disappointed expression hits him. She actually stayed up all this time because of him. As she turns to leave, apologizing for keeping him up, his hand shoots out and grabs her arm. He tells her to stay right where she is. Letting the facade drop, Chio decides to lean on her just this once, and quietly admits that he's scared. Her entire face brightens with surprise and a small, happy smile, glad he's finally opening up. Taking charge, she tells him to scoot over and make some room. The next thing he knows, she's tucked in beside him, asking if it's less scary now. She tries to calm her racing heart, telling herself this is fine, just a sister helping her brother. Chio can't believe she's actually in his bed, realizing he has no one to blame but himself. His hand instinctively tightens on the blanket, his whole body going stiff. Da-yoon feels him trembling and wonders if he's cold, or if the fear is still getting to him. A blush creeps up her neck as she desperately tries to think of what to do next. She's never felt this way before, completely lost on how to handle these overwhelming emotions. Peeking over the covers, she decides to be just a little selfish, offering to move closer. She accepts her role, deciding that just being by his side like this is enough for now. But in that quiet moment, something in Chio's eyes snaps. He suddenly turns, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as if in pain. Da-yoon freezes, her breath catching in her throat as the atmosphere shifts. In a fluid, terrifying motion, he pushes himself up and over her. She looks up into a face she doesn't recognize, his eyes dark and unfamiliar. He corners her completely, leaving no room to move, no space to escape. The air itself feels heavy, charged with a palpable sense of danger. Her mind races, desperately trying to understand this sudden, violent change in him. He leans down, his voice low, and calls her by a different name, Jong Yi-han. His own voice is hoarse as he whispers, asking if she's confused by his actions. He presses down, demanding to know the reason, but she can only stammer that she doesn't understand. He counters, asking her why she isn't avoiding him then. His eyes darken as he leans in, offering to give her a real reason to be afraid. Pinned beneath him, she just looks confused, insisting that she trusts him because he's her Oppa. His hand clenches, frustrated by her answer as he asks why she's so utterly defenseless. Would she be this careless with anyone else? Her answer is a simple, quiet no. It's only okay, she explains with wide, earnest eyes. Because it's him. Because he's someone she likes. The confession hangs in the air, and his expression shifts. He sees her then a girl who fears the world but believes the fence is safe, and for a moment, that innocent trust fills him with a sickening satisfaction, making him feel like a filthy animal. He pulls back, a grin set to his mouth. No. This just won't do. She can only stare in confusion as he suddenly yanks the blanket up around her. Before she can protest, he scoops her clean off the bed, blanket and all. He carries her to her own room, telling her to lock the door and not open it for anyone, not even him. With a quick goodnight, he shuts the door, leaving her completely bewildered by his strange behavior. She lets out a deep sigh, but a blush warms her cheeks. A part of her is actually relieved. Meanwhile, in his own room, Chio is reeling, her innocent confession echoing in his head. Da-yoon is just glad he seemed to brush off what she said, that he didn't make it awkward. But he heard every single word. And now he can only cover his face and curse the monster he feels he's become. His dark thoughts are suddenly cut short by an unexpected knock at the front door. A voice from the other side claims to be Yihan, and a groggy Da-yoon opens the door, wondering why he'd be here so late. But the man who steps inside isn't Yihan, it's Chio, and he's already backing her into the room. Before she can even process the situation, he has her pushed down onto the bed. His hand gently cups her cheek, and for a fleeting, confusing moment, her face flushes. Then, without any warning, he leans in, his intentions becoming terrifyingly clear. He kisses her, not with affection, but with a desperate, crushing force. Her hands come up to his chest, a silent plea that quickly turns into a struggle. He overpowers her easily, pressing her down into the mattress. She tries to push him away, her muffled voice begging him to stop, but he just pulls back with a twisted smirk, reminding her he told her not to open the door. And just like that, her eyes fly open, her heart pounding in her chest. It was all just a dream, but a horrifyingly vivid one that leaves her shaken in her empty room. She collapses back into bed, burying her face, wondering how she can possibly stop liking him when he invades her thoughts like this. The next morning, she can barely meet his gaze. And of course, he immediately calls her out on her flushed face. She nervously asks if he slept well, and the look he gives her back is anything but innocent. In his mind, a smirk plays out as he thinks he can't exactly tell her about the dream where he broke into her room. He brushes off her question and suddenly asks about the person she mentioned was moving in. With a chilling confidence, he just tells her she'll find out soon enough. His cryptic words hang in the air, leaving her frozen with a sense of unease. Later, in class, her friends wonder where she is, only to learn that she overslept and is running late. After finally arriving, Da-yoon finds herself in her first real one-on-one conversation with her classmate, Ju-young. But the small talk ends abruptly as Ju-young leans in, revealing she had a question for her. She asks if Da-yoon knows Seo Yoojin, the famous athlete from the physical education department. The name rings a faint bell, the national gold medalist everyone on campus talks about. But why her? Da-yoon plays dumb, claiming she doesn't even know what he looks like. But Ju-young seems unconvinced. Not taking no for an answer, Ju-young pulls out her phone, telling her to take a look for herself. Even when confronted with a picture, Da-yoon doubles down, insisting she has no idea who he is. Later, as she walks with her friends, she can't shake the unease, barely focusing on their talk about her long commute. So when they suggest grabbing a bite to eat, she quickly makes an excuse about needing to visit the library. She rushes off, leaving them behind, clearly desperate to escape the topic and whatever memories it stirred up. Her friends watch her leave, a weird sense of unease settling over them. But Da-yoon is already gone, her steps quick and determined. Her walk soon breaks into a full-on sprint. She can't get the thought out of her head he looks just like him. Pulling up the photo again, she stares intently. It's not just a passing resemblance. Looking at Seo Yoojin's face, it's almost like her brother has returned from the dead. She has to see him, to confirm this impossible reality with her own eyes. Lost on campus, she desperately searches for any sign of where he might be. Then, a sign catches her eye. The athletic judo training room. Clutching her bag, she steels herself, needing to see him just once. She pauses at the door, a wave of doubt washing over her. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, but the sounds of intense training from within, shouts to focus, to avoid injury, snap her back to the present. She can hear them talking about technique, and she's almost certain she hears them say his name. Taking a breath, she pushes the door open, her heart pounding in her chest. But she's immediately blocked by a tall figure, a voice demanding to know who she is. Her mind tunes him out, lost in a flurry of questions she's wanted to ask for years. Snapping out of it, She stammers an apology, trying to explain she was just looking for someone. And then he turns, and the face she's only seen in photographs and dreams is right there. The shock sends her spiraling back to that night, the flashing lights and the news of a fatal accident. The memory hits her like a tidal wave, the frantic sounds of a hospital, his life fading on a gurney. A much younger version of herself runs desperately down the hall, crying out for her brother. She clings to his still form, her small voice trembling as she asks where their mom is. The world fades to black, filled only with a child's crushing guilt over a simple birthday cake. In his last moments, a faint smile seems to cross his lips as a voice calls a single name. Yihan. Her eyes widen in the present, a shocking realization dawning on her. She looks at the man before her, Seiyu Yujin, and knows instantly this isn't her brother. He's just a friend, one who's grown so much in the years since she last saw him. Then she spots him, the real Zhang Yihan, his eyes cold and his voice devoid of any warmth. She turns away, the quiet denial escaping her lips. Of course it couldn't be him. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as the reality sets in once more. Her brother is gone. Seiyu Yujin stops, his expression softening with concern as he realizes she's crying. Overwhelmed, she tries to apologize, but he simply watches her, thinking she has nothing to be sorry for. He glances at his own hand, realizing he has nothing to offer to wipe her tears. So instead, he gently reaches out, his fingers brushing through her hair to comfort her. The sudden touch startles her, her tear-stained face looking up in a daze. He speaks softly, telling her she should stop crying now, or her head will hurt later. His simple kindness triggers a memory, her brother's warm hand, his gentle smile, telling a young Yihan that it will all pass. The memory is so vivid, she can almost hear her brother's voice comforting her. But the tender moment is shattered by the whispers of other students in the hall. Noticing the unwanted attention, Seiyu Yujin moves without a moment's hesitation. He quickly drapes his large jacket over her, shielding her tear-streaked face from view. He turns to the onlookers, coolly telling them she's just a friend, nothing to see here. But they press for a better look, and Yujin's gaze turns sharp and dismissive. Hidden beneath the hood, Da-yoon can only look on, small and overwhelmed. Elsewhere, in a campus lounge, the daily grind of university life continues as usual. A group of students complains about their schedules, completely unaware of the quiet drama unfolding nearby. As his friend tries to get him to sign up for an elective together, Chio is already focused on his phone. He coolly turns down the offer with a cryptic smile. He has to match his schedule with someone else, leaving his friends feeling utterly betrayed and confused. The friend in the cap changes the subject, asking if he's still living with his sister since their parents moved. Chio nonchalantly confirms he is, at least until he gets kicked out. The others start complaining about living with family, recalling how Chio always had to ditch them to look after his sister. And it seems nothing's changed, as he pulls up Yihan's entire class schedule to sync with his own. They tease him for acting like her dad, but he silently justifies it better him watching her than some random creep. His friend just stares back, processing Chio's unwavering, almost militant devotion. His friend finally asks the obvious question, isn't he being just a little overprotective? Kia's face darkens. The scene cuts away, and elsewhere on campus, Hong Da-yoon is finally feeling a bit better. She's mortified, thinking about how she just cried in front of a total stranger, and even took his jacket. Stammering, she tries to properly apologize for what happened earlier. Seiyu Yujin just stares back at her, his expression unreadable as he listens. Then he breaks the tension, saying if she's truly sorry, she could give him his clothes back because he's freezing. As she hands over the jacket, a sudden thought hits her. How did he even know her name? Yujin freezes. He remembers seeing it in a group chat, but admitting that would just sound weird. So he opts for the most bizarre explanation possible, telling her it was written all over her face. An awkward silence hangs between them after his truly terrible excuse. Yujin finally cracks a smile, admitting he was just kidding, and Da-yoon has to force a laugh. He clarifies that they were both in the group chat for a mixer she didn't attend. Then he leans in, smoothly adding that he remembered her name because it was pretty. The sudden, direct compliment leaves Da-yoon completely flustered and speechless. A memory surfaces Kaio's voice telling her that's not just politeness, it means they're interested. But just as her heart skips a beat, Yujin abruptly announces he's leaving. She can only stare in confusion as he turns to go, her mind reeling. He walks away, leaving her wondering why he wouldn't ask for her number or anything else. As he walks off, he notices something. Da-yoon is following him. He glances back, his mind racing. Why does he get the feeling she's been on his tail for a while? He recalls her saying she came here to find someone. Could that someone have been him? But the thought doesn't flatter him. Instead, it dredges up a bitter memory. He remembers another girl from his past, her voice feigning concern as she asked if he lived at the orphanage. She told him he must get lonely, and then, with a pitying smile, asked him out. Snapping back to the present, Yujin whips around, stopping Dayun cold. He confronts her directly. Flustered, she quickly tries to deny it, waving her hands in defense, but his gaze is hard and cynical. A misunderstanding, he scoffs, clearly not buying it for a second. To get her off his case, Yujin gestures to a nearby building and bluffs that it's his house. At that very moment, another man is walking down the same street, lost in his own thoughts. He questions if his own actions are overprotective, but quickly decides he might not be wrong. A memory surfaces of Dayun, fragile beneath him, and his deep-seated fear that she'll disappear if he ever lets go. This is Zhang Yihan, and he's just finished speaking with Yujin, who was apologizing for the earlier confrontation. Now, Yihan watches from a distance as Yujin boldly tells Dayun that he's her new next-door neighbor. Completely oblivious to the lie, Dayun looks relieved, remarking that they'll be seeing each other often. A hopeful, almost blushing smile appears on her face at the prospect, but Yihan's gaze lingers on them, sharp and unsettlingly focused. But his confident approach hits a snag when Dayun clarifies that there's been a misunderstanding. This isn't the house next door, this is her house. Yujin freezes on the spot, his smooth facade crumbling as he realizes he's been caught. He stammers out a clumsy apology, hand flying to the back of his neck in embarrassment. Dayun, ever so sweet, just tells him it's fine, noticing how his ears are blushing a deep red. Trying to recover, he doubles down, claiming he just moved in next door today and got confused. Oblivious to the lie, she lights up, finally understanding. So he's the new neighbor. A warm, hopeful smile spreads across her face as she asks him to please take care of her. But just as the air settles, the whir of an electric scooter cuts through the quiet street. Dayun then casually adds that she heard the owner's son lived there, and Eugene's world stops. She struggles for a moment, trying to recall the name she was told. Then it clicks Chio. And as if summoned, the real neighbor appears right behind Yujin. His eyes are cold and calculating as he offers a simple, unwelcoming hello. Chio's hand rests protectively on his sister's bag, his gaze fixed on Yujin. Yujin is completely thrown. His sister? He forces a casual reply, trying to hide his shock. The brother offers a token gesture of help, his tone dripping with insincerity. He then turns, holding out a hand, and calling for someone named Yihan to come home. The sudden tension in the air makes Dayun's cheeks flush a deep crimson. Yujin can only stand there, a complete outsider to this sudden family affair. Chio smoothly pulls Dayun away, dismissing Yujin with a curt farewell. And from the shadows, another figure, Yihan, had been watching the entire exchange. Left standing alone, Yujin can only think about how effortlessly Chio acts like a good brother. A bittersweet smile forms on his lips as he wonders what it would be like to have a family of his own. The scene shifts, and we're now in the quiet chill of the early morning. It's Chio, out for a run, trying to work through the lingering tension from the night before. He breathes in the cold air, a moment of peace in the pale dawn light. But his mind drifts, picturing a warm, smiling memory of his sister, Dayun. The pleasant thought is shattered as a bead of sweat rolls down his face, the memory turning painful. Hez thrown back to a dark time, holding his sister's hand in a hospital bed, an IV drip taped to her arm. Her weak voice echoes in his memory, asking if he wasn't being just a little overprotective. He doubles over, gasping for breath, the morning run doing little to calm his haunted thoughts. Damn it, the memory claws at him, a raw and relentless guilt he can never seem to outrun. He finally makes it back home, the sound of the door opening slicing through the quiet apartment. Chio walks in, surprised to find Ju-young already awake and waiting for him. She greets him with a soft, welcoming smile, telling him she's been waiting to eat together. His tense expression softens just a little, a quiet acceptance of her care. A full breakfast spread is laid out on the table, a stark contrast to the turmoil in his mind. As they eat, she breaks the comfortable silence, saying she's been curious about something. She glances at him, a hint of a smile on her face, but her question is anything but casual. She wants to know about the guy next door, and Chio's eyes narrow with suspicion. Why would she ask that? She plays it off as simple curiosity, but then casually mentions the neighbor looks exactly like someone named Yejun. The topic continues, even as they brush their teeth, with her adding that the new guy also does judo, a detail that makes Chio even more suspicious. Her mind is clearly consumed by this, wondering about the newcomer's past and if he ever crossed paths with this Yejun. Finally, Chio can't take it anymore, pointing out that she's been talking about their neighbor, Zhang Yihan, all day. Hess deeply unsettled. She's usually so quiet and reserved, this obsession is completely out of character. A dark, possessive thought cuts through his frustration. He's the one who's here for her now. Ju-young looks up at him, her eyes wide with feigned innocence, as if she has no idea what he's thinking. But as she places a hand on his shoulder, her act begins to crack under his silent glare. A faint, knowing smile touches her lips as she realizes she's gotten under his skin. Then she twists the knife, asking if he's worried she'll start treating the neighbor like a brother, all because of a simple resemblance. His expression hardens. She knows him better than that. He wasn't even interested yesterday, but her words clearly struck a nerve, and he turns away, sinking into a quiet, resentful mood. Ju-young watches him, completely baffled. Is he actually sulking right now? He tells her not to look, and the sight of this possessive man pouting makes her stifle a laugh. She reassures him, promising that she would never think of him in a platonic, brotherly way. But then her expression softens, admitting she's often imagined what Yejun would be like if Head lived. Seeing the neighbor felt like that fantasy had come to life. Though she knows it's not really him, looking at him is like glimpsing the future her own brother was robbed of. A flood of painful memories returns the guilt she tried to bury along with him. She remembers his voice, how he never blamed her, and confesses that maybe, deep down, she wanted him to. She keeps seeing the neighbor, she explains, because it's her way of chasing her brother's forgiveness. With a gentle smile, she tells Chio not to be upset, because the only person she can truly call family is him. That's all he needed to hear, and he gently rests his head in her lap. He's addicted to this feeling, this fragile sense of family she gives him. He's a man shackled by his own heart, clinging to her, desperate not to be left behind. He buries his face deeper, seeking a comfort he's never known. Ju-young looks down, a soft blush spreading across her cheeks as she admits it tickles. Her hand finds its way to his head, her fingers sinking into his surprisingly soft hair, and she wonders if she could let go of her guilt. Could she finally call his parents mom and dad? But a part of her hesitates, wondering if his parents would even be happy to hear it. If she did, could it finally change the strange line between them? The word family has always been a shield for her true feelings, hidden just beneath the surface. But suddenly, Chio stirs, sensing the shift in the air around her. He looks up with a lazy, knowing smile, asking her what she's doing. And in a moment of pure, unfiltered panic, Ju-young blurts out that she likes him. The words escape, and she instantly freezes, horrified at her own confession. A deep blush floods her cheeks as her mind goes completely blank. She knows she should say it was a mistake, that she didn't mean it, but she can't speak. All she can do is stare, terrified that he might have understood what she really meant. She can only stand there, mortified, her mind completely blank after the slip-up. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the room, stretching the moment into an eternity. But then, the quiet is broken by his voice. Chio speaks, his tone low and clear, cutting right through her panic. He slowly reaches out, his hand moving towards hers. Taking her hand in his, he looks her dead in the eye and asks if she likes him. She stammers, trying to backpedal, insisting she meant she likes him as family. But his grip tightens, not letting her squirm away so easily. Then he leans in, admitting he was jealous of Seo Yujin, because he looks like her brother. With a dangerous smirk, he demands she say it again, whatever it was she really meant. Ju-young is completely frozen, her mind blanking at his intense, smiling face. But just as the tension becomes unbearable, Chio breaks into laughter, calling her out for being so mean. He gently lays his head on her lap, seemingly backing down, saying he knows she was just worried like family. But it's a trap. His eyes open again, sharp and unwavering, as he asks her to say it again. She's a blushing mess, trying to deny it, begging him not to press so close. He doesn't care what she meant. Whatever it was, he wants to hear it. And Ju-young knows she's been completely cornered. Finally, she gives in, whispering that she likes him, but his quiet demand comes instantly. Again, he rests his head comfortably, a deeply satisfied smile on his face as he waits to hear it once more. This is exactly what he wanted. Hearing those words from her, it feels good. Meanwhile, far away, Seo Yujin shifts restlessly in his sleep, a troubled sigh escaping his lips. His sleep is anything but peaceful, haunted by visions of a painful past. The nightmare throws him back to the orphanage where it all began. He's on the ground, being kicked and taunted for being a pale imitation of the great Jung Ye-jun. The bullies twist the knife, sneering that it's no wonder his parents abandoned a worthless brat like him. Just then, a sharp voice cuts through the air, the headmaster, and the boys freeze in terror. As the punks scatter, she rushes over to a shaken young Yujin, asking if he's all right. But the boy is broken, finally admitting he can't take it anymore, crushed by expectations he can't meet. He confesses to her that he failed at the competition, that he has no talent at all. She pulls him close, her expression hardening with a difficult truth. She tells him to stop his whining. If he hates being called a fake, he has to become strong enough to prove them all wrong. The headmaster's words still echo as an adult Seo Yujin wakes from the nightmare, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. But as he heads out for the day, he freezes at his doorstep, completely caught off guard. Standing before him are his two new neighbors, Chio and Ju-young, offering a polite hello. Chio casually notes they're all leaving for school at the same time, as if it's a happy coincidence. Ju-young awkwardly tries to make small talk, fumbling over how to even address Eugene. He calmly tells her to speak casually, since they'll be seeing a lot of each other now. She breathes a sigh of relief, thinking a simple greeting won't make Chio suspicious of her. But Chio leans in close, whispering right into her ear, his voice a low murmur. He mockingly reminds her that the Oppa she likes is waiting right there, and her face floods with color. As she stammers in panic, Chio's playful mask drops, revealing a cold, possessive gaze as he tells them it's time to go. And as they walk away, Eugene can't shake the feeling of that cold, unsettling gaze. He knows exactly why Chio looks at him that way. It's because he resembles the late Jang Yejun. A memory surfaces, the headmaster's words echoing from the past, telling him to endure being called a fake and prove he is his own person. It's a heavy burden, and frankly, he's exhausted by it. Still, a question lingers in his mind. Wasn't Chio supposed to be friends with the real Yejun? Snapping out of his thoughts, he turns to Ju-young, telling her they should get going. She beams, wishing the others a nice day, completely oblivious to the underlying tension. Eugene just gives a short, quiet acknowledgement before turning to leave. On the bus, the three of them stand in a stiff, awkward silence, the earlier friendly greeting now a distant memory. The quiet is broken only when the bus slows for the next stop and a passenger needs to get by. Eugene decides to break the suffocating silence on the bus, turning to Ju-young. He's so awkward he thinks she didn't even hear him. But she's just frozen, unsure how to react. He presses on, suggesting they speak casually, all while his mind races. He's never done this before. But Yu-young's attention is elsewhere. She calls out Yehan's name, completely ignoring Eugene's attempt. Undeterred, Eugene spots an empty seat and smoothly offers it to her. She sits down, her heart pounding, completely startled by the sudden gesture. She wasn't expecting him to be so forward, to single her out like that. So flustered, she accepted without thinking. Eugene now standing guard right beside her. The bell dings for the next stop, marking the end of their quiet, tense moment. Ju-young just stares out the window, lost in thought, feeling a pang of guilt for thinking of Yejun. From his spot, Eugene watches her, a complicated look clouding his face. But they're not the only ones in this tense bubble. Another hand grips a pole nearby. It's Yehan, and the sight of the two of them clearly bothers him. Once they're off the bus, Eugene announces his departure, trying to make a clean break. But he can't help but watch them walk away, realizing they're heading in the same direction. He sees Yehan already teasing Ju-young, their easy dynamic on full display. Why is he so curious? Eugene questions his own nagging interest in their relationship. Without thinking, he calls out, and Ju-young stops, turning back in confusion. He asks if she called for him earlier, the question sounding strange even to his own ears. A beat of silence passes as he regrets his own impulse, wondering why he even stopped her. He forces out a stiff farewell, trying to salvage some dignity from the awkward encounter. As he walks away, Eugene can't help but wonder if he's handling any of this correctly. Ju-young is pulled from her thoughts by Yehan, who asks why she suddenly stopped in her tracks. A small smile touches her lips as she thinks about Eugene. He actually has a surprisingly cute side to him. Yehan catches her strange expression, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. She keeps the thought to herself, finding that his awkwardness reminds her of her older brother. The memory of her brother's own endearing moments brings a genuine warmth to her heart. A sudden laugh escapes her, and she quickly tries to stifle it, embarrassed by the outburst. Yehan just smirks, leaning in to playfully ask what's so funny that she can't share. But his teasing stops cold as his eyes land on the sign for the room they've arrived at. Trying to move past the awkward moment, Ju-young asks him what he's doing here anyway. He just walks right past her, leaving her confused. He's supposed to have another class. He glances back with a smug grin, casually announcing he's here to attend the lecture. The second he sits, he's swarmed by other students, forcing a pained smile from Ju-young. Her friends lean in, remarking on just how insanely popular Chio is now that he's back. They gush about his looks and personality, and a wave of forgotten memories hits Ju-young. She remembers now he was always like this, the center of attention, surrounded by people. It was the same even back in high school. He was always kind and never pushed anyone away. A sad realization dawns on her: if they hadn't been neighbors, he might not even know her name. From the moment they stepped outside, they were always as distant as people from different worlds. The usual scene plays out, with students immediately asking Chio for his plans after class. Ju-young just sits quietly, seemingly lost in her own world amidst the noise. Their chatter is cut short as the professor arrives, calling for everyone's attention. Just as class begins, another girl sits beside Chio, asking to share his textbook for the day. He casually agrees, holding the large book open for her to see. As their hands rest near each other on the pages, the moment feels deceptively simple. But Chio's attention isn't on the girl beside him. His eyes slide over, focusing on Ju-young. She subtly passes him a note, asking if he's upset that she changed her course without telling him. She clarifies she was just surprised, wondering why he hadn't mentioned he'd be here too. His foot taps restlessly, his silent, internal answer echoing in his mind, because if he had, she would have run. He leans in, coolly explaining that he just finds being around other people uncomfortable. With a detached little laugh, he adds that he doesn't have any friends. His eyes, however, hold a sharp, dismissive edge. Ju-young's heart sinks. She knows he's lying and desperately wishes it were true. Chio glances back, completely confused by her unexpectedly pained reaction. Their quiet tension is shattered as the professor announces the midterm will be a group project. She instructs everyone to find their assigned teams for the next class. A special rule is mentioned for students who changed courses they were randomly assigned. Ju-young's eyes widen in dawning horror as the group list is posted, showing one impossible assignment. Group 7 not only has 2 other students, but also both Zhang Yihan and Han Chio. Their new group members seem nice enough, with Han Chio offering a cool smile, ready to get started. Zhang Yihan and his partner, Quan Mireille, are equally enthusiastic, creating a friendly atmosphere. The 4 of them gather at a cafe, though Ju-young is internally screaming about how this happened. Mireille innocently asks if Yihan and Chio are friends, prompting Yihan to explain their high school history. Ju-young's partner realizes they're the same age as her and feels a little flustered for being so formal. Mireille gushes over how thoughtful Yihan is, and he just takes the compliment with a charming smile. But before the meeting can officially begin, Ju-young interrupts, pulling out a thick binder. She explains that since the assignment's theme was vague, she did some preliminary research. She's already compiled data on social distancing, relationships, and generational differences. Her teammates are completely floored by her preparation, looking at her with newfound respect. The table buzzer finally goes off, but Ju-young is still reeling, feeling a bit awkward about her intense prep work. Seizing the moment, Yihan announces he's getting coffee, and Chio immediately stands to go with him. Once they're alone, Mireille turns to Ju-young, her expression thoughtful as she brings something up. She asks directly if Ju-young is the type who finds group activities difficult, catching her completely off guard. Mireille clarifies that she just seems so used to doing everything on her own. She gently reminds her that this is a group project, not something to suffer through by herself. Leaning in with a warm smile, she tells Ju-young she doesn't need to try so hard, because they're a team now. The simple kindness in Mireille's words leaves Ju-young completely stunned and blushing. All she can manage is a quiet, flustered yes in response. Mireille apologizes for being too forward, but a still blushing Ju-young quickly reassures her that it was no problem at all. Ju-young opens up, admitting she knows she's uptight and wishes she could be more bold, but has no idea where to start. But Mireille just smiles, telling her she actually likes her personality just the way it is. Still, she has a small suggestion: maybe just sweeping her bangs aside would help her look less stiff. She reaches out and gently brushes Ju-young's hair back, revealing her entire face. With a soft touch, Mireille admires her handiwork, saying Ju-young looks so much more open now. But a hand suddenly clamps down on hers. It's Chio, his expression intense as he tells her she can't do that. Mireille is completely stunned, wondering why on earth he just butted in like that. Chio smirks, claiming he agrees that showing her forehead looks much better. Her patience gone, Mireille's expression hardens as she flatly disagrees. His confident facade wavers slightly as he begins to explain his real reason. He struggles to find the words, stammering out a simple "because." He trails off for a moment, letting the tension build before landing on a smugly simple answer: "You just can't." But before Mireille can retaliate, Hyunjae arrives with their drinks, completely oblivious. Chio uses the interruption to play innocent, laughing off the awkward moment he just created. Mireille isn't buying it for a second, but decides to drop it and steer them back to their assignment. Seizing the opportunity, Ju-young sweetly suggests that a senior should probably be their group leader. Chio turns, pretending he didn't hear, while internally confirming Quan Mireille's name for some future scheme. Ju-young continues, reasoning that it would be much safer to trust a senior like him with the project. She frames it as a favor to them all, putting him on the spot as he and Mireille share a tense, challenging stare. Cornered, Mireille clenches her fist but has no choice but to agree, settling the matter in Ju-young's favor. But as Ju-young turns away, a strange and unwelcome thought strikes her. Could this feeling be jealousy? The next day, a voice calls out for Zhang Yihan, marking the start of a new, calculated move. Chio turns with a knowing smirk, feigning surprise as he asks if something is wrong. He's waiting by a car, holding the door open for a very confused Ju-young, who wonders why the sudden change. He brushes it off, saying it's just more comfortable than a crowded bus, especially since they're running late. Once they're inside and on the road, he casually mentions there's something else he forgot to tell her. With a sly smile, he reveals he rearranged his entire schedule so they'd have more classes together. Ju-young, however, just asks to be dropped off near the entrance so no one sees them, much to his surprise. Instead of answering, he leans in close, gently touching her forehead and asking if she's hurt, completely shattering her composure. He looks over with a knowing smirk, remarking on how strangely quiet she is today. Ju-young is completely flustered, stammering a weak denial as he holds her hand. Chio just smiles, letting the topic drop as he focuses on the road, a new thought seemingly crossing his mind. Her mind, however, begins to spiral, recalling that every girl he ever dated was beautiful. She remembers the popular girl from high school, who also went to their university, and even Kwon Mireille, realizing they all fit a certain type that she definitely does not. It all traces back to yesterday, to that moment that left her so confused. He had asked her not to hide her face, wondering aloud why he thinks she looks better this way. Her eyes widened, a firm no escaping her lips as she tried to regain some control, but his true intentions were far more possessive. He wants a girl who will rely on him, look only at him, and accept his every move. And the final, unspoken requirement hangs in the air. She must be beautiful. The car stops, and he coldly tells her to get out, leaving her to wonder what it's like to be loved for her looks. Her mind flashes back to a university classroom where a popular girl greets the handsome Jong Lee-jun. Ju-young herself had spotted Chio, her face lighting up with a cheerful hi. Though he looked less than thrilled, the popular girl immediately tried to connect the two, asking Chio if he'd arrived with Lee-jun. She then turned her full attention to Lee-jun, asking if he could help her with a research project after class. But before he could answer, Chio cut in, volunteering to help as well, much to Ju-young's surprise. The girl fires back that she was only asking Lee-jun, but Chio stands firm, thinking she's just trying to use him. Lee-jun himself, ever calm, simply offers his help if she wants it, unfazed by the tension. Ju-young, sensing the awkwardness, meekly steps in, wondering if Kiyo's just being proactive because she's the group leader. The girl, Mireille, stammers, caught completely off guard by Chio's icy intervention. Later, after they've finished, Ju-young sighs in relief, feeling she's finally found the right path forward. She and Mireille had worked together, with Mireille admitting she was totally lost until Ju-young stepped in to help. Ju-young is just glad it all worked out, thinking to herself that she'd worried for nothing. As they pack up, Mireille offers to buy her dinner as a proper thank you for all the help. But Ju-young sees the real motive, noting that Mireille was perfectly capable on her own and must have wanted to talk privately. Mireille is taken aback for a second, surprised by the quiet girl's insight. A small, knowing smile crosses her face as she admits Ju-young is too sharp to fool. She confesses that their tense encounter from the day before has been weighing on her mind. Even though Ju-young apologized, Mireille felt bad and then uses the moment to ask if Yihan is always so difficult to work with. Mireille opens up, admitting her blunt nature made it hard to keep friends in school. She remembers how lonely and difficult it was trying to figure things out on her own. But luckily for her, there was one person who changed everything. Oh Hyunjae, who was always by her side, helping her get through it all. She explains to Ju-young that he was their class president, and that's how they first became friends. After all that, her main goal in university was simple: to finally make lots of friends. Ju-young, completely missing the point about Yihan, suddenly offers her own friendship. Mireille's mind reels as she realizes Ju-young thinks this is a personal request. Ju-young continues, listing her own desires, like hearing someone call her beautiful. Flustered, Mireille can only think how this girl doesn't get it at all, but she's so cute. Mireille lets out a small sound, completely caught off guard by the girl's intensity. Ju-young, with a dead serious look, offers to help fulfill that desire for compliments right now. Elsewhere, the hour grows late, and someone is getting impatient, checking their phone. It's Yihan, growing more irritated by the minute, wondering if Mireille is still on that assignment. Suddenly, his phone lights up with a call from Oh Hyunjae, and he can't help but wonder why. The texts reveal Hyunjae knows about the study session, but then he asks about a photo. A photo? Yihan has no idea what he's talking about as Hyunjae tells him to wait. The image comes through, and Yihan's eyes darken with fury. That woman Kwon Mireille. It's a picture of her in a club, looking incredible and coyly, asking if he's ready to go. She's even offering him a cocktail, right in the middle of a loud, crowded bar. And here's the real story behind that photo: a noisy, crowded club where her friend is clearly in her element. She offers to get Mireille a drink, anything she wants, but Mireille has no idea what to even order. Her friend then gets an idea the lighting is perfect, so they should take a picture together. Just then, a guy from a nearby table smoothly offers to be their photographer. He takes the phone, aims it, and begins the countdown. 1, 2, the flash goes off, capturing the moment. But Mireille looks completely out of place, awkward and lost in this world. The guy gushes over how great the photo is and asks if he can send it to Hyunjae to brag. After getting permission, he tries his luck, asking them to join his table. But Mirai's friend shuts him down flat. With the guys gone, Mirai finally asks why they're even here, feeling grateful but utterly bewildered. Her friend just smiles, explaining she simply wanted to share a new experience with her for the very first time. She continues, pouring a drink, saying all those things Mirai wanted to try are more fun when shared. Mirai's mind flashes to the simple joys she dreamed of. Sleepovers, trips, coming home late. The thought had never even occurred to her. Her friend then presents her with a vibrant, colorful cocktail. She points out how the unmixed colors are still beautiful together, a subtle metaphor. What Mirai truly wanted, she explains, wasn't just the experience, but sharing it with someone. Staring at her own reflection in the glass, Mirai finally understands what she was missing. She takes her first sip, and for the first time, the club's noise sounds like a symphony of fun. A genuine smile lights up her face. It's delicious. Her friend mentions she told Chio she was busy, covering for them. Right on cue, her phone buzzes. It's Hyunjae, no doubt calling about the picture she sent him. Mirai's friend makes a decision. Tonight is about her and Yihan, so she's just not going to answer. With a sly smile, she asks to borrow Yihan's phone, claiming her battery died, and promptly powers it down. She checks if he's expecting any important calls, and he naively says no, not at all. Perfect. She gives a satisfied smirk, ensuring no interruptions can interfere with her plans. Meanwhile, outside the club, Hyunjae's call goes straight to voicemail, and he lets out a frustrated sigh. But he's not alone. A voice calls out to Han Chio, who turns with a lollipop stick dangling from his lips. Hyunjae hurries over, slightly out of breath, asking if he's a little late. He immediately mentions that Yihan's phone is off. Just like Mirai's a little too convenient, isn't it? Chio just coolly holds his lollipop, telling him he could have gone alone. Alone? Hyunjae's eyes narrow slightly, wondering why exactly Chio needs to go there in the first place. Chio casually remarks that he's here for the exact same reason as Hyunjae. Hyunjae's suspicion softens into a faint, knowing smile. He gets it. He explains Hez worried, because his team members have suddenly gone missing, just like Kios. With a subtle smirk, Chio seems to accept this explanation, seeing they're on the same page. Hyunjae takes the lead, asking if Chio knows the way to the club. Of course he does. A photo on his phone shows Mirai and her friend, confirming he's been tracking them. But just as they start walking, Chio calls out for him to wait a moment. He smoothly shrugs off his jacket, a slight grin playing on his lips. Handing it to a bewildered Hyunjae, he decides this look is much better for the occasion. Meanwhile, inside the club, the empty cocktail glasses are piling up alarmingly fast, and Mirai is feeling every single one of them, her world spinning as she tries to remember what okay even feels like. Her friend holds her steady, putting on a great show of concern while thinking this situation just won't do. She suggests they get some air, a plan Mirai weakly agrees to, completely unaware of who is watching them. Outside, the cool night air hits them, a brief moment of relief on the crowded street. But the friend's act isn't over. She makes a quick excuse to run to the store, telling a dazed Mirai to wait right there. With a flurry of strange instructions, don't talk to anyone, say you're with your mom, she abandons her, leaving Mirai perfectly isolated. Alone and confused, Mirai's first thought is of Chio, a pang of worry that he'll be upset if she's late. She decides to call him, but as she reaches for her phone, her balance finally gives out. Before she can hit the pavement, a firm hand catches her arm, a calm voice asking if she's okay. She looks up to see the photographer from earlier, a predatory little smile on his face as he notes just how drunk she is. He smoothly asks where her friend is, and Mirai vaguely replies she's at the store. He suggests they go for another round, but a warning bell goes off in Mirai's head. She needs to leave. As she turns to go, his hand shoots out, grabbing her arm with a firm grip. He won't take no for an answer, offering to walk her home as if he's some kind of gentleman. The alcohol's haze is suddenly pierced by sheer terror, and she begs him to let go. But he just smiles, twisting her fear into a reason she should stay with him for safety. Suddenly, another hand clamps down hard on his wrist, stopping him mid-sentence. It's Kyo, and his eyes are burning with ice as he tells the guy she already said no. The photographer, startled and annoyed, demands to know who this intruder is. He scoffs, still clutching Mirai's arm, asking if Chio is her boyfriend or something. Kyo's grip tightens on the man's wrist, his silence more threatening than any shout. Leaning in with a piercing gaze, he drops a simple, devastating fact. They live together. The message is received loud and clear. The photographer stammers an apology and gets out of there fast. Chio turns to Mirai with a sigh, brushing his hair back in frustration, questioning how she got into this mess. His eyes narrow slightly, a hint of suspicion dawning on him. What if this wasn't just a random encounter? But Mireille, still trembling, interrupts his thoughts with a quiet thank you, admitting how terrified she was. Looking up at Zhang Yihan, she confesses she's never experienced anything so scary before. Just then, her friends arrive on the scene, and Chio simply tells her to hold on. But her friend is stuck on his last words, pointing in disbelief. What does he mean they live together? Her mind races, trying to piece it all together, wondering if they grew up like family and are just roommates now. Zhang Yihan coolly confirms it's true, while Mireille shrinks under her friend's intense questioning. As her friend gets overwhelmed, their companion tries to soothe her, telling the poor thing to calm down. Mireille tries to stammer out an explanation for why they pretended to be strangers at school, but Yihan cuts in, explaining that if people knew they lived together, it would become a huge problem for both of them. Her friend seems to follow along, agreeing that they were just being careful. Yihan's expression hardens though, reminding her of the kind of attention she'd bring upon Mireille. He spells it out. If rumors started spreading, it's obvious who would get hurt the most. But instead of understanding, her friend gets a sly look, posing a very pointed question to Yihan. What if she were the one to suddenly start those rumors? His eyes narrow. This girl got attached way too fast. His hand clenches into a tight fist, realizing this naive friend is a much bigger problem than he thought. Internally, Yihan seethes. Their arrangement was a secret, just between them, but the friend just smiles sweetly, feigning innocence, and saying she trusts them because they're all friends. Mireille is utterly lost, unable to read the threatening undertones in her friend's words. Yihan can barely contain his disgust at her manipulative little act. His irritation only grows as another guy at the table makes her blush, confirming for Yihan just how much trouble she really is. Oblivious, Mireille tries to explain away the tension, admitting the vibe between Yihan and her friend was strange. She blurts out her innocent conclusion. She thought her friend had a crush on Yihan. The friend is struck completely dumb, shocked that her power play was misinterpreted so childishly. Yihan quickly dismisses the idea, playing it off as a joke to kill this dangerous conversation. The other guy breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that the painfully awkward moment is finally over. Yihan steps in, declaring he'll be the one to see the girl home, while Hyunjae agrees to wait. The friend immediately notices the new outfit, asking where she got it, but her eyes are clearly on Yihan. She then turns to him directly, fishing for a compliment, asking him how she looks. Yihan is completely thrown, realizing she's asking for his opinion, and he can't process why he's so worked up. A thought flashes through his mind. She should have covered up more, or would that just be worse? He grabs her shoulder, fighting to regain his composure, telling himself he is not this pathetic. Suddenly, he turns his cold gaze towards Quan Mireille, his tone dropping dangerously low. He warns her never to lure him to a shady place again before mocking her revealing top. Yihan then tries to drag Hyunjae into it, asking for his opinion, as Mireille demands to know why he's being so childish. She snaps, asking if he thinks is her boyfriend, but Yihan just grabs her, declaring he's her brother, and she's killing the mood. To Yihan's surprise, Hyunjae smoothly agrees, admitting he isn't a fan of revealing outfits either. With the matter settled, the other group waves them off as Yihan and a fuming Mireille get into their taxi. Meanwhile, Hyunjae and Mireille's friend walk off, her head spinning from her first cocktails. She leans on him, wondering aloud how two people could live together and feel nothing for each other. She decides it must be impossible unless their relationship is just like hers and Hyunjae's. As the night ends for them, they decide it's time to head home as well. In the quiet of the taxi, Mireille can't stop thinking about how Yihan never once called her pretty. It's a small, stupid thing, but it hurts, making her question the feelings she's not supposed to have. Her spiraling thoughts are cut short when she suddenly feels his intense gaze on her. He quickly turns away, covering his mouth and muttering that it's nothing, she just seems unfamiliar tonight. Just as she's about to get out, his hand gently stops hers. A silent wait. He leans in close, his voice low as he points out she never buckled her seatbelt. Mireille freezes, a memory surfacing of how he always used to do it for her. She decides that maybe, just this once, she should be the one to help him. Leaning closer, she sincerely thanks him for coming to get her. He tells her it's fine, just to be more careful next time, trying to keep his composure. But the seatbelt is stuck, and the proximity is driving him mad, his face flushed as he silently begs her to hurry up. Finally, back at their apartment, the tension breaks as the door clicks open. She playfully asks who's showering first, but Yihan immediately yields, internally singing military songs to calm down. As she walks away, Hez left alone, wondering what to do about the unbearable thirst that's eating him alive. Fresh from her shower, Quan Mireille walks out only to stop in her tracks. Zhang Yihan is already on the couch, a can of beer in hand, trying to quench a very specific thirst. He pats the cushion beside him, casually inviting her to sit and chat for a bit. The offer hangs in the air for a moment as he pops the tab on his can. She tells him to wait, insisting Shell grab some snacks so he won't drink on an empty stomach. As she turns away, he's left a little stunned, realizing just how late it's gotten. He takes a slow sip, the cold drink doing little to calm the fire still burning inside him. She returns with a whole armful of snacks, prompting him to tease her about being a hamster. He takes another long drink, his mind racing, debating whether he should finally say what he's thinking. But Mireille is lost in her own little world, struggling adorably with a bag she can't seem to open. As she fumbles with the bag, he finally breaks the silence. The words just slip out a quiet confession. He tells her she looked beautiful today, and the compliment hits her so hard the chips go flying. She's left stunned and blushing, while he immediately tries to play it cool by chugging his beer. He gently taps her on the head with the cold can, breaking her out of her daze. With a sly smirk, he tells her it's fine if she didn't hear him, enjoying her confusion. He then casually announces he's going for a shower, leaving her completely hanging. Alone on the sofa, her mind races until it finally clicks he really did call her beautiful. The next morning arrives, the weight of his words still lingering in the quiet house. She finds herself staring at her reflection, his compliment echoing as she tries to brush it off. Her heart, which had been so hesitant until now, was finally starting to make up its mind. The memory of last night, his teasing words and playful gesture, something had definitely changed. She couldn't deny it anymore. She was falling for him, and she desperately wished he would like her back. The mere thought of it sends her into a blushing, heart-pounding mess. But as this new hope blossoms, a cold shadow from her past begins to creep in. She's terrified, because this feeling of wanting something it's dangerously familiar. Every time she's been greedy for happiness, the world has taken it away, just like it took her family. But even with that fear, as he gets ready to go out, she makes a decision. She's going to be greedy for Chio. He offers to tell her about his brother, but she wants to face her own past first, to let go of her fear. So she asks if he remembers her mother too, and his sudden guarded reaction catches her completely off guard. His eyes narrow suspiciously. Why is she asking about his brother now, with such a composed expression? He leans in, his voice dropping as he asks what could have possibly moved her to bring this up. Mira's heart hammers against her ribs. He's far too close, and she prays he doesn't think this is about Seo Yujin. She hesitates, her mind going completely blank under his intense gaze. But instead of an answer, he just ruffles her hair, playfully asking if she's all dressed up to go play at school. Flustered, she explains that she's not sick, she just can't keep burying the past about her brother and her mother anymore. She remembers Lee Jin as a sweet older brother, but she wants to know what he was truly like as a friend. Chio's mind drifts back because the Zhang Legion he remembers was anything but sweet. He recalls a quiet, mature boy who always seemed to stand apart, while Chio himself watched from the background. He remembers his mother beaming as a neighbor praised Legion's latest gold medal, pushing young Chio aside without a second thought. But Chio always knew that behind the humble smiles and public praise, his brother was just lucky. That genuine, gentle side of him was reserved for only one person. Legion would lovingly pat his younger brother's head, asking why Yihan bothered to wake up so early. And maybe that's why, to Chio back then, Zhang Lijun seemed absolutely perfect. Always winning, always praised, the boy who had everything. Then one day, a silver-haired boy approached Lijun with a startling demand. "Give me your sister." Lijun just scoffs, completely bewildered and asking if he's trying to be funny. But the boy is dead serious, calling Lijun out for being an absent brother who leaves Yihan all alone. He asks if Lijun even knows how lonely Yihan is, waiting by the door for him to come home. So if Lijun can't be bothered, the boy declares he'll be Yihan's older brother instead. But Chio presses on, cutting right to the heart of it. Isn't judo more important to Lijun than his own little brother? That one stings. Lijun's perfect facade cracks, and he violently grabs Chio, his voice dripping with menace. Later, their mother apologizes profusely for Lijun's actions, while a neighbor casually dismisses it as typical boyish behavior. She then forces the two boys together, suggesting a photo to commemorate their reconciliation. Lijun flashes a brilliant, fake smile for the camera, while Chio barely manages a peace sign, bruised and miserable. The instant the photo is taken, the act drops, and Lijun roughly shoves him aside. He leans in close, whispering a venomous promise that next time, he won't let him off so easily. The memory brings a bitter sneer to adult Chio's face, as he mutters sarcastically about how sweet his brother was. He realizes he spoke his thoughts aloud, catching Hongda Yun completely off guard. But instead of confusion, a deep blush spreads across her face as a new understanding seems to dawn on her. Instead of pulling away, Da-Yun leans closer, desperate to know what Chio remembers about his brother and her mother. Hess caught off guard by her sudden intensity, a quiet thought crossing his mind, she's actually pretty cute. Her own memories of Legion begin to surface. The one she knew was stubborn and proud, but funny. She pictures him speaking softly to a much younger, blonde-haired Chio, He had told the boy that in his absence, Chio could be Yihan's older brother. The memory replays in her mind, even as she sits through a university lecture, the professor's words fading into the background. The announcement of upcoming volunteer work barely registers, as she's completely lost in thought. It was becoming obvious that there was a side of Lee Jun she never got to see. A powerful urge takes hold of her, a need to know more about the person he was back then. With trembling fingers, she pulls out her phone, deciding it's time to do some digging. She thought finding the scattered traces of a forgotten name would be simple, but it was proving difficult. Slowly, though, old news articles began to surface, painting a picture of the youth judo star, Jeong Lee Jun. The world remembered her brother this way, even if she herself had barely been able to recall his face. He was cool, a celebrated champion full of life and promise. A strange warmth bloomed in her chest as she looked at the photos her brother. She decided to search more later, but as she went to close the browser, her thumb froze. An article about the Yuhan orphanage and its judo club, and his name was right there beside it. The name struck a chord, a painful memory resurfacing from the time after her mother and brother died. She remembered her aunt standing before her, telling her she was being sent to an orphanage. Suddenly, the professor's lecture about volunteer work didn't seem so distant anymore. It felt like fate. With the words volunteer work echoing in her mind, her path was suddenly crystal clear. She found herself standing before the very orphanage from the article, a place tied to her brother's memory. Arriving early for her application, Dayun feels a strange mix of nerves and destiny pulling her forward. That's when a soccer ball comes flying out from the playground, a stray kick from one of the kids. It rolls to a stop right at the feet of a man who was scolding the child for kicking it toward the road. But Dayun is faster, scooping up the ball with a reassuring smile, saying it's no trouble at all. She looks up to return it, and sees him wipe a blue smudge from his scarred cheek. Her eyes go wide. It can't be Yihan? Here? Dressed in a frilly apron of all things? The scene then shifts, rewinding to that very morning as a 6 a.m. alarm pierces the silence. A new routine, a disciplined life. This is the man Zhang Yihan is now. He starts his day the same way he always does, with a disciplined morning run, and he ends it with the same grueling training routine, pushing himself on the mats. These unshaken, unswayed days were supposed to be his foundation. He truly believed that enduring was the only way to finally grow some roots. His training partner Yujin sighs, thinking Yihan must be in trouble again. But Yihan just lies on the mat, exhausted, asking what the issue is this time. When pressed, he just smirks, muttering that he can't see a future for a punk like Yujin. The truth is, something else is off. He hasn't seen his neighbor, Juyong, even once since that day. He's been practicing over and over, his mind replaying every possible move. All of it in preparation for his next greeting, the one he's about to give her. He gets to his feet, wondering why he's acting so out of character. It's like someone threw a wrench in his perfect routine, and yet he finds himself waiting for her to show up again. And when he least expects it, while volunteering at a local orphanage, there she is. Someone calls out his name, and his head snaps up in surprise. He'd been planning their next meeting, but he never thought it would be today, like this. His world, once so structured, is now completely centered on this one girl. A cheerful woman introduces herself as the orphanage director, delighted by the coincidence. She points out that today's new volunteer, Yu Young, just happens to be his next-door neighbor. The director confirms this is Ju Young's first time, explaining the usual volunteer work. But today, her only job is to take care of the kids, a task she happily accepts. The director trails off, suddenly remembering that one of the fathers is arriving early today. But Yihan smoothly takes over, telling her not to worry. He'll show Ju Young the ropes. With a knowing little smile, she reminds him to brief the new girl on what needs extra attention today. He gives a confident nod, turning to Ju Young, ready to begin her unusual orientation. As they start to walk, she wonders what the director meant by that. He begins to explain that on a nice weekend like this, most kids with families get to leave for the day. The ones who remain are often more guarded, especially around new faces. The advice hits a little too close to home for Ju Young, but he tells her not to be too scared. Then, his tone shifts, as he quietly asks how she's been doing lately. She's a bit taken aback as he adds that it feels like it's been a while since he last saw her. She clarifies that he insisted on driving, complaining that buses were too crowded and uncomfortable for him. Yihan listens, knowing full well that rush-hour traffic would make the journey an hour longer than public transport. He remembers that feeling it was never about the people, but the suffocating feeling of being trapped. A small, knowing smile crosses his face. Hearing this detail from her now, he thinks it's kind of cute. Shifting gears, he tells her it's free activity time, suggesting they stick with the younger kids in the art room. He leads her into the classroom, getting the children's attention and introducing their new volunteer teacher. Ju Young steps forward with a gentle smile, introducing herself and hoping they'll have a good day together. The room is met with dead silence, as the children just stare back, completely unresponsive. She and Yihan exchange a look. The atmosphere is even heavier than she'd prepared for. Undeterred, Ju-young kneels by one of the boys, asking for his name and trying to break the ice. The young boy, Jae-hyun, just mumbles that he doesn't know what he's drawing. Ju-young leans in with a gentle smile, trying to guess if it's meant to be a car or a house. But the boy just turns away, his cheeks flushing with frustration. Suddenly, he snaps, shouting that he already told her he doesn't know. As Ju-young recoils, stammering an apology, a hand calmly reaches for the boy's arm. Yihan scoops him up, asking why he's taking his frustrations out on the new teacher. Burying his face in Yihan's shoulder, the boy sobs that his mom promised she'd pick him up today. His cries trigger a wave of sadness, and soon the other children begin to sniffle and weep too. Ju-young watches the scene unfold, a wave of helplessness washing over her. But Yihan simply tells her not to worry, his voice a steady presence in the emotional storm. With a confident smile, Yihan assures her that there's a solution for everything. Now in a blue judo uniform, he gathers the children, asking if they're all changed and ready. Ju-young watches the kids, now in their own tiny gis, recalling a lesson. Judo is about keeping your balance. He explains that if you can learn to hold your ground, waiting for the right moment becomes much easier. She thinks about the other side of that coin, how they learn to fall first so they can get back up without getting hurt. But the children are still moping, their tear-stained faces filled with hesitation. Yihan smirks, ready to switch tactics and sweeten the deal. He makes them an offer. If even one of them can take him down, he'll buy them anything they want to eat. The kids' sadness instantly vanishes, replaced by excited chatter, and Ju-young can't help but smile at the sight. Leaning in, Yihan whispers that kids are simple creatures after all. Ju-young stares, absolutely speechless at the scene unfolding before her. Yihan stands over the fallen children, coolly explaining that sportsmanship means giving your all. But the kids bounce right back up, their determination making Ju-young smile. They're cute, but one little girl gets an idea, grabbing onto his gi. Maybe just maybe she can help. She tries to recall the exact lesson Yihan had given them, tapping her foot as she focuses. Suddenly, Yihan feels an unexpected pressure, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The little girl follows the instructions in her head. Pull him forward to expose his foot, then lower your stance. It's a move he once demonstrated on Ju-young, a clever technique to break an opponent's balance. A slow, intrigued smirk spreads across his face. Well, this is something else. With a sharp tug, she forces his foot to slip, and for a split second, she'd actually done it. It worked. He lets out a soft breath, a smirk of amused defeat spreading across his face. Ju-young watches, a bright, triumphant smile telling him she admits defeat for him. The children peer down at their fallen teacher, their eyes wide with utter amazement, and as a reward for their grand victory, a feast of hot pizza appears. While Yihan plays the responsible adult, telling them to slow down, Ju-young knows they're too lost in the food to listen. He then casually mentions they're not really supposed to be doing this, given the orphanage's rules on outside food. Ju-young's happy expression immediately falters. Wait, are they going to get in trouble for this? But one of the kids chimes in, completely unconcerned, saying the director never gets mad at him anyway. That piques her curiosity, and she turns to Yihan, asking why he gets such special treatment. A memory of the director's warm, trusting smile flashes in her mind. Right, she trusts him completely. Ju-young muses that he must have volunteered here for a very long time to earn such trust. But the reason is much simpler, he explains. He grew up in this orphanage. The words hang in the air for a moment, catching her completely off guard. Yihan braces himself, a familiar tension rising. Is this where it gets awkward? But her shock melts into understanding. So that's why the kids adore him so much. Then, as if nothing happened, she turns and gently wipes one of the children's faces. He watches, completely stunned by her normal reaction. She's not bothered at all? It was so different from what he was used to. The reactions were always the same. They'd offer scripted pity, saying how tough it must have been. Or they'd look at him with sad eyes, assuming he must be so terribly lonely. With the pizza devoured, Ju-young sighs, content with the wonderful meal. The kids, however, immediately swarm her, begging her to please come visit again. Yihan watches quietly, a small, knowing smile on his face as she's put on the spot. They even ask her to return and beat him again, causing her to blush and deflect modestly. He just keeps watching her, seeing this unguarded, genuine warmth, as she laughs and playfully tells the kids that maybe she will come back. And it clicks for him. Her casual calm, the way she just exists around him, it's a simple acceptance that puts his guarded heart completely at ease. Later that evening, she tells him he really didn't need to walk her all the way to the bus stop. but he just brushes it off, saying it's late and, well, they're neighbors anyway. He teases her, asking how volunteering went, noting how close she got with the kids. Ju-young laughs, recalling how the kids clung to her, completely ignoring the guy who bought the pizza. Yihan's curiosity is piqued. He asks where she learned judo, because her stances were perfect. She shyly explains that her older brother did judo, and she'd learn from him whenever she could. His mind instantly jumps to one person. Hanchio did judo? He always knew the guy was built, and a memory of Kiyo's chiseled physique from the sauna flashes in his mind. So that's why. He voices his surprise, admitting he just can't picture a guy like Hanchio doing judo. But Ju-young just looks at him, her expression shifting as she realizes his mistake. No, she clarifies. The one who taught her was her biological brother. My brother, she says, dropping a name that stops his world. Jung Lee-jun, the athlete. And just like that, with one name, Yihan's entire world tilts on its axis. All those moments, her sad eyes, her strange kindness, it all clicks into place with devastating clarity. He finally understands. She wasn't looking at him at all. His hand clenches into a fist. That name, it was happening again. It's the name that got him beaten and called a fake. The name that defined his entire painful existence. He's lost in the crushing weight of his past when a gentle touch on his sleeve pulls him back. Ju-young looks up, her expression laced with concern, asking if he's surprised. Surprised? That doesn't even begin to cover the storm of emotions swirling behind his eyes. She quickly explains she wasn't trying to hide the truth, just worried it would make him uncomfortable. But he takes a step forward, his voice low and firm, telling her not to call him you anymore. Now that he's finally accepted the truth, he gently takes her hand. He looks down at her, reminding her of their promise to speak more casually. The next morning arrives, signaling a quiet, new beginning for them. Yihan zips up his tracksuit, preparing for his daily morning run. A sleepy Ju-young appears in the doorway, asking if he's heading out already. He just smiles, gently poking her forehead and telling her to get more sleep. But she refuses with a bright, happy blush, insisting she'll wait for him. He's a little surprised she seems to be in a strangely good mood. As he runs, he thinks about how happy she's been since her volunteer trip yesterday. Lost in thought, he's brought to a sudden halt by his untied shoelace. He pauses his run, wondering why his shoelace suddenly came loose. But as he crouches down, a familiar face with silver hair is already kneeling there. It's Chio. Ju-young is completely blindsided. What is this guy doing here, of all places? Chio just smiles, suggesting they run together since they've bumped into each other. With no easy way out, Ju-young falls into pace beside him, a sense of unease creeping in. He glances over, confused by the strange, almost happy look on Chio's face. Chio then casually mentions he heard they're the same age, telling him to speak informally. Ju-young's guard goes up instantly. How could he possibly know that? With a sly look, Chio asks if he didn't hear about him from someone named Ihan, and then he drops the bomb. He knows Yihan is the sister of the late athlete, Jung Lee-jun. Ju-young's eyes narrow as he finishes his thought, his voice laced with suspicion, and he adds that Chio is nothing but a stranger to her. For a moment, Chio's smug expression tightens, clearly not expecting the pushback. But he recovers instantly, turning his back as if the conversation is beneath him. He heard from Yihan that the two of them got quite close, he says casually. Then, with a taunting smile over his shoulder, he asks if that's all Ju-young heard. Chio simply walks away, leaving Ju-young frozen in place. A wave of confusion hits him. What else was there to hear? The distance between them grows, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Ju-young just scoffs to himself, convinced he already knows everything he needs to. But as Ju-young walks off, a smug voice seems to echo in his mind, or maybe not? He turns to see Chio looking back, his eyes glinting with a hidden meaning. In a flash, Chio is jogging back towards him, closing the distance instantly. With a wide, unsettling smile, he suggests that maybe Ju-young only heard what he needed to. Ju-young's face is a mask of cold fury as he tells him to just go with that. Chio simply smirks, his condescending silence more infuriating than any words. Later that day, the scene shifts to a quiet kitchen where Chio is washing dishes. He casually asks the girl living with him about her volunteer work from yesterday. Specifically, he wonders if she happened to run into a certain Seo Yujin there. She's stunned, he knows, but Chio calmly explains they met jogging, and her name came up. A quiet thought bubbles up in her mind. Did those two somehow get close? Chio immediately senses her distraction, asking what's wrong, but she quickly brushes it off. Hes not buying it though, getting right to the point and asking if she's worried about him and Yujin. She's shocked he could read her so easily, and he just smirks, pressing to know why she's so curious. Flustered, she turns away, unable to come up with a reason and insisting it's nothing. The topic suddenly shifts to the past, as Chio asks her what she remembers about his brother, Legion. He leans in closer, his gaze intense, admitting he's desperate to know anything she can recall. She begins to describe the Legion she knew, a stubborn boy who pretended he didn't have a temper. But despite his flaws, she concludes, he was still a good person, and a memory of Chio's own sadness washes over her. She feels a pang of guilt, realizing Chio must miss his brother terribly, and excuses herself to work on an assignment. Her mind jumps to a conclusion: he must be worried about what Seo Yujin said yesterday. But just as she's about to walk away, he reaches out and firmly grabs her wrist. She's stunned, asking what happened, and suddenly her memory flashes back. She recalls the promise he gently reminded her of, to call him by his name. The simple request suddenly feels impossibly heavy. Looking at him, her vision blurs, seeing both the man before her and the ghost of his brother. She knows, deep down, that he is not Legion, but the resemblance is haunting. Her eyes meet his, a silent storm of doubt and memory swirling between them. For a fleeting second, the entire scene shifts, as if viewed from another's perspective. She sees it all through the eyes of a young Legion, watching them from a distance. Then, a memory surfaces of her telling herself to be strong, a quiet resolve to not let herself waver again. She'd promised Yujin she would call him by his name, a step toward her own healing. He had asked if it was really that difficult for her, and then he smiled, telling her that it sounded much nicer. She reflects on how much she's changed, wondering if she's finally getting better, but Yihan snaps her out of it, leaning in close, demanding to know what that reaction was about. Startled, she stammers that it was nothing, just that they'd agreed she would call Yujin Oppa. She quickly adds that had seen the old picture of her and Legion, and Shed simply confirmed they were friends. A heavy silence hangs in the air after her explanation, but Yihan isn't listening anymore, his mind racing as he lies there staring at the ceiling. Her flimsy excuses echo in his head. Just how many lies has she told? His thoughts drift to her home, to a place he's never truly been welcome. He remembers all the years he hesitated, waiting outside a door she refused to open. Leaning in close, he reminds her that she hasn't let him inside her house since middle school. He'd waited for that invitation she promised, a promise she never kept. And seeing her act like this now, so easily with another man, it feels like a stab to the heart. He's terrified, because it feels like Seo Yujin could cross that threshold anytime he wants. A chilling thought enters his mind. What if that actually happens? What if Yujin takes his place, holding her hand and finally winning her over? If that nightmare becomes reality, he doesn't know what he'll do. At the same time, Juyong is in her room, casually thinking about what time to wake up tomorrow. She gets up and walks to his door, wondering why it's so quiet when it's not even that late. But he's standing right outside her room, asking if something is wrong. His voice cracks as he admits he's scared, and asks if he can please come inside. The request triggers a sudden, vivid memory of a dream where he warned her never to open the door for him. His dream self's words echo in her mind, telling her she must not open it, causing her to hesitate. She shakes her head, flustered. That was just a dream, so why is she even thinking about it? Hearing his genuine fear, she decides she can't just leave him out there, and grabs the doorknob. She finally opens the door, apologizing for taking a moment, admitting she's a little flustered. Juyong starts to ask what he's so scared of, but the words catch in her throat. The look on his face isn't one of a frightened boy. It's cold, intense, and utterly serious. She can feel the sudden tension in the air, asking him what's wrong as he moves closer. He reaches out, his fingers grazing her neck, and she instinctively grabs his wrist, calling his name. But he guides her hand, pressing it firmly against his own chest, reminding her of her promise. She said she'd stay by his side when he was scared, and he leans in, whispering that he is scared right now. Juyong looks up at him, her mind racing, completely unable to process this sudden shift. Then he drops the bomb, his eyes locked on hers, telling her what he truly wants is to sleep with her. Juyong can barely breathe, her mind reeling as she asks him what he just said. He doesn't answer, instead pressing into her as he whispers for her to let him in. A blush creeps up her face. A stray thought even finds him cute in this desperate moment. She shoves against his chest, her mind screaming that this is a bad idea, that she'll never sleep again. But her hands tremble, her body refusing to push him away with any real force. He just looks at her, his expression wounded, quietly asking her why she's stopping him. Yihan reminds her of the last time, how she was the one who came to him out of worry. With a pained look, he asks if she can't find it in her to care for him this time too. She's completely flustered, trying to stammer out that it's not like that at all. But she can't say the truth out loud. He looks like a disappointed puppy, and she cares far too much. She can't deny it any longer. Is she just caring about him way too much? Giving in with a sigh, she quietly admits she was just flustered, and lets him come inside. The next thing she knows, they're in her bed, and her mind is screaming at the reality of the situation. He casually strokes her hair, explaining they have no choice since her bed is so small. Juyong weakly offers to sleep on the floor, but he just keeps patting her head, calming her down. But it's no use. Her heart is pounding. This is just way too close for comfort. Trying to create some space, she suggests turning around so he won't be uncomfortable either. But the moment she tries to shift away, his hand darts out, gripping hers tightly. He pulls her back against him, his voice a low whisper reminding her that he's scared. Trapped in his embrace, she freezes, completely overwhelmed by his sudden, desperate closeness. Her heart is hammering against her ribs, and she's terrified he can hear it. How can he just lie here with her and feel absolutely nothing at all? But beneath the covers, his hand clenches into a fist, betraying a hidden tension. Gathering her courage, Ju-young whispers into the dark, asking what he's so scared of. He gives no answer, only pressing his face deeper into her shoulder. So, to break the suffocating silence, she playfully reaches up and pinches his cheeks. Startled, he asks what she's doing, and she warns him to stop clenching his jaw so tightly. A small, genuine laugh escapes her lips as she tells him he looks silly. She keeps her hand on his face, marveling at how smooth his skin is. He lets out a soft chuckle, but his mind is screaming, desperate to escape this family he fought so hard to create. His toes curl over the edge of the bed frame, a small, unconscious sign of his deep-seated anxiety. The image of his late brother, Lee-jun, flashes in his mind, and he desperately wonders if he's a worthy substitute. He softly asks Yu-yong if he should dye his hair again, maybe back to black. She doesn't like that idea at all, questioning why he'd bring it up just to feel more like a family. Her patience worn thin, she confesses that she doesn't want to stay his little sister forever. The confession calms him, and for a fleeting moment, he feels like he can finally breathe. A faint, genuine smile appears as he rests his head against her, finding solace. But the fragile peace shatters when she calls him by his full name, her tone suddenly serious. His eyes open with a sharp, questioning intensity, wondering what she's truly thinking. Then she whispers her own conflicted heart. A part of her honestly wishes she were just his sister. She trails off, the weight of her own words hanging in the air. But Chio doesn't hesitate, his hand gently guiding her closer. His eyes lock onto hers, searching for the truth behind her conflicted heart. They're inches apart, the unspoken tension finally reaching its breaking point. She finally admits it, that a part of her truly doesn't want to be just his sister. And with that, she leans in, closing the gap between them. The kiss is soft, a confession more powerful than any words could be. He pulls back just for a moment, whispering a quiet apology into the space between them. She breathes out his name, Chio, a sound laced with both shock and acceptance. He responds by pulling her down, deepening the kiss as a new day begins. She can only breathe his name, lost in his gaze as he looks down at her. Any attempt to speak is cut short as he leans in again, claiming her lips. The kiss deepens, passionate and leaving no room for doubt or retreat. But as he moves to her neck, a flicker of panic races through her mind. This is all so sudden. Her body betrays her, toes curling as she thinks she can't handle this. He holds her tight, the intensity of it all, leaving her completely breathless. Just when she might catch her breath, he lays her back down, refusing to stop. And amidst the chaos in her mind, a new thought surfaces. This actually feels good. Her resistance melts away, a blush creeping across her cheek as she gives in. Her hand floats up, and she wonders, does he feel this way too? She sinks into the embrace, her body responding to his touch as he holds her close. But in a flash, something snaps within him, a dark memory surfacing in his eyes. He suddenly stops, his hand gripping hers, the heated moment completely shattered. The room falls silent, filled only with the sound of their heavy breathing. Lying beneath him, Ju-young looks up, her face flushed with confusion and concern. The man she sees is no longer the one from moments ago. His expression is hollow and pained, and the instant she truly met his gaze, a terrible understanding dawned on her. She realized just how wrong she had been about everything. As he gently helps her sit up, her mind scrambles. This is her fault. She has to fix this. But he just turns away, hiding his face, leaving her with the desperate urge to apologize. A single, broken word escapes him as he hunches over. Sorry. Ju-young is floored, wondering why on earth he's the one apologizing. He takes all the blame, insisting he should have been the one to stop things. For a fleeting moment, he confesses, he completely lost control, and if he hadn't forced himself to pull back at the last second, he curses himself, a crazy bastard who almost crossed a line. But across the room, Ju-young is trapped in her own spiral of regret. She's convinced her selfish desires are what pushed him over the edge. Just as she prepares to take the blame, he slowly turns to face her, and she freezes. Seeing the unbelievable truth, tears are silently streaming down his face. He sees her trembling and his voice softens, asking if she's afraid of him now. Gently reaching for her, he pleads for her to look at him, offering a quiet apology. But she flinches, and it's her turn to apologize, her voice breaking with unshed tears. He tenderly wipes her cheek as she finally confesses the reason for everything, because she loves him. His expression fills with a deep sorrow as he remembers her warning from long ago. She breaks down completely, apologizing for her selfish feelings, knowing it would only hurt him. He pulls her into a hug as she whispers that she's sorry for loving him. Sobbing into his chest, she takes all the blame, convinced this is all her fault. Just then, a voice from behind the closed door asks if they've calmed down yet. But Yihan doesn't answer, simply holding her close, gently patting her head in comfort. Lost in his embrace, she's too embarrassed to even look up after crying for so long. But he softly tilts her chin, his voice gentle as he asks her to look at him. To her complete shock, he's the one who apologizes now, his gaze full of regret. He admits those harsh words he spoke before about never seeing her again were careless. They were just a line he drew to keep himself from crossing it, and he's sorry for ever scaring her. A spark of hope flickers in her eyes as she asks if this means they can keep seeing each other. A small chuckle escapes him as he playfully asks if she was planning to use this as an excuse to disappear. Her hand finds his, their fingers lacing together in the quiet moment. Gathering all her courage, she looks him in the eye and asks if it's okay for her to keep loving him. He meets her gaze, a soft smile playing on his lips as he begins to tell her the honest truth. He tells her that her feelings aren't wrong, but he doesn't think they're the right answer either. Pointing to their shared history, he suggests that her love might just be a product of familiarity. Her heart sinks as she asks if he just thinks she's confused. He smiles faintly, assuring her that even if she is, that's okay. But that's not the answer she wants. Suddenly, she pushes him back onto the bed, her eyes ablaze. Before he can even question what she's doing, she leans in and silences him with a kiss. Pulling back just enough to meet his stunned gaze, her cheeks are flushed with a fierce new resolve. If he won't believe her words, then she'll just have to make him believe. Yihan simply looks up at her, a strange calm in his eyes as he agrees to hear her out. The scene then cuts away to a hospital, a voice asking if Yihan is feeling any better now. A much younger Yihan walks with a little girl, telling her they can go home once her mom is done with the paperwork. Seeing the bandages on his face, she looks up with concern, asking if he's really all right. He gives her a reassuring smile, telling her he's fine, and her face lights up with pure relief. But her worry returns as she admits she hadn't seen him since the funeral. She heard he was staying at his uncle's, so why was he back at his old home? She just had to know if he was okay. As they walk on, hand in hand, she asks him what he's going to do now. He looks away, his grip tightening on hers as he confesses he doesn't want to go back there. Her own small hand squeezes his in a silent promise of support. Looking up at him with fierce determination, she tells him to come to her place instead. He smiles softly, reminding her of the vow he made, that he'll love her even more than her own parents ever did. And just like that, the memory fades as sunlight streams into a quiet room. Jung Yihan stirs, shaking his head as he realizes he was just dreaming of the past. His eyes slowly focus, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He wasn't alone. Beside him, Da Yun sleeps soundly, her hand still holding his. He sits there for a long moment, watching her, lost in thought. It all comes rushing back the day she confessed she loved him, promising to make him believe it. The moment she said those words, all the feelings he'd suppressed came flooding back. But a deep fear came with them. He had reached out to her at her lowest point, and he can't help but wonder, was it love, or just a mistake? If they became a couple and she realized her feelings weren't real, he'd lose the one place he fought so hard to protect his place right by her side. The thought of losing her is something he just can't handle. Why would she ever choose someone like him? Being near her makes him greedy for more, but that greed is a terrifying step he's not willing to take. As dawn breaks, Da-yoon stirs from her sleep, his name a soft whisper on her lips. But the man she finds is already up and dressed, casually asking how much longer she plans to sleep in. He points to the time on her phone she's late, having slept right through her alarm after such a rough night. Her mind flashes back to their kiss, her cheeks burning. How could she have slept so soundly after everything? Yihan simply tells her to hurry up and get ready for school, his tone completely nonchalant. Da-yoon stares, completely bewildered. What is going on with him? She's certain she confessed, but he's acting so normal, she's starting to wonder if it was all just a dream. She tries to speak up, but he just turns back with a questioning look, as if nothing ever happened. $. Grasping his hand, Da-yoon lays it all on the line, asking if he knows that she loves him. She repeats her confession, her heart pounding as she wonders why he isn't saying anything back. Yihan simply smirks, deciding that if she doesn't believe him, he'll just have to make her. He turns away, coldly telling her that he knows, and she should just go get ready for school. He leaves her alone on the bed, stunned. So it wasn't a dream, but what was that reaction? The second he's out of sight, however, the cool demeanor shatters. He slumps against the wall, realizing he is in deep trouble. Later, they're driving in an awkward silence, the morning traffic mirroring their stalled conversation. Dayun tries to make small talk about exams, feeling a strange wave of relief wash over her. She glances over, amazed at how he's treating her exactly like he always does, as if nothing happened. But in his mind, a past memory surfaces a time her words felt like a burden, and he's terrified of that pressure again. She thought that after last night, everything was over, that they could never go back. But Yihan refused to let things just fade away with his quiet compassion. How could she not fall for someone like that? She gets why he's confused the girl, who was like a sister, suddenly confessed. And she loves that he didn't take her feelings lightly, because that's just so like him. Still, one burning question remains. Why did he go along with the kiss? Did he do it just to not hurt her feelings? Or did it mean absolutely nothing to him? She shakes her head, trying to dismiss the thought he wouldn't be so careless. Yihan glances over, dryly asking what new rabbit hole she's gone down this time. But her thoughts have already spiraled to a new problem. He was a little too good at kissing. And in that moment, she realizes she wants more. She wants to be close to him, not just as a friend, but properly. She wants his touch to be a normal, everyday part of her life. So, fueled by this new wave of courage, she reaches out and takes his hand. Yihan is completely blindsided, asking her just what she thinks she's doing. Flustered, she tries to justify it. They hold hands sometimes, and besides, they kissed. But instead of an answer, a slow, predatory smirk spreads across his face. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper right next to her ear. He asks if she's trying to start something so early in the morning. Her brain short-circuits as they pull up to their destination, the tension left hanging in the air. But instead of answering her question, he simply reaches over and grabs her seatbelt. He leans completely over her, boxing her into the passenger seat with his body. Her heart hammers in her chest as she's suddenly trapped beneath him, face to face. He stares down at her with an intense, unreadable expression, a heavy silence filling the car. As he slowly closes the distance, her mind goes completely blank, anticipating what's next. She squeezes her eyes shut, blushing furiously, bracing for the kiss she's sure is coming. But he stops, a smug grin spreading across his face as he teases her about her dirty thoughts. Yihan leans back, thoroughly amused with himself, wondering what on earth she was thinking. He then casually tells her to get out, calling her a pervert just to rub it in. Utterly humiliated, she bolts from the car, yelling that it's his fault for being so likable. Hong Dayun runs off, burying her face in her hands, wishing she could just love that infuriating man a little less. Back in the car, Yihan's cool demeanor finally cracks, and he slumps over, checking to see if she's really gone. He's left breathless and flustered, realizing his teasing act might have been a bit too real even for him. Later, in a quiet room at the university, a heavy sigh echoes off the lockers. Yihan stares into his cup noodles, completely lost in thought and sighing over and over again. The memory of what happened in the car is clearly eating away at him. Finally, his friend Jang Taewon has had enough, slamming his own food down and telling him to quit his moping. With his head on the desk, Yihan just grumbles for him to spit it out or get lost. But then he looks up, his gaze intense as he softly calls out Taewon's name, much to his friend's confusion. He leans in, a serious question forming on his lips, something that's clearly been weighing on his mind. He asks if Taewon had ever received a confession that made him feel scared instead of happy, completely stunning his friend. Taewon's brain short-circuits, imagining himself in some corny rejection scene, totally baffled by the question. He tries to play it cool, wondering when the hell Han Chio, the guy who only ever cared about his sister, started having these problems. With a heavy sigh, Yihan admits that it's just not that simple. Taewon scoffs, asking what could possibly be so hard about it, but then stops himself, sensing there's more to the story. So he cuts to the chase. Did you reject her, or did you accept? Yihan's silence speaks volumes. Frustrated, Taewon calls him an idiot for leading the girl on, demanding he either accept or clearly turn her down. Yihan finally confesses it's not that he doesn't want to say yes. He explains his real fear. They've been like family for so long, and dating feels like a gamble where he could lose everything. Accepting means responsibility, and making the wrong choice would only end in a regret he can't bear to face. Taewon's words cut deep, accusing him of just running away from his feelings. The next day at university, the question of what to do next hangs heavy in the air. Inside, a lecture drone on about the established pecking order of the world. For Dayun, however, the only thing on her mind is the boy walking beside her. She glances over at Yihan, who sits there looking completely calm and collected. How could he act so normal after completely confusing her this morning? He's perfectly fine, while she's over here practically losing her mind with anxiety. What is she supposed to do? How can she not be shaken when he's right there? Her heart pounds in her chest, the tension becoming almost unbearable. Her hand inches closer to his, but she pulls back, unable to make the leap. Just as her anxiety peaks, Yihan seems to notice something, and then, his hand moves, landing right next to hers on the desk. He stares straight ahead, acting as if nothing happened. Dayun's mind short-circuits. Did his hand just fall there by accident? Or is he waiting for her to take it? Is this an invitation? Her hand trembles, her face flushing as she debates what to do. But before she can act, he suddenly pulls his hand away. Yihan immediately regrets it, running a hand through his hair. What the hell was he doing? Old advice echoes in his mind. Be decisive, don't be vague, don't just run away. And yet, that's exactly what he did. He curses his own hesitation. And in that moment, Dayun makes a decision, letting her pencil slip from her fingers. The awkward silence is unbearable. She has to do something. So she reaches down to retrieve it. But this isn't about the pencil. Her eyes are filled with a quiet resolve. Just as her fingers brush the floor, another hand closes over hers. It's Yihan. He leans in close, a soft smile on his face as he gently tells her to be careful. Later, she finds herself in the restroom, washing her hands under the running water. But as she stares at her reflection, the feeling of his touch hasn't faded at all. Her mind flashes back to that moment, remembering just how big and firm his hand felt. A deep blush creeps up her neck. What is she going to do? She wants to hold his hand again. Lost in her thoughts, her hand tightens on the soap dispenser, the memory still fresh. Her fingers trace her lips, the blush on her cheeks refusing to fade. She can't help it. A new feeling is bubbling up: impatience. If only Yihan would hurry up and finally realize how she feels about him. Walking through the halls, she debates whether she should confess again or just keep waiting. There has to be a better way, right? Her steps halt as a poster on the wall catches her eye. It's a recruitment ad for a work-study position in the Department of Physical Education. The wheels in her head start turning. The pay is good, it's convenient, and it seems low stress. A campus job like this would certainly be better than dealing with useless family drama. Besides, she was looking for a part-time job anyway, and that's when it clicks. Pulling out her phone, she checks her calendar. Yihan's birthday is just next month. With her mind made up, Dayun is determined to earn some money for Yihan's birthday. She heads straight to the physical education department to apply for the part-time job she found. And tagging along is none other than Yihan himself, looking annoyed and complaining that he's perfectly fine on his own. She just smiles through his grumbling, reminding him she's not a kid anymore, even as he questions her choice of workplace. As they walk, she calmly lists all the practical reasons, while he follows like a silent, brooding bodyguard. Other students in the hallway can't help but glance over at the tense-looking pair. He sighs internally, wondering if his new job is to be her personal escort from now on. How annoying. But Dayun is lost in her own world, focused on her true goal, to buy a gift for Chio with her own money. And on his birthday, she's going to confess again. Just then, a smirk plays on Yihan's lips, catching her completely off guard. Yihan, she calls out, trying to understand his sudden, unreadable amusement. The source of his amusement is a muscular guy fresh from a workout, wiping sweat from his neck. It's Seo Yujin, and he eyes them with a cool, confident smirk, asking what brings them here. Yihan sighs, realizing he's acting like a coward for orchestrating this, but he can't help himself. Dayun, completely lost, tugs on his ear to snap him out of his trance, surprised by his sudden silence. He quickly plays it off with a cough, suggesting they go together since he was heading that way anyway. But Dayun turns her attention to the newcomer, asking Yujin why he isn't greeting her. Yujin's face twists in disgust at Yihan, who's internally thrilled to finally have his full attention. Yihan leans in with a predatory grin, feigning hurt feelings before casually greeting Seo Yujin. Peeking out from behind him, Dayun asks if they've dropped the formalities since their last meeting. Yihan smoothly confirms it was Yujin's idea, and Yujin has no choice but to agree, silently fuming at that irritating smirk. Dayun watches them, amused by their tense rivalry, and how they've somehow gotten closer. Just as Yihan is about to make his next move on the pair, his phone starts vibrating, forcing him to pull it out with a casual smile. Yujin seizes the opportunity, telling Yihan to go ahead to his next class and not to worry. Taking the cue, Dayun thanks him for walking with her and heads off with Yujin. Finally alone, Yihan's playful demeanor vanishes as he sees the caller ID, his father. He answers, immediately getting an earful for the delay, but he calmly says he was on his way to class. His father cuts him off with shocking news: he's at the hospital with Yihan's maternal grandmother. The situation is grim. She's showing signs of dementia and keeps asking for her granddaughter. His mother tries to comfort her, as his father warns Yihan that he might need to come visit very soon. His father's words hang in the air, asking if he'd be willing to come. Yihan is silent, the weight of the request settling on him. Meanwhile, at the department office, a new task is being laid out: simple clerical work and warehouse management. Hong Da-yoon accepts the responsibility from her senior, relieved that it doesn't sound too overwhelming for the semester. But as she turns, she's surprised to see a familiar face already there. Yujin, what is he doing here? When Da-yoon is told to head to the warehouse, Yujin immediately asks if he can come along to help. She insists she can handle it alone, but a quick look at the cluttered equipment room reveals her overconfidence. Yujin joins her anyway, and they both stare at the mess. This is clearly not a one-person job. He quickly takes charge, pointing out he'll move the heavier, more dangerous equipment. Flustered, Da-yoon thanks him, admitting she was worried about being a burden since it wasn't his job. But Yujin just looks at her, a faint smile on his lips, telling her plainly that he's helping simply because he wants to. Da-yoon is a little confused by his good mood, asking if he actually enjoys cleaning. Yujin simply agrees, clarifying that it's not the cleaning itself that he likes. Just as she announces they've finished organizing her side, her foot slips on the damp floor. With a loud crash, the plastic buckets she was holding go scattering across the ground. He rushes over instantly to check on her, but she's just dying of embarrassment. As he helps her stand, she looks down, realizing her clothes are now completely soaked. But before she can even process it, Yujin is already pulling off his own shirt. He offers it to her, saying he can just change into his taekwondo uniform anyway. Flustered, she can barely look at him, thinking it's not about whether the shirt is clean or not. And somewhere across town, completely oblivious, Zhang Yihan calmly checks his phone. He reads the text from Da-yoon, a rare and cute request to be picked up early. Looking up, a confident smirk graces his lips as he hears her call his name. And there she is, blushing slightly, as she thanks him for coming to get her. But his eyes immediately scan her for any injuries as he sheds his own jacket. He drapes it over her shoulders, telling her to put it on while she stammers her thanks. She hesitantly asks if it was a bother, and he looks at her, amused by the very idea. His expression turns serious, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he begins to answer. Clutching his jacket, she remembers what he once said about liking people who accept his gifts. So if that's his preference for others, what about his own? Building her courage, she asks him directly what kind of person he's attracted to. He takes a moment, then reveals he's a bit possessive, wanting someone who only has eyes for him, someone who simply accepts his actions, almost taking them for granted. Which leaves Da-yoon stammering. Her face flushed, she looks up at him and declares that next time, she'll be even more troublesome. The response catches him completely off guard, a slight blush creeping onto his own cheeks as he wonders where she gets this from. She tells him to let go since they're at school, but his gaze darkens as he murmurs that no one is watching. Except someone is watching, as Seo Yujin stands observing them from across the school grounds. He notes to himself that despite everything, Da-yoon still ended up refusing Yihan's jacket. Yihan, meanwhile, is lost in his own world, thinking about how this place represents a distance he can never quite cross. A knowing smirk plays on Yujin's lips as he silently tells Yihan to stay right where he is. His eyes narrow with a cold, calculating focus, the silent challenge hanging heavy in the air. Because from this moment forward, Yujin vows, he'll be standing right by Yihan's side. Later that night, in a small rooftop room, someone else is lost in thought. Yihan lies restlessly in bed, the day's events replaying in his mind. He stares up at the ceiling, thinking back. At first, he'd tried to keep his distance, telling himself not to get involved. But he just couldn't, not when Da-yoon always looked so fragile, like she could collapse at any moment. A sudden memory sparks in his mind. He remembers the very first day he came to see this house, looking up and wondering, who was that girl, and why was she staring down at him with such an intense gaze? A soft laugh escapes him as he covers his face. It was the exact same look she gives him now. But the perspective shifts, cutting to Seo Yujin, lost in a memory of his own. He remembers waving to her that one day just because she looked sad. And in that moment, for the very first time, he saw her smile. It was a sight so rare, so captivating, that he instantly craved to see it again. As he began to collect these precious new expressions, he realized she had completely embedded herself in his heart. Snapping back to the present, he splashes his face with water, the past clinging to him. He's not a kid anymore. He knows exactly what this intense feeling is. Seeing Zhang Yihan gave him a sliver of hope, a feeling that he might actually have a chance with her. But the bitter truth remains. He can only ever be a substitute, never the one who is truly chosen. A twisted thought begins to form. If the only thing he has is this face, what if he starts acting just like him? A dark, unsettling smirk crosses his face. Maybe then, he could finally make her look at him, and only him. And so, Seo Yujin's new life begins on campus, where everyone knows him as the elusive Yihan. Elsewhere, Hong Da-yoon is getting an earful from her friend for being too busy with volunteering and work. Yujin's friends are on his case too, wondering when he'll ever have time to hang out with them. When they ask why he suddenly took a part-time job, his answer is vague yet full of intent. His friend is so baffled, he even offers to just buy whatever it is Yujin wants. Meanwhile, Kwon Mirai is dealing with a very different kind of frustration. Her group project is an absolute dumpster fire, with one guy plagiarizing and another completely ghosting. Her friend, however, is the picture of calm, casually stretching and saying it'll all work out. But for Mirai, whose scholarship is on the line, this is no joke, and she desperately wishes she just teamed up with Yihan. As class ends, Da-eun gives a cheerful goodbye, heading off to her next mysterious appointment. Mirai's friend tries to offer some last-minute encouragement, but Mirai can barely muster a response. She's completely tuned out, her mind fixated on the impending doom of her group presentation. All she can do is imagine the praise Yihan is getting, how he effortlessly carries his team to success. She lets out a frustrated sigh, while her friend bizarrely whispers that it's a relief. Mirai demands to know what's so relieving, and her friend admits she's just happy to see Yihan getting along with others, but her gaze lingers a little too long, and Mirai calls her out, asking why she's so invested in him. The friend gets flustered, trying to brush it off as a forgotten memory from middle school. She then shifts gears, her tone turning somber as she admits she finds Hong Da-yoon, the girl Yihan is with, pitiful. And then the gossip starts, whispering of a dark rumor that Daeun's own family died because of her. The friend adds that there's even talk of her secretly living with a high school boy, a secret Daeun herself is desperately trying to keep. Mirai's friend continues, explaining that because Daeun is a timid orphan, people feel free to spread vicious rumors. But then her tone shifts, revealing a sharp frustration with Daeun for just taking it all and never fighting back. Mira's eyes narrow, cutting through her friend's fake pity. Hong Da-yoon, don't you think? That you might be the only one who actually sees her that way? The question hangs in the air as class is dismissed, but Da-yoon is completely oblivious, happily deciding to find a nice gift for Yihan after class. She imagines him with his friend, knowing he'd just refuse if she asked him what he wanted directly. So, she pulls out her phone and types in a very specific search. Gift ideas for confessing. Her screen fills with options, sneakers, cologne, an espresso machine as she wonders what he would like. But just as she's lost in thought, a hand clamps down on her shoulder, startling her. She looks up to see Mirai's friend, a smug and predatory grin spreading across her face as she asks if Da-yoon is planning to confess. With a disbelieving tone, her friend lays it all out. Da-yoon confessed, got brushed off, and is now planning a second attempt for his birthday. Da-yoon sheepishly admits that for now, things have just returned to how they were before. Her friend's expression darkens with rage, demanding to know who this guy is so she can go take care of him. But she forces herself to calm down, realizing anger won't help the naive girl in front of her. She looks Da-yoon dead in the eye, her tone suddenly serious, and tells her to rethink confessing to Yihan at all. The words hang heavy in the air, leaving Da-yoon to wander the campus track, lost in her thoughts. Her phone buzzes with a text from Yihan himself, casually saying he'll come pick her up. She slumps onto the bleachers, feeling a heavy sigh escape her lips as the message complicates everything. Her friend's warning echoes in her mind. He has no intention of accepting her feelings. He just wants her by his side, and if she stays, she's only setting herself up for more pain. And speak of the devil, Yihan is on the field, leading a training run with his group. He carries that usual sharp, confident look, completely in his element. Da-eun, however, is still lost in her thoughts, sighing about how much of a mess her head is. Her inner turmoil is interrupted by a hand on her head. She looks up to see Yihan has found her. He casually strolls over, explaining he was just getting in a light jog before his evening training. Noticing her tired expression, he leans in, telling her to sit down and catch her breath. He watches her with that subtle, knowing smirk, always seeming one step ahead. A little flustered, Da-eun tries to play it cool, insisting that she's not really that tired. But then, gathering her courage, she remembers her goal. There's something important she needs to ask him. He gives her an easygoing look and tells her to go right ahead, completely unaware of the confession hanging in the balance. But instead of a confession, Da-yoon asks a strange, hypothetical question, wondering how he'd react if she were someone else. The air instantly freezes as Yihan's playful demeanor vanishes, his eyes turning cold and sharp. He flips the question right back at her. How would she react if he were the real Jong Lee-jun? Da-yoon is completely stunned, stammering to ask why he would even say something like that. In that moment, she realizes her mistake. The face waiting for her answer was impossibly cold. He finally speaks, telling her that whenever she looks at him, he sees sadness in her eyes. He wants to get closer, but he's afraid that he's the very reason she's hurting. Da-yoon listens, speechless, as he confesses there are times when his own face feels like it doesn't belong to him. He reveals the real reason he ever started judo. It was a desperate hope. He thought if he became as famous as Jong Lee-jun, his parents might finally come looking for him. And as he waits for her answer, Da-yoon admits to herself that since Legion left, she's felt stuck in the past. She finally turns to him, ready to ask the one question that's always been on her mind. She knows it's a selfish thing to ask, but she has to be honest. With a heavy heart, she confesses that looking at him often reminds her so much of her brother. But her gaze hardens with sincerity, as she adds she never once wished for him to be Legion. She looks him dead in the eye, calling him Seo Yujin, telling him that just being himself is more than enough. He's completely caught off guard by her words, a little embarrassed by how cheesy it sounds. All he can manage is a quiet thank you, as the weight finally lifts from his shoulders. Da-yoon looks at him, a soft blush creeping up her face as the sun hits just right. In that moment, something shifts, and she sees him in a whole new, dazzling light. A genuine, almost boyish smile spreads across Yujin's face. It's the first time he's ever felt so completely accepted. And for Da-yoon, looking at him then, he finally wasn't a shadow of her past. He was just Seo Yujin. Later, sitting in the car with Yihan, her mind begins to drift back into that complicated history. She can't shake his old question, how would she react if he were actually her brother, Legion? That one thought opens a door to a painful fantasy she's kept locked away for years. She imagines a world where the accident never happened, where her mother and brother simply came home. Legion would be beaming, showing off his first gold medal, their family completely untouched by tragedy. She remembers the feeling of hugging him, crying tears of joy, surrounded by her mother's warmth. The beautiful daydream fades, leaving her trembling in the present, apologizing to Yihan for being so lost in her fear. But through the fog of her sorrow, a hand finds hers, and Yihan's voice gently pulls her back. He reminds her of the harsh truth he's already laid bare. Her brother isn't someone to find, but someone to let go of. The memory echoes his words. Legion is someone who can never, ever return to them. Back in the car, Da-yoon's mind races. Is she just completely misunderstanding everything about him? She even recalls Taewon's warning, that Yihan clearly wasn't interested in dating her, so was his protection just a wall he built between them? Yihan glances over, his sharp eyes catching the turmoil she's trying to hide. He can't shake it. She's been gloomy and distant since he picked her up, but just says it's nothing when he asks. She'll smile for a photo, hold her phone like a lifeline, but she never once reaches out to him first. His hand clenches on the steering wheel, a flare of frustration rising within him. He honestly thought he was the only person on her mind. Is this some kind of game she's playing? All this push and pull? But he quickly dismisses the thought. Jong Yihan isn't the type to play such childish games. Looking at her unhappy expression, a strange, possessive feeling begins to stir inside him. He wants to be the reason for every emotion she has, even the painful ones. So, he breaks the tension, leaning in to ask if she wants to go grab a drink. He doesn't take her to some fancy lounge, but to a humble, glowing street bar. She teases him about the choice of venue, but secretly, she's thrilled, admitting she's always wanted to try a place like this. A little blush creeps onto her cheeks. She's genuinely excited that it's their first time drinking alone. But as the food arrives, she has to ask what brought on this sudden change of heart. He just smirks, twisting the cap off a bottle. He asks if she truly forgot why he always stopped her before, reminding her she has some terrible drinking habits. Da-yoon is stunned, but he brings up the memories of her getting completely wasted, and how much trouble she was. And that, he says while pouring her a shot, is exactly why she needs to learn how to drink properly from him. He pushes the shot glass towards her with a knowing, almost predatory smile. Da-yoon takes it, her hand trembling slightly. She can't figure out why she feels so nervous. She takes a small, hesitant sip, the strong alcohol clearly not to her taste. Yihan watches her every move, an unreadable expression on his face. He asks if it tastes good, and when she shakes her head, he simply reaches out and takes the glass from her. She's stunned she was just drinking from that, but he doesn't hesitate for a second. He downs the rest of it, explaining with a smirk that a stolen drink always tastes the best. Completely flustered, she wonders aloud if she could steal his drink too then. The playful mood suddenly vanishes as she taps the table, calling him by his full name, Jong Yihan. His eyes narrow, the games are over. He leans in and asks her directly why she even likes him, but instead of being intimidated, Da-yoon smirks, thinking there must have been a trigger for her feelings. Her eyes narrow with a playful confidence, admitting that she's genuinely curious herself. Her mind flashes back to that first kiss the day she gave him artificial respiration. Yihan's expression remains unreadable as she confesses her feelings started that very day. He quietly wonders if it was truly the start of something, or just simple curiosity on her part. He mumbles his doubt aloud, but she doesn't quite catch what he said. He quickly tells her it's nothing, the noisy chatter of the restaurant covering his words. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Yihan looks away, the intense moment completely broken. Just then, two new guys walk in, complaining that the place is too packed to find a seat. but a familiar voice cuts through the din, and they both look up to see Seo Yujin standing right there. Yujin's friend claps him on the shoulder, immediately asking Dayun if Yihan is her boyfriend. She quickly denies it, flustered, realizing her private confession was about to be crashed. Yujin smirks, clearly recognizing her, while his friend apologizes for barging in. But Dayun, trying to be polite, says it's fine as long as Yihan doesn't mind. And oh, Yihan doesn't mind at all, a dangerous little smile playing on his lips, as he says he's curious to see how close she and Yujin have gotten. The friend, oblivious, asks how they all know each other anyway. Dayun cheerfully explains Yujin is her new neighbor, while Yihan is just a senior in her department. That simple word senior makes Yihan lean in, his voice dangerously low as he asks why the sudden formality. He feigns being hurt, tapping his foot impatiently, pointing out how she's treating him like a stranger. Yujin's friend bursts out laughing at the display, while Yujin just smirks, enjoying the show Yihan is putting on. Cornered, Da-eun blurts out the first thing that comes to mind, that he's someone she really, really likes. The words hang in the air for a split second before the horror sets in. What did she just say? She stammers, trying to take it back, but it's too late. Yihan's eyes have narrowed, catching every word. And he's not the only one listening. Yujin's gaze flicks over, analyzing this very unexpected development. The friend, completely missing the vibe, just finds it hilarious, loudly congratulating Yihan on having such a devoted junior. But with a quiet firmness, Yihan picks up his glass, his voice low as he tells the guy to stop teasing her. His mind is racing. He only came here to see how Yujin acted around her, not for this kind of public confession. Da-eun is mortified, desperately hoping the booze can be blamed for her burning face and the awkward silence. And honestly, Yihan is grateful for it too, because the noisy bar is the only thing hiding his own stunned reaction. Seizing the moment, Yujin smoothly cuts through the tension, changing the topic to school clubs and suggesting judo. But the friend pivots, trying to recruit Yihan for judo, only to get a cold, one-word rejection. He rambles on, trying to hype up the sport, recalling how popular it was when they were kids. To drive his point home, he brings up the legendary athlete Young Yi-jun, asking Dayun if she's heard of him. A shadow falls over Yihan's face. He remembers starting judo back then, a bitter memory he'd rather forget. The friend then praises Yujin, saying his resemblance to the famous athlete must have been tough, but it made him the ace. Noticing Yihan's silence, he worries he's being boring, but Dayun quickly assures him she's captivated. With a soft, nostalgic smile, she reveals that her older brother was the very same Young Yi-jun. The entire table freezes, the guys staring at her in complete and utter disbelief. The friend absolutely loses it, grabbing her hands and declaring he'll call her boss from now on. But as he gushes about being a fan, Yujin's hand calmly intercepts his, slapping it away from Dayun. With a cold glare, Yujin tells his friend to back off, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yihan, however, turns to Dayun, quietly checking if she's okay with all the talk about her late brother. She assures him she is, and that she actually enjoyed it, her knee brushing against his. Then, with a shy, blushing smile, she confesses it's because he's right there next to her. Completely caught off guard, Yihan turns away, trying to brush it off with a flustered whatever. He suddenly covers his face, blaming the alcohol for his deep blush as Dayun worries she went too far. And from across the table, Yujin watches this entire intimate exchange with a sharp, unreadable gaze. With the atmosphere suddenly charged, they all agree it's getting late and decide to leave. Outside, Dayun asks if he's really okay, but a flustered Yihan just retorts, asking if it isn't obvious. He leans in close, insisting he isn't drunk, but his red face just makes Dayun think he's unbelievably cute. As Yujin's friends drunkenly try to rally for a second round, Yujin holds one of them up, deciding it's time to go. He tells Dayun to take good care of Yihan, a spark of tension passing between the two guys before Yujin's group departs. Now alone, Dayun asks if he's cold, but Yihan just smiles, saying that on the contrary, he's feeling quite hot. She notes that he seems to be in an unusually good mood, figuring it must be the alcohol. He turns to her with a knowing look, asking if she really can't guess the reason, before quietly admitting that it's because of her. When she asks why, he just looks away, thinking to himself that her complete obliviousness is the very core of his frustration. The weight of his own feelings seems to physically hit him, and he suddenly stumbles, collapsing to his knees on the sidewalk. Dayun rushes to his side in a panic, calling his name and asking if he's feeling sick. But he just looks up, his face flushed but his eyes sharp, asking her to get one more drink with him. He has something important to say. The dark, cloudy sky looms overhead, thick with unspoken words and the promise of a confession. And just as the words hang in the air, the first drops of rain begin to fall. The drizzle quickly turns into a downpour, washing away the moment for his confession. Now inside, Dayun sits anxiously, his words echoing in her mind. What did he mean? Did she do something wrong? She tries to break the tension, commenting on how lucky they were to escape the rain. Turning back with a nervous smile, she finds him completely silent, lost in his own thoughts. But then he reappears, fresh out of the shower, a towel slung over his shoulder, asking if she's ready for that drink. She agrees, but when he says the alcohol is in his room, her curiosity gets the better of her, and she follows him. He stops at the doorway, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he looks down at her. Opening a closet, he reveals not just a few beers, but a whole stash of liquor bottles hidden away in a box. It's not like he was hiding it, he says with a smirk, before casually dropping the fact that this is his brother Yijun's room. He admits he knows how long this room has been preserved, and he simply didn't want to disturb it. Da-yoon's heart melts a little, seeing this quiet, respectful side of him. She playfully closes the distance, teasing him about hiding the alcohol from her. Yihan can't help but crack a smile, blushing as he admits he's been caught. She leans into his back, finding his shyness cute, and telling him he didn't need to worry. But as she stands there, something dawns on her. Her gaze drifts across the room, past the untouched trophies and medals on the shelf. She realizes he could have changed everything, but he chose to live in a museum of his brother's life. Every detail was a quiet act of love, and his consideration for his brother touches her deeply. Her mind flashes back to a moment he promised to tell her something, his gaze just as intense as it is now. She remembers that day in the rain, when she asked him what he wanted to say. But for now, they settle in for a quiet night, picking out a movie to watch. Sitting on the couch, Dayun sighs contentedly, finding peace in just being with him. He pops open a can of sparkling apple juice and casually hands it over to her. She takes a tentative sip, her eyes widening in pleasant surprise. It's delicious, and Yihan just smirks, glad that she likes it. Curious, she asks what he's drinking, and he gets a playful glint in his eye. He tells her if she really wants to know, she should smell it herself, holding his glass out. With a slight blush, she leans in, his hand guiding hers as she brings the glass closer. But as her lips near the rim, his playful expression vanishes, replaced by something sharp and cold. She leans in closer, inhaling the scent from his hand, her mind racing to place the unfamiliar perfume. It's not their shared body wash. This is the bitter aroma of whiskey, mixed with something else entirely. She guesses it might be a woody scent, and he smirks, complimenting her sharp nose. Dayun can't help but think that the fragrance suits him perfectly. It feels mature, adult, and he watches her with an intense gaze. Suddenly she feels self-conscious, worrying that to him, she just smells like the lotion her mom used on her as a child. She grips her can of juice, feeling utterly childish. A brief memory surfaces of someone taking alcohol away from Yihan, noting how poorly he handles it. Back in the present, he swirls the amber liquid in his glass, the quiet clinking of ice filling the silence. The air grows thick with the scent of his shampoo, and for both of them, it's becoming intoxicating. Dayun can't even bring herself to look at him, her face flushed as she sips her juice. Yihan, however, watches her with a knowing smirk, impressed that she can handle her alcohol. His mind drifts back to a summer they spent huddled together, binging horror movies as kids. And now here they are, drinking together. He can't help but wonder when she grew up so much. Her own eyes are looking heavy as she calls his name, asking if he's getting tired. He just chuckles, pointing out she's the one who looks ready to pass out, but she mumbles a denial. He tells her it's okay to get some rest, but she quietly insists she wants to stay with him. Then, without warning, she slumps against his shoulder, fast asleep, catching him completely off guard. His heart hammers in his chest, the sudden warmth and closeness sending his composure into a tailspin. His hand hesitates for a moment before gently, carefully, resting on top of her head. His hand clenches into a fist as he fights every impulse screaming through him. Leaning back, he tries to breathe, thinking that was way too close for comfort. But her eyes flutter open. She's not completely gone, still fighting to stay awake. She remembers he said he had something important to tell her, didn't he? Mumbling against his chest, she admits she's been waiting for his words. A soft, strained laugh escapes him. She heard him after all. He can't believe it, even half asleep. That's what's on her mind. Gently running his hand through her hair, he admits this isn't the right time. For her, the slow, steady motion is strangely calming, making her feel safe. He remains silent, the gentle touch betraying the storm of conflict within him. Barely conscious, she murmurs a soft goodnight, a gentle kiss placed on her forehead. As the rain begins to patter against the window, he decides to speak his heart, thinking she's asleep. He confesses he tried to see her as a little sister, but it was impossible. The thought of other men near her, of being just another face in her life, terrifies him. With a raw, steady gaze, he finally gathers the courage to lay his feelings bare. He admits it plainly. He sees her as a woman, Her eyes fly open, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. She heard him. The world seems to slow down as her mind struggles to catch up. What did he just say? All she can do is stare back at his intense expression. Her thoughts a whirlwind. Outside, the rain falls, each drop echoing the weight of the confession hanging in the air. The words echo in her mind, a question she never thought she'd have to ask. He sees her as a woman. Her heart trembles as she tries to pinpoint the moment everything changed between them. Yihan, meanwhile, worries if he's making her uncomfortable, holding her so close after his bombshell confession. He gently settles her against him, whispering his desire to simply watch her sleeping face. Da-yoon's mind goes completely blank, every thought scattered by his sudden tenderness. Then, in one smooth motion, he lifts her completely off the ground and into his arms. Overwhelmed, her only instinct is to squeeze her eyes shut, too flustered to do anything else. A soft smile graces Yihan's lips as he looks down at her. Feeling like he can finally see her properly, he holds her close, resting his head against hers, completely captivated by her flustered state. But the intimate moment is cut short by the soft creak of a door opening nearby. He watches her sleep, his mind racing with the consequences of his feelings. Da-yoon, lost in her dreams, whispers his name as if sensing his conflicted heart. His thoughts drift to a family photo, a painful reminder of their tangled histories. He knows that if they start dating, their relationship with his parents will inevitably change, and the thought of being the one to take her second family away from her is terrifying. He gently takes her hand, his one true desire cutting through the noise, to protect her from any more loss. Leaning in, he places a soft, reverent kiss on her hand and wishes her a quiet good night. With a heavy heart, he slips out of the room, leaving her to rest. The house grows silent once more, the stillness of the night reflecting his somber decision. An empty chair sits in the dark, a quiet testament to the space he's now put between them. But sleep is the furthest thing from Hong Da-yoon's mind. Her heart flutters as she relives the gentle touch, the weight of his kiss on her hand. As the sun rises, she finally sits up, completely wired. Sleep never came. She'd always thought he was pushing her away, seeing her as just a little sister. But now she understands his words, his distance. It was all to protect her. A thrilling, terrifying thought begins to bloom. Could it be that he feels the same way? She collapses back onto the bed, wondering if maybe, just maybe, he likes her too. Just then, the soft creak of her door opening pulls her from her thoughts. It's him. Chio turns with a small smile, asking if she slept well. Da-yoon steps out, her mind racing. If he really does like her, then everything is about to change. He casually hands back her phone, teasing her about a hangover, but Da-yoon can barely meet his gaze. Then, Chio drops a bombshell, asking if she's free on the 9th of next month. His parents want them to come visit for his birthday, and her heart just about stops. She glances at her phone, her decision already made as she firmly agrees to go. On the screen, a message from Yujin sits completely ignored. Elsewhere, Yujin stares at his own phone, stewing in the silence, wondering why she hasn't replied. He's at the dojo with a friend, complaining that he caught a cold after getting soaked in the rain because of her. His friend asks who he was waiting for a text from, and Yujin admits he never heard back from Yihan. Trying to be helpful, the friend casually remarks that Chio must have walked her home safely. The words hit Yujin like a punch to the gut, and his friend's sharp gaze suggests he knows exactly what he just did. Yujin's friend tries to change the subject, bringing up his upcoming spot in the Asian Games, but Yujin deflects, trying to sound humble about just making weight and hoping not to lose. His friend smirks, offering to come cheer for him, though he knows Yujin has someone else in mind. He teases that there's definitely one person whose support he's actually hoping for. A faint, hopeful smile crosses Yujin's lips as he thinks about it. Seeing his chance, his friend tells him straight up, "Just ask Yihan to come watch you." Meanwhile, across town, Yihan is laying on a couch, looking like he's regretting all his life choices. His friends chalk it up to a simple hangover, with one of them hilariously mad he drank without them. But Yihan is lost in his own head, cringing at the memory of what he did last night. In a drunken haze, he confessed to a sleeping Da-yoon, and now sober reality is hitting him like a ton of bricks. Still, despite the utter humiliation of his drunken confession, the memory of her gentle touch and peaceful face lingers in his mind. His friends just think he's being dramatic, telling him not to throw up, but all Yihan can think is she's so cute. He grits his teeth, trying to convince himself he's endured this cringe fest well enough. But just then, his phone buzzes, and he sees a message from the one person he's trying not to think about. It's Da-yoon, asking what is up to. He quickly types back a casual reply, his mind already calculating her schedule. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across his face as the embarrassment finally fades away. He leans back, a newfound clarity in his eyes. It's time to admit it. What might have started as simple curiosity has grown into something more. He knows Dayoon likes him, and this shameless bastard, as he calls himself, finally admits that he likes her right back. He thought drawing a line was enough to protect her, but he's realizing he's the one who's about to break. Just then, another message buzzes, pulling his attention back to the screen. A slow, subtle smile forms on his lips. He's done running from this. It's Dayoon, telling him she's been thinking and that he seems far too troubled by all this. And on her end, she knows full well that he sees her as a woman, vowing to protect him just as fiercely as he's protected her. She remembers it all, how he gave everything to her when she had lost everything. It was because of him that she grew up wanting more. And now, she's decided she wants it all. So even as she's interrupted at work, her mind is already planning her next move for his sake. Yihan reads her next text, where she casually tells him not to worry about the confession he made. He stares at the screen, completely captivated, as her reply hangs in the air, promising so much more. Without another word, Yihan abruptly tells his friends he's heading out first. They're left completely baffled he's ditching lunch. One of them asks if they saw the intense look on his face, but Yihan is already gone, striding purposefully down the hallway. He picks up his pace, a man with a sudden, urgent mission. A sharp, confident smirk plays on his lips. Her message has ignited something within him. His mind races, twisting her words. Is she telling him to forget his confession ever happened? He starts to spiral, wondering if he did something wrong, or if she's already lost interest. But as the doubts clash in his head, a powerful, undeniable truth finally breaks through. He realizes he's been lying to himself, pretending to let her go while secretly pulling her closer, arrogantly assuming she'd always revolve around him, his moon in the endless night. And somewhere else, Quan Murray walks alone, completely unaware of the storm brewing inside him. He finally accepts the truth. Without her, his entire world has tilted off its axis. As fate would have it, he runs right into her, and she offers him a coffee. They sit together on a bench, the silence so heavy she has to ask why he looks so troubled. He just sips his drink, thinking of all the people to meet right now. It had to be her. She silently regrets not just ignoring him, but their awkward moment is suddenly interrupted. One of Yihan's friends appears, cutting straight to the point and asking if she's the one who confessed. The friend smirks, probing Yihan about how long they've been so close. But Murray, unfazed, coolly states that it was obvious who they were talking about. His friend is stunned by her audacity, thinking, so this is the girl who rejected our Yihan? So, what did Yihan say? Well, he explains that Mirai told him to forget her confession ever happened. His companion just laughs, smugly asking if that means he got dumped. It serves him right, she smirks. He just sighs and slumps onto the bench, admitting he brought this on himself but still feels there's another reason. Her mind drifts back to a conversation with Mirai, realizing her own prodding might have made Mirai more resolute than intended. But seeing Yihan's face now, so genuinely hurt it's completely unlike the man she thought she knew. It triggers a memory of Mirai, looking just as sorrowful, wrapped in a scarf against the cold. That memory is tied to an even older one, a younger Yihan, devastated and alone after his grandmother finally passed away. She recalls the cruel timing of it all on the day of his college entrance exam and how she'd worried for him then. Back in the present, the weight of that shared past makes her reconsider everything. She remembers telling Mirai to think carefully, because a man like Yihan wouldn't confess his feelings lightly. Yihan remembers being told how selfless Mirai is, always putting others before herself. He scoffs at the memory, telling Dayoon that she's a better person than he is. But Dayoon isn't here to just flatter him. She tells him not to be so certain about Mirai's motives. She throws out the harsh possibility that Mirai might have found someone else, making his hand clench. Suddenly, a new voice interrupts, and a hand gently brushes a stray leaf from her hair. The gesture is slow, almost possessive, catching her completely off guard. It's Jang Taewon, holding the tiny leaf with a smug smile, asking what she thinks she's doing. He casually joins them on the bench, claiming he saw them from a distance, and immediately pries into their conversation. Yihan and Dayoon exchange a quick, awkward glance as she tries to deflect, saying they were just drinking coffee. But Taewon's sly grin tells them he doesn't believe a word of it, savoring their discomfort. Yihan, clearly fed up with the intrusion, announces he has a free period, and makes his exit. With Yihan gone, Taewon suggests they leave too, but Dayoon just watches Yihan's retreating back. She realizes that for once, he isn't smiling, and she'd never noticed the kind of expression he was making. Taewon, on the other hand, shows a flash of genuine disappointment, almost like a pout. He quickly shakes it off with a chuckle, tossing his cup and dismissing Yihan as a cute little brat. Later, Dayoon walks alone, thinking that Mirai is selfless and must have acted with Yihan's feelings in mind. But then she looks at her phone, confused about a message regarding a forced confession, and it just doesn't add up. At the same time, Yihan is lost in a dark memory, recalling Mirei's fear of being the first one to hurt him. Her words echo in his mind that she didn't want him to lose anything else. And suddenly, a cold realization dawns on him. Could she have overheard everything that day? He tries to dismiss the thought. Surely, if Shed overheard him, she wouldn't be acting so normal. But a darker, more insidious possibility begins to poison his mind. What if the reason for her distance is that she's already found someone else? Elsewhere, Seo Eugene ends his judo practice, feeling his head spin from a rising fever. He plans to shower and visit the hospital, but his day gets worse when the water heater is broken. Rushing to the clinic, he's met with a closed door and a sign crushing his hopes. Defeated, he walks home coughing, realizing he doesn't even have any medicine. A faint memory surfaces of Yihan telling him not to neglect his health like this. His thoughts are interrupted by a mother scolding her coughing son for eating something cold, but she immediately softens, striking a deal for porridge and medicine later, giving Eugen an idea. The memory of a gentle voice drifts through his mind, chiding him for wanting ice cream when his throat hurt. Snapping back to the present, Eugen trudges on, feeling the weight of the day making his home seem impossibly far. But then, a familiar voice cuts through the evening air. It's Quan Mirai, standing right there on the street. She's just as surprised to see him, casually mentioning he must be on his way back from training. He tries to act normal, but a sudden cough betrays him, and she immediately picks up on it. He brushes it off as nothing, just a little something from getting caught in the rain, but her concerned gaze doesn't waver. Eugen insists a good night's sleep is all he needs, but she sees right through him, asking if he even has medicine at home. Before he can properly refuse, she's already offering to grab some from her place, telling him it'll only take a second. He's left completely stunned, a faint blush creeping up his neck as he watches her turn to leave. All he can do is stand there, frozen on the steps, utterly speechless at her unexpected kindness. His heart thumps heavily as he sinks onto the steps, letting out a long, weary sigh. For the first time all day, a bit of the weight lifts from his shoulders thanks to her simple gesture. But the moment is shattered by a cold voice asking what the hell he's doing in front of someone else's house. It's Yihan, his sharp eyes immediately sizing up Eugen's sickly appearance. Just then, Mirai returns with the medicine, freezing in surprise to see Yihan standing right there. He plays it cool, telling her he just arrived, though his gaze is intense. She holds up the bag, explaining that Eugen seems sick, so she was just helping him out. The explanation only sours Yihan's mood, a flash of irritation crossing his face. Eugen feels a spike of shame, imagining Yihan thinking he's just some weakling manipulating her kindness. But her worried voice cuts through his spiraling thoughts as she hands him the bag, a simple act of genuine care. Barely managing a quiet thank you, Eugen accepts the medicine. He decides it's time for him to go, turning to walk away down the empty street. As Mirai watches him leave, she can't help but worry, even with Yihan standing right there. She knows how awful it is to be sick and alone, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Yihan, meanwhile, is lost in his own dark thoughts, wondering if she's found someone else. A sudden, sharp pain makes him clutch his side, his face contorting for a brief moment. Eugen seems to sense something, pausing his retreat and glancing back over his shoulder. To his complete surprise, Yihan opens the door, quietly inviting him to come inside. He's utterly baffled. Why in the world is Hanchio suddenly being so kind? Stepping through the doorway, Eugen is immediately struck by the warmth of the apartment. For some reason, Eugen feels the tension just melt from his shoulders. The unexpected comfort leaves him feeling a little flustered and out of place. But this warmth dredges up a cold memory, a national judo tournament from his past. He remembers the director's crushing words if he lost. The kids at the orphanage would suffer. He was just a boy, forced to carry the weight of it all, told he could never show weakness. Snapping out of it, he hears Yihan asking why he's just standing there spacing out. And there's his rival, tied up in an apron, insisting Hell handle all the cooking. The command extends to Mirai too, as Yihan tells them both not to even think about helping. Eugen tries to stand, protesting that it's too much for one person to handle alone, but Yihan shuts him down with a single word, forcing them both to sit in awkward, shy silence. Seo Eugen fidgets uncomfortably with the hem of his sleeve, the silence thick with tension. He glances over, wondering why the hell Yihan is acting so cautious all of a sudden. The answer comes in the rhythmic chop of a knife as Yihan starts preparing a meal. A pot of porridge begins to bubble on the stove, a simple meal that carries a lot of weight. Yihan stirs, internally fuming, asking himself why he's cooking for the one person he didn't even want in his house. He remembers how long he hesitated to make this place his own. He's not about to give it up for some rival, but her feelings, he chose to honor the concern she couldn't let go of, even if it meant swallowing his pride. Mirai watches him, a storm of irritation brewing inside her. This guy is just so troublesome in every way possible. But then, a soft giggle escapes her. She realizes behind the tough act, he must have been really worried, and all Yujin can do is watch, a silent and bewildered witness to this bizarre truce. The meal is served with a single, blunt instruction: eat. Yujin, looking uncharacteristically meek, quietly offers his thanks as Mirai marvels at the speed. Yihan tries to play it cool, telling him not to force it, but Mirai just laughs at his transparent act. With a quiet determination, Yujin lifts the first spoonful to his lips. Yihan insists he only needs to eat enough for his medicine, but Yujin simply refuses that idea. He takes a bite, and after a moment's pause, he quietly confirms it's good. Mirai whispers her concern to Yihan about his lack of appetite, but he calmly tells her not to worry, because as Yihan watches him, he realizes something. That look, it isn't a lack of appetite at all. A memory flashes in his mind, a huge feast laid out, and a voice telling him to enjoy the meal. It reminds him of another time, of a small, sad-eyed Mirai quietly admitting she liked the food, too. At a warm family dinner, Yihan's mother admits her shock about last night, but tells them both to eat well. She smiles, reassuring Mirai that she's already taken care of things with her family, insisting she stay with them. Yihan's father leans in with a kind expression, telling her to think of them as her own family now. Hearing his parents' words, Yihan quietly agrees, a rare softness in his gaze. But Mirai looks down, overwhelmed by their kindness and vowing to herself that she won't be a burden. The scene cuts away, showing Yujin, who has been silently finishing his own meal, his face a stoic mask. Yihan watches him, and an unwelcome thought suddenly clicks into place, something he wishes he didn't realize. After eating, Yujin offers to do the dishes, but Yihan just tells him to forget it and take his medicine. When Mirai offers to help instead, Yihan deflects with a playful request for her to cheer him on. Yujin sees the exchange and quietly gets up to leave, thinking that kind of gentle affection doesn't work on a man like Yihan. Later, Mirai decides to find the bathroom, but when she opens the door she thinks it is, she finds a flustered Yujin staring back at her. Her eyes scan the room, a bookshelf, a bed, this is clearly his bedroom. She pulls back, a little confused, realizing he's no longer in the living room. Where did he disappear to so suddenly? A brief moment of uncertainty flashes in her eyes. That's when she notices it, the door to his actual room, left slightly ajar. Drawn by a quiet concern, she cautiously peeks inside. She finds him standing there, clutching a gold medal, a ghost of a smile on his lips. But as she focuses, she sees the glint of a single tear rolling down his face, and his mind drifts back to the day he won at a national judo tournament. His mother searched for him, a cold look on her face as he was nowhere to be found. Where on earth had Seo Eugene gone? The memory is as clear as day 12 years ago, in the fall. He was hiding outside, feeling just as fragile as the leaves falling from the trees. He knew he was in for a scolding, but his body was weak, shivering uncontrollably. What was the point? He was sick, he was going to lose, and no one would even care if he tried. To make matters worse, his opponent in the semifinals was the prodigy, Zhang Lijun. A wave of despair washed over him. There was no way he could win. He'd started this sport to escape loneliness, yet here he was, utterly and completely alone until a familiar voice cut through the silence. A single tear escapes as he looks over his shoulder, caught in his misery. That was the day he finally decided to run away from it all. But instead, a cheerful little girl with a bright smile found him, asking if he was hiding again. Yujin just stares. Who was this kid, and why on earth was she calling him Oppa? She leans in, her own smile faltering as she realizes her mistake. Annoyed, he turns away, telling her to leave him alone if she has nothing better to do. He just wants to wallow in his own despair, hoping she gets the hint. But one look in her eyes shows she has no intention of going anywhere. To his shock, she sits right down beside him, completely ignoring his grumpy attitude. She asks if he's sick, pointing out the competition is starting, but he just wishes she would disappear. He just thinks she's a weird kid with way too many questions. She pauses for a moment, a thoughtful look on her face. Then she gets straight to the point, asking if He's hiding here because He's scared. Yujin sputters, completely denying it, but she just smiles, saying she has a secret of her own. She points to a large tree in the distance, explaining her brother always hides there when he's nervous. And every single time, she says, he comes back with a bright red nose just like his, as she playfully pokes it. Her brother taught her that being scared just means you really want to do better. So, she insists, it's perfectly okay to be afraid. And her words finally seem to reach him. He quietly asks, then what about running away because you're scared? She looks up, about to share another piece of wisdom from her amazing Oppa. And her brother's wisdom only reminds Yujin of his own mother's harsh words from the past. She had no time for his excuses, scolding him for getting lost and causing trouble. He remembers standing there, defeated, with no answer to her question of what he even wanted to do with his life. But this time was different. He went back to the mat, and a familiar voice called out to him. He looks up to see the girl's family in the stands, her mother, a younger version of her brother, and the girl herself as a tiny toddler. The brother, his opponent, stands on the mat, filled with a vibrant fighting spirit, a confident, almost blindingly bright smile on his face. The boy waves, declaring that he has no intention of being thrown today. Eugen watches him, the same old fear still coiling in his gut. But this time, he wasn't a runaway. This time, he was the one who chose to stay. He remembers a first-place medal, shimmering in the light, but it wasn't his. As expected, he had lost that day. Yet as he walked off the mat, there was no resentment, only a faint smile. For the first time, he had truly owned his defeat. There was just one small problem. Watching his opponent get showered with love, a brief, ugly greed took root in his heart. And now, he stands in Zheng Legion's room, inheriting the life and worry that belonged to another. The old envy makes it impossible for him to lift his head, burdened by a profound sense of sorrow. Just then, a soft voice cuts through the silence as Mireille appears at the door. She calls his name, pulling him from his thoughts as he clutches the heavy, golden medal. A single tear escapes as he whispers to himself that he's still just borrowing another's name. Mireille's voice cuts through his grief, but he quickly deflects, asking why she's even in here. He gently sets the gold medal down, the very symbol of his stolen victory and crushing guilt. He apologizes for coming in without permission, ashamed that she's seeing him so broken. But Mireille's eyes are filled with pure concern, her gaze piercing right through his weak defenses. Noticing the tear still glistening on his face, she softly asks if something bad happened. He wonders why it is that with her, then and now, he can never seem to run away. Without a word, Mireille closes the distance, pulling him into a gentle, comforting embrace. As he buries his face in her shoulder, a forgotten memory suddenly flashes through his mind. He remembers now the real reason he went back to the arena that fateful day. It was Mireille's voice, her earnest support, that allowed him to endure the crushing defeat. In his memory, she's beaming, telling him he was amazing no matter the outcome. Her presence alone was the reason he could stand back up. But the memory fades, leaving only the grim reality of the present. Suddenly, Chio appears outside the door, wondering what's happening inside Legion's room. Standing in the doorway, Legion looks at him and finally speaks the words he's held back for years. Chio freezes, his mind reeling as Legion confesses that he's always liked him. With a pained expression, Legion admits that he still does. Mireille watches in horror from behind him, realizing Chio has been there the whole time. A smirk plays on Chio's lips as he mockingly notes that Legion seems to have bounced back just fine. The dark-haired man finishes, a slight smile on his face, saying he recovered thanks to it. Yihan's mocking expression doesn't waver as he coldly asks if that's so. In a blur of motion, he steps forward. He grabs the man by his collar, his voice laced with venom as he orders him to get out. Mireille watches in terror, barely able to call out her brother's name. But the man remains calm, telling Yihan to let go, reminding him that his little sister is watching. Yihan scoffs, retorting that some stranger is confessing to his sister, and grabbing him is a show of restraint. The man simply states that this is his room, a quiet act of defiance. But Yihan leans in, his eyes burning with intensity, revealing the man's true name is Han Chio, and this room belongs to the real Zheng Lijun. A flashback confirms it. A memory of Mireille saying she knows Han Chio has been by Yihan's side for a very long time. Yihan concedes that he understands why Chio feels like he belongs here, given their shared past. But he knows there's a part of Mireille's life, her childhood with her real brother, that Chio can never be a part of. He looks at his sister, a silent reminder of their true bond. And with a cold glare, he warns Chio not to fool himself into thinking he could ever replace him. Chio just smirks, retorting that the only reason Yihan is here is because he just happened to fill an empty spot. The insult lands, and Yihan can only think one thing: this bastard. Suddenly, Chio's hand shoots out, grabbing Yihan's wrist with a crushing grip, demanding he say that again. Mireille screams for her brother to stop, terrified that this is about to explode into something much worse. But Chio ignores her, stepping forward and menacingly telling Yihan to say it. Say it again. He dares him, as the camera pans past a judo trophy, a relic of a life he stole. The trophy, knocked from its perch, tumbles through the air as the tension snaps. A soft but firm voice cuts through their aggression. It's Mirai. Both Yihan and the man calling himself Chio freeze, their murderous glares still locked. It lands with a hollow thud on the floor, a stark symbol of their disrespect. She steps between them, her face a mask of disappointment and exhaustion. With cold finality, she tells both of them to get out of the house. Chio's arrogant demeanor falters, taken aback by her sudden command. She reminds them whose room they're in, acknowledging how long Yihan has protected this sacred space. She never wanted to disturb it, but their childish fight has desecrated it. Apologizing to no one in particular, She picks up the trophy, deciding she'll be the one to clean up. Holding the tarnished trophy, Mirai's expression hardens with weary resolve. She needs to sort this mess out on her own, and that means they both have to go. Her gaze falls on Chiyo, her command to leave sharp and non-negotiable. Then she turns to the other, telling Yujin that he needs to leave as well. Defeated, and perhaps ashamed, Yujin can only mutter his quiet agreement. As the door closes them out, her final words are a soft apology to Yihan. The click of the lock echoes into the cold night air. Expelled from the house, the two rivals stand in a tense, bitter silence. Chiyo glances back, his expression unreadable as he prepares to break the quiet. But Yujin is trapped in his mind. Realizing Chiyo was right, he was just a replacement who filled an empty space. Eugene's words echo in Mirai's mind his belief that he was just a stand-in, with no grand purpose. She sits alone on her bed, feeling the weight of his confession and how small her world feels. He's already trying to take it back over text, telling her to just forget he ever said anything. Out on the street, Chiyo finally speaks, his voice low as he says Eugene's name. He admits he rushed things, that he shouldn't have said what he did back inside the house. Looking almost sincere for a moment, Chiyo actually apologizes. Eugene brushes it off, telling him to forget about it, that he was at fault too. The two stand in the dim light, a brief moment of truce hanging in the air. But then Chiyo's face twists into a smug grin, mocking Eugene for likely getting rejected anyway. Eugene's eyes darken as he lets out a humorless laugh, realizing the apology was just another vicious jab. The air crackles with tension, Eugene demanding to know if Chiyo thinks this is some kind of joke. He's had enough, turning to leave, deciding to just crash at the department room for the night. But a sudden call from Chiyo stops him cold before he can walk away. Eugene realizes with a grumble that he stormed out without his phone, his hand still clutching his medication. A memory flashes through his mind, a soft voice telling him to forget about chores, to just take his medicine. The thought makes him pause, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. Chiyo seizes the moment, offering his own place for the night, an offer Eugene eyes with deep suspicion. But with no other options, he finds himself stepping through Chiyo's front door. Chiyo immediately claims the couch, leaving Eugene to stew in regret, trapped here with no phone or wallet. When Chiyo complains about his sleeping arrangement, Eugene, completely unmoved, tells him the floor is also available. Chiyo smugly suggests Eugene turn on the boiler, and Eugene, with no other choice, reaches for the switch. But after a few clicks, there's nothing. He glares at the panel, wondering if this thing is even functional. Eugene can't believe it when Chiyo admits he's never once used it, claiming he's just a broke student saving on gas. And then, Chiyo drops the real bomb. There's only one blanket in the entire apartment. The scene cuts to Eugene lying in bed, his expression radiating pure, unfiltered regret. And right beside him, looking equally miserable, is Chiyo, stuck in the same predicament. Forced to share a bed, they lie back to back as Eugene seethes, certain this is Chiyo's petty revenge. But Chiyo isn't thinking about revenge. His mind is on Mirai, wishing he could check on her. Hez tormented by images of her, hoping she's safe and soundly asleep. Regretting leaving her alone, lost in thought, he unconsciously reaches out, his hand clutching Eugene's shirt as he calls out his name. Startled from his thoughts, Eugene turns, demanding to know since when. His mind flashes back, remembering how he once told Chiyo that their own history ran far deeper than he knew. Chiyo's eyes slowly flutter open, caught completely off guard by his own subconscious words. He tries to play it off as an accident, but Eugene's silent, unimpressed glare says it all. Resigned, Chiyo sighs, knowing that what he's about to say is going to sound completely absurd. He admits that even he only just realized the true depth of his feelings today. The sudden confession sends Eugene spiraling into his own memories, into his own complicated feelings. He recalls how hard he tried to forget Yihan, to move on, but his heart simply refused. Looking at Chiyo now, a soft, almost bittersweet expression settles on Eugene's face. But Chiyo flips the script entirely, turning the question right back at him. So, since when was it for you? A fleeting memory surfaces in Eugene's mind, the image of a young girl's bright, innocent laugh. But back in the present, Chiyo's gaze is sharp, his tone teasing. He observes that it seems Eugene has been nursing this crush for a very, very long time. The words land, and Eugene is struck completely silent, unable to form a denial. His mind plunges into the past, to the day he moved in and was first greeted by that little girl. She was all smiles and sunshine, clutching a large, stuffed bunny. Having found the toy on the ground, she sweetly tried to return it, thinking it was his. But the young Eugene was already a boy of few words and even less warmth, snatching the doll away. He coldly informed her that it wasn't his, and then he just dropped it on the pavement, a casual rejection of her simple kindness. Eugene stands there, the memory still fresh, as Yihan's voice cuts through the silence. From his bed, Yihan smirks, noting that this little crush has been going on for much longer than Yujin lets on. The next morning, sunlight hits the rooftop where Yujin lives. He wakes with a start, the night's revelations still echoing in his throbbing head. Yihan, already dressed and ready to go, announces he's off for his weekend training. He looks over at Yujin, who's miserably hugging a toilet, and casually complains about the broken boiler. Oh, and by the way, he adds, he texted his sister to let her know where Yujin had passed out. His grip tightens on his bag strap as he admits, almost to himself, that she never replied. With a final "I'm off," he leaves Yujin to deal with the aftermath of the night. Yujin realizes she must still be furious with him, and he knows he has to apologize the moment he sees her. Yujin's eyes snap open, his mind racing as he finds himself exactly where he needs to be. He's standing before Mireille, who looks up, surprised to see him again so soon. She recognizes him as Chio from Yujin's place, asking what he's doing here. His gaze drops to the boxes in her arms, filled with old keepsakes and electronics. She quietly explains that it's all the stuff from Zhang Lijian's room. Taking a steadying breath, Mireille begins to say there's something she's been meaning to tell him, but before the words can leave her lips, Eugene closes the distance, pulling her into a desperate hug. He buries his face in her shoulder, whispering a raw apology that leaves her stunned. He was wrong, he admits, promising to never fight in front of her again, and to treat Legion's things with care. All he asks is for her to just please don't say what he knows is coming next. He clings to her, his voice cracking as he begs her not to kick him out. Mireille is just frozen. What in the world is he talking about? Pushing him back, she demands to know what's gotten into him. Eugene explains his fear she was mad yesterday, and he thought she wanted him gone. She stammers, admitting she was a little upset, but that's not. A blush creeps across her face as she asks the real question. Wasn't he jealous about Yihan? A faint smile touches his lips. If that's all this is about, he tells her, he's actually fine with it. With a sigh of pure relief, he pulls her back into a tight, reassuring hug. And it clicks for Mireille. He must have been terrified seeing her pack those boxes. Now she just feels bad, but the heavy moment breaks as he suddenly lifts her off her feet, teasing that she's a little heavy. He holds her so tightly he can barely breathe, still plagued by doubt. Even though she told him not to worry, he can't help but wonder if she still truly cares for him. As he stumbles, she warns him they're going to fall, but he just flashes a knowing smirk. Mireille insists that's not what she meant, her face burning with a deep blush. Leaning in close, he whispers a promise to be more careful from now on. She squirms, telling him it feels weird and to back off, but her protest has no real strength behind it. Completely overwhelmed, she buries her face in his chest, letting out a tiny squeak. Trying to explain herself, she shouts that he should at least hear why she was cleaning the room. She was clearing it out so they could live together for good? A slow, triumphant grin spreads across Eugene's face, and her mind flashes back to a time long ago, to a little girl peeking into an empty room. She couldn't bring herself to clear it out, holding on to the faint hope that if she left it untouched, he might just come back. Years passed, and even as a student, she'd stand at that doorway, protecting that space. She knew she had to move on eventually, but she just wanted to pretend, just for a little longer, that nothing had changed. Back in the present, that same old fear grips her heart as she whispers a name from her past, Jung Yihan. But the man in front of her isn't a ghost from her memory. He's smiling gently, accepting her offer. Her eyes widen. Could it be? Could they really live together? For good? The realization hits her, and she immediately starts backpedaling, flustered, insisting that's not what she meant. He could just use the room, she stammers. Even as a wave of anxiety hits her, what if this is too much for him? But Eugen just watches her frantic explanation with a knowing, gentle smile, not believing a word of it. But Eugen just smirks, telling her that her slip-up meant exactly what he thought it did. As she walks away, he asks about her sudden change of heart regarding the room. Mireille admits it wasn't sudden at all. She'd been planning to clear it out for a while. It just felt wrong seeing him keep all his belongings in a box, unable to truly settle in. Hearing this, Eugen's expression softens, touched by her genuine concern. He pulls her into a gentle hug, telling her there's no need to be so anxious. Looking down at her, he calmly states that he doesn't mind living with her either. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Could he really mean that? Still, a part of her is insecure, wanting to ask him over and over if he's sure. She's terrified he might change his mind, but he promises her, with absolute certainty, that he won't. His voice is firm, promising her that her fears will never come to pass. The last of her anxiety melts away, replaced by a wave of pure relief. A brilliant smile lights up Eugen's face. He declares there are no takebacks. Mireille is so completely happy that she hasn't even thought about anything else. And so, they begin building a home together, starting with a simple pair of mugs. He asks her to choose a scent for their place, solidifying that it's a shared space. They soon find themselves in a furniture store, surrounded by a future they can build. Yujin suggests a starting point, though his mind is already on buying a king-sized bed for them. A friendly salesperson approaches, offering to help them find what they need. But Mireille already knows where to start, explaining she wants a bed big enough for him to sleep comfortably. A flashback reveals her reasoning. She noticed how uncomfortable he was when she last stayed over. His feet were dangling right off the edge of his tiny bed. Back in the store, she reassures him about the cost, explaining she saved the money her aunt gave her. Yujin seems a bit stunned, while the salesperson just sees a couple that gets along perfectly. In fact, she encourages them to try out the bed, noting its popularity with newlyweds. A flustered Mireille frantically tries to explain that their relationship isn't like that, but the salesperson just smiles, saying it's normal for couples to adjust at their own pace. Eugene, however, is clearly enjoying the misunderstanding, letting out a small, satisfied smirk. Later, he carries their shopping bags, insisting that he would be the one to pay for the bed. As they walk home, he tells her not to worry, urging her to use her savings on the other things she'd been wanting. As they walk, Mireille can't help but marvel at how easily Yujin spends millions. She knew Chio's family was rich, but this was a whole other level, making her wonder about his finances. Her mind flashes to what she knows of his parents, a former lawyer and a university director. It made no sense with that kind of background. Why would they live in such a modest home? Yujin snaps her out of it, asking what she's looking at, but she quickly plays it off. A soft gasp escapes her lips as her thoughts continue to race. She glances up at a nearby building, realizing her own brother Yujin must not be home yet. Seo Yujin's expression is calm, but his eyes seem to catch her fleeting distraction. Back inside their apartment, she offers him the shower first, and he casually agrees. Now alone in her room, Kwan Mireille sits at her desk and lets out a heavy sigh. Her mind is a mess, flashing back to a memory of Yihan and the feelings she once had for him. She once loved him, but after everything that's happened, she's completely lost on how to treat him now. But then another memory surfaces, a darker, more intense version of him she doesn't recognize. This whole situation is just so hard, so complicated, and she feels the weight of it all. Trying to push the thoughts away, she decides to focus on something mundane, reaching for their logbook. She jots down their recent expenses, noting that she needs to replace more things around the apartment. A sudden knock at her door breaks the silence. It's Yujin, telling her he's finished his shower. Acknowledging him, she gets up to take her turn, leaving her complicated thoughts behind for now. Meanwhile, Yujin steps out, a towel slung over his neck, and a pleased look on his face. He quietly places a shopping bag on her desk, hoping she won't notice his little surprise just yet. His mind flashes back to when they were out shopping, and his gaze was drawn to one specific item. He couldn't help but think that blue jacket would look absolutely perfect on her, so while pretending to use the restroom, he'd quickly bought it, praying she would like his secret gift. Back in the present, he sets the bag down beside her open logbook, intending to make a quiet exit. But just as he's about to leave, his eyes catch the writing on the page, and he stops. He reads through her notes, a small smile forming as he finds her personal entries surprisingly cute. But his expression quickly shifts to one of deep concern as he reads on, wondering why she felt the need to write this.